Hi, live comes back. In this morning, it has some trouble to turn on the live, so I dropped by at lunchtime. Please enjoy Webcam Pops. Yeah, 내가 정말 못 살아 못 살아. 언니 말 언제 들었을 거야. 내가 양념했어. 정신차려 정신.
These days, what you need to know seems to change about every day. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know. To help you not just get through your day, but to make the most of it. Feel smarter. Feel better. Feel happier. Well, how about a third hour of good weather? Day 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Shannon or his family. Everyone in my car did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Welcome back, everyone. We are tracking several international headlines at this hour. Residents in northeastern Spain experienced severe flash flooding over a 6-hour period. Several cars washed away, homes, businesses, all filled with mud. Thankfully, no lives were lost. Nearly 1.8 tons of cocaine were found by Colombian Navy. They captured a narco submarine and already taken sail was worth nearly $60 million in illegal drugs found in the hold were meant to be distributed throughout Latin America. And at the Paralympic Games, Malaysian shot player Mohamed Saeed Zulkifli broke his own world record and was poised to win gold, but he was disqualified for starting his event 3 minutes late. A shocking turn of fortune that ignited outrage back home. Finally tonight, the area key to our fight to help slow climate change off the majestic mighty Sequoia are in danger, threatened by the very thing that they rely on to survive, fire. Our Zuri Shah traveled to the magical groves in California Sequoia National Park and has more on the effort to preserve the tree's place in nature. Older than Jesus, older than Muhammad, older than Buddha, older than the Middle Ages. They're just fabulous. Our planet's tiniest towering treasures. Ancient sequoia trees. They speak to us as human beings about longevity and time and deep history and resilience. But that resilience is being tested as human-caused climate change is fundamentally altering the fabric of our planet's forests. Until just a few years ago, it's just virtually unheard of that fire could actually kill these incredible trees. Considered by many the largest trees on planet Earth. If you go out to walk around this thing, General Sherman has taken an approximated 2,300 years. These guys are the masters of survival, of weathering insects and fire and storms and drought. Fighting war after war, all the incredible weapon that will be key to preserving the planet. They produce oxygen, they store carbon, they hold the soil in place, they make places for bird nests. These are pretty big. Sequoia groves like this one are the world's most efficient at sucking up and converting and carbon dioxide. But last August, even these masters of survival couldn't make it through the castle fire as the wildfire raged through the forest. Chrissy Freedom, the chief scientist overseeing the Savannah report, was devastated seeing the charred trees. Process. When the fire was done, we got together and rapidly tried to prioritize all the roads that we thought the fire might get through and talk to the fire team about getting back there in some of these to protect them. It wasn't enough. These fires was started with the expected it's thousands of years of living history that were lost in one fire event that we can't get back. We cannot get back in our lifetime. It's going to be hundreds of years. Part of it is us. Humans just climate change. The area's gotten hotter and hotter than that. The temperature has changed so much. There's also about past mistakes and all the mistakes. How to let it they need a challenge to balance the natural world of fires and ecosystems with the dire destruction these scorching environments can cause. Firefighters previously aggressively put out every single forest fire, but that strategy, along with recent bone-dry summers, creating tinderbox conditions. If you have the absence of fire for a period of time, you have a lot of other trees that are growing up that would normally be there in a natural healthy forest. A lot of that unchecked growth providing a ladder for flames to reach the higher up sequoias, creating far more intense fires. That combined with drought is what creates the devastating combination of factors that we saw in the Castle Fire. So now, park rangers are intentionally lighting the forest on fire. So this is how controlled this fire is right now. That guy, the red hat, he's the third boss. He's watching every inch of these flames to make sure it stays in a prescribed area, just in case it's a trigger, a truck right there to jump into action. And they're doing so to try and save it. Doing a prescribed work or mimicking some of those effects of what actually occurs in the trickle-down indicators. On this day, about 50 park firefighters were in the field, closely torching extra fuel, just feet within the visitor's entrance. You can feel just how hot this fire is, and the fuel is so dry, this fire is spreading rapidly. Close to 3,000 people live in the adjacent communities. We really need to take a proactive approach to fire management. We can't just be playing defense anymore. The inside of the sequoias providing clues to the past. Every photo you see here is a fire scar. It tells us what the conditions were like at this tree survived multiple low-intensity natural fires for generations. Sequoias actually rely on low-intensity fires to survive. The natural blazes help the trees create offspring, and that means not necessarily putting out every single fire. We want every single fire. We want to make sure they're low-energy fire for all the conditions and what these species actually need. Letting them jump forward, it helps us save the sequoia species. You can do it. I think you're going to get that other one. Just hang in there, buddy. We're looking out for you. In turn, these ancient trees looking out for our planet's future. So what do you think, Chrissy? Your grandkids, are they going to see this park like this? Maybe not just like this, but I hope a lot of it will be the same. Sounds like this is going to be a part of your life. You're not going to leave. I don't have any plans to leave. They've been here for 2,000 years. The least I can do is put in a good 10 or 15 on their behalf. Zori Shaw, ABC News, Sequoia National Park. Zori, thank you. They are magnificent. That's our show for tonight. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Feat.LaaLaa. Thanks for streaming us. Those are the men I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. I don't even know it's true. I can live with him. President Mino had sexual celebration to them. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the trial app. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Evident. These days, what you need to know seems to change every day. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know. To help you not just get through your day, but to make you use it. Feel smarter. Feel better. Feel happier. Well, how about a third hour of good morning? TV 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Ready? Says the joy. Yes, it's the show America wants. America needs. This is what we can do. Let's go. How are you? Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. What would you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern. Every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show. Find yours. It's ABC News Live. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? Right here. You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Tonight, the rescue is still underway at this hour. The historic floods and tornadoes is slapping the Northeast. The death toll growing tonight, and we have just learned at least 7 confirmed tornadoes now. New York and New Jersey declaring states of emergency tonight. The staggering images up to a foot of rain falling in some areas tonight. More than 40 people killed in the storms that hit New York and the Northeast. The storms came from violently. New York City issuing its first ever flash flood emergency. Highways suddenly underwater, drivers in their cars suddenly floating. Vehicles abandoned, cars marked with X's tonight, where authorities have checked for people inside. Police rescuing a driver trapped on a flooded road in New York's Central Park. The city subways halted, submerged, passengers forced to jump on the seats because the water was rising so fast. Several people killed in basement apartments, and tonight those confirmed tornadoes, including a possible EF3 winds more than 135 miles per hour. And this evening, the news is now coming in from Philadelphia. Evacuation is still underway. People taken from a hotel just a short time ago. Our team across the storm zone tonight with Johnson, J. Moment, and Ginger Z to observe this, and now the concern going forward. Also tonight, the Supreme Court overnight issuing a 5-4 ruling. The court will allow the new Texas law banning most abortions to move forward. Today, President Biden calling it an unprecedented assault on women's rights. Several states already using this Texas law as a potential blueprint. So what does this mean for the future of Roe versus Wade? Rachel Scott beat Texas Terry Moran at the Supreme Court. The desperation growing in Louisiana tonight, millions still without electricity. The need for food, water, and the lines for fuel. Families waiting in cars for hours, and what they're now saying about the power. The deadly plane crash in Connecticut, slamming into a building, everyone on board killed. And the American automakers tonight about to halt production at almost every plant here in the U.S. And why? From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is Good evening. It's great to have you with us here on Thursday night. I'm meeting you tonight with these historic and deadly storms in the Northeast. The remnants of Hurricane Ida combining with a front, and it spelled disaster. At least 7 confirmed tornadoes now, record amounts of rain. New York City's first ever flash flood emergency declared, signaling a severe threat to human life, which of course is exactly what then played out. The water rising so quickly, people dying in basement apartments, drivers floating in their cars over the ladders of the subway, jumping up onto their seats. Climate has now killed at least 60 people in 8 states, more than 40 deaths just for these storms in the Northeast overnight. Tonight, the news just in, there's 7 confirmed tornadoes now. The ominous site of this one in Mulligan Hill, New Jersey. Catastrophic damage to homes, splintered, ripped apart, destroyed. Children's belongings exceeded yards. And massive and deadly flooding streets in New York City turning to rivers. These images from Queens, cars underwater, drivers leaving their cars as they were being lifted by the water. Some of those who were killed drowning in their homes. This one in Queens collapsing in the rain. The rain and flooding bringing the New York City subways and suburban trains all to a halt. Some people trapped on those trains. You can see the waterfalls pouring inside. 10 inches of rain in the Philadelphia area of the Schuylkill River, rising 10 feet in just 12 hours, nearly submerging the Green Lane Bridge. Cars downtown underwater under their windshields. And in the suburb of Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, outside Philadelphia, first responders rescued people from their flooded homes for hours today. In fact, we learned there were hotel evacuations in the Philadelphia area just a short time ago. We do have it all covered tonight from leaders across the region acknowledging that these extreme weather events are here to stay. ABC's Wade Johnson leading us on tonight from New York.
Tonight, the standard of death toll continues to rise across the Northeast after those catastrophic storms. More than 3 inches of rain in an hour instantly devastated the 5 buildings in New York City. Officials declaring the city's most anti-flash flood emergency. The images become very surreal. Body camera video showed a very drastic New York City police on a driver stuck in the middle of Central Park. Just like that, first responders rescued hundreds across the city. The car jumped going on. I got something that we know don't know. A cascade of water bringing the nation's largest subway system to its reaching point. Riders standing on the seats of flooded buses in Queens, flying in New York Airport, forcing all flights to be canceled. Water rushing through flooded doors and into homes. The previous months were having some were killed, but the reached up on this collapse. A man said lives next door. I'm so shaken. I never seen something like this before. The water came up. Within 5 minutes, they put feet. Real fast. More than a dozen people killed in New York City alone. A 2-year-old boy also among the victims. In Passaic, New Jersey, 2 people swept away in their car. The mayor reporting live on Facebook. We have too many areas where the flooding has gotten so bad. The cars are swimming about flooded. We are now retrieving bodies. And 4 people died at this apartment complex in Elizabeth, New Jersey, across from the fire department, which was also inundated with water.
They are reporting that they were inundated with 8 feet of water inside the fire headquarters itself.
Cars nearby are with X's to show they were searched. Rescues across the tri-state area continued long after the sun came up. They're now 7 hours later being taken by the black floodwater so powerful and so swift that most cars in this area were picked up and tossed around like toys. Also, one more people home that had to reach and tried desperately to leave the flood struck their way. So within a matter of seconds, you realize you have the back.
What is fascinating is that the
So many people today saying it was still difficult to manage the power of all this, the power of the water. So we were in the middle of it. Here, the people we spoke with said they were the water, so it was difficult to prepare for something they didn't
never actually witnessed in their lifetime. Now we will see those incredible rushing through the New York City subway system. On the record amount of rainfall in such a short period of time, and so many outdoors. And tonight, as you can see behind me here, the cleanup is just getting underway.
There's also like fortunate to have those 7 tornadoes at least 7 now in the Philadelphia area, New Jersey, and then I just damage from Pennsylvania.
Tonight, all of the 7 confirmed tornadoes touching down in the Philadelphia and Southern Jersey area, and there's this storm violence going east. This one in South Jersey seen on video tearing through multiple communities. We have a walk up east that operates that's the circle of the hill at least 10 free with winds going at 135 miles per hour, ripping apart at least 2 dozen homes and damaging 100 more. This EF2 system just northwest of Philadelphia, causing a street to collapse on home total. Going door to door in boats around Bridgeport, just north of the city, after the school was the water over space. You can see the school was right. You can see how power water goes across the whole place.
She's about 30 minutes outside Philadelphia. There's still going to see major flood events where the river actually continues to rise. The tornadoes, but it was still quite something when you actually see it.
Yes, and we have been warning about it for a week. The roof was before underneath landfall. It was a cold front, leading up to tropical remnants of Ida. Now, it is hard to believe that last year this family in Denmark were out in their backyard right now, and a bridge and their road collapsed. And we really thought thankfully they got them out. But yes, it's hard to imagine what 3 to 5 inch per hour rainfall rates look like. It's hard to imagine what 8 to 12 inches over such a populated place looks like because in some of these places we've never done it before. And that's why you heard government officials on board with the climate change and science, saying that the 1 in 500 year flood events, they have to be major fires. It's hard to imagine conversation tonight, tomorrow, and beyond as we turn to how do we build that road back for the inevitable next time? How do we build that sustainable infrastructure for renewable services? And how do we now aggressively mitigate greenhouse gas emissions? David,
They're talking about extreme weather here to stay. That acknowledgement, Ginger, thank you. We will On the other news tonight, head to that Supreme Court ruling overnight that will now allow the new abortion law in Texas to stand. Effectively mandating all abortions in that state. Whether it's not the law, Representative Saul Albert's constitutional rights. It's for your staff of that.
24 vaccinations the 6th week of pregnancy. The first person to actually know you're pregnant. That's the 90% of women abortion here are past their 6th week. What makes this law so unique is that it designates private citizens who will pursue anyone from A to Z unlawful abortion. Doctors take a risk this time. This citizen could then work the families at least even though the justices found serious questions about its constitutionality, 5 conservative justices voted to let it go to the vote anyway, saying there are complex and novel procedure reasons why it could not be brought to the state. 4 justices, Chief Justice John Roberts dissenting, Justice Sophie Sotomayor, and on jury decisions said, all the law regulates the Constitution, and won't permit any abortions in Texas before it can travel to other states. Enabling a formal usually scheduled appointment for 15 women a day. Since the law in Texas, that number has more than doubled. For a 5 to 10-minute procedure to drive 600 miles in the middle of a pandemic. It's cruel. The president Biden called this law extreme, but at this point, there's very little president can still back the bench. There's a conservative majority on the bench. President Donald Trump will be appointing 3 justices to the bench, and this week, all 3 of those justices were in favor of letting that law go forward.
Texas scores were just voices in the number 6 the Roe versus Wade decision in 1973. According to Terry Ratner's notes, for years, for us and Terry for decades, this is really been theoretical argument that could happen in the Supreme Court. Some legally significantly one way or the other. This is not Chief Justice John Roberts, a conservative executive, is signaling a willingness of some sort of compromise with conservatives. Great effort to just mention that it's relatively new to the court. It's not the market.
There's so striking that you look at John. The Chief Justice did want the court to take more time to consider an unprecedented law. That's the votes of those conservatives, and it looks like this will benefit what's called the Roberts Court.
And one quick question for you, Terry. Bottom line here, Texas would appear to be just the first state to do this. A number of other states already signaling they might follow this blueprint, particularly when they see how unique this law is, actually deputizing private citizens.
That's it. That's the trick that makes this law so different. It's so difficult for voters to get together by deputizing private citizens and enforcing about private lawsuits and rather than that climate immigration and the fact that Ron DeSantis and Republican legislators are going to say they can't introduce laws of Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, slowly, they're saying they can do anything about immigration on
The Supreme Court goes against a lot of Terry thing. And in the South tonight, in Louisiana, declarations running 4 days now after Hurricane Ida struck there. Nearly 1 million customers still without electricity. The utility now said most power will be restored to that portion area by September 8th, 6 days from now. But they are still doing damage assessment on utilities in New Orleans. When we get back here to broadcast tonight, when a deadly plane crash in the Northeast slamming into a building.
The mysterious boyfriend. She's the chief executive. She's a kid. You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Tonight, that deadly plane crash in Farmington, Connecticut, the plane fell down shortly after takeoff, slamming into the building. All 4 people on board were killed. Employees in the building escaped through the escape plane did. There was news tonight from the U.S. Marines on the service members injured in last week's suicide bomb in the Commodore Field. All 15 were new Marines and the one were treated with mental health was in critical condition, 3 serious, and the other 11 are in stable condition. They're not investigated for their tax time. When we come back here tonight, like GM and co-knowledge from all of its production on towers here in the U.S. on board.
It's not fair. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Bones is quietly going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. Look inside the courtroom. Stop the dropout. Elizabeth Bones on trial. Wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, babe. These days, what do you need to know?
See the change?
You're smarter.
You're better.
You're happier. It's all about you.
All right, ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Every Saturday on ABC News
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of? Thanks for streaming with us.
GE Index and General Motors temporarily suspending nearly all production in the U.S., putting assembly plants on hold for 2 weeks beginning Monday because of a shortage of semiconductor chips being overseas. That shortage blamed on the pandemic. And the FAA tonight grounding Virgin Galactic from flying SpaceX, at least for now. The agency says during July the storm mission with Richard Branson included the descent and all-course program. They haven't insisted it's not the truth. And it's a picture. But for that here tonight, that's what they call it.
He's the chief executive and she's a kid. Disposed of people like a piece of trash. What did this say to you? So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of? Thanks for streaming with us. And these days, what you need to know seems to change just about everything. What is it that you're watching? All about you.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, Wake Up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's
Welcome to this week.
Only tonight here in every corner of the country, answering the call. Tonight from the Northeast to the South to the West, Americans answering the call for help where it's needed most. In Jonathan, Louisiana, helping to hand out water. In Humboldt, Louisiana, this woman packing up donated supplies. And this mother in line, smiling, grateful, holding her 1-year-old daughter. In Ocean Springs, Mississippi, residents are in free home-cooked meals at the Gulf Hills Hotel for hundreds of evacuees.
To be able to provide for these people, I think is touching my heart.
And in New Orleans, the team at the World Central Kitchen preparing tens of thousands of meals.
People can't cook anything in grocery stores are okay. And so there's a huge need right now.
In Wilmington, Delaware, the Brandywine Valley SPCA now helping airlift more than 300 dogs and cats from the south. They had been up for adoption for more than half of Hurricane Ida. They're now safe again and waiting for their forever homes. And in Cranford, New Jersey tonight, the Cranford Fire Department rescue team wading through the water, rescuing Trail Hill Jolene County for this country tonight. Americans tested. The need only growing tonight. So many communities grateful for the help. Good night.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drawback. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. And these days, what you need to know.
Need to change
Not just everything. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
to help you not just get through your day,
But to make you listen. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
You're ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. Right now, this is what we can do. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. I work with you too. I guess I just found out. Watch that YouTube marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I make it now. Five yours.
This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by amazing concept. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
So much at stake in Sunday mornings. This is the place to take on all the tough questions. Straight over morning or spend night. Great Lord, thank you for ABC's This Week with Church Let's spend one Sunday morning show versus the competition. Welcome to This Week.
Tonight, the deadly storm flooding on the East Coast. Race to safety as floodwaters closed in. And America's largest city brought to a standstill late last night as record rain sent water rushing into buildings all across New York and the region. Hundreds of drivers forced to abandon cars and transport. In Philadelphia, one of the most crowded highways in the city, underwater this morning as the Schuylkill River reached a flood stage. And tonight, the cleanup. Ida causing billions of dollars in damage from tornadoes howling down the East Coast. Trends in New Jersey briefly under a flash flood emergency and a tornado warning. And how is climate change supercharging these disasters? UNT covers tonight. And the weeks of cleanup ahead on the Gulf Coast after Ida's destructive attack there. It's facing a long road to a the fallout tonight after the Supreme Court allows a restricted Texas abortion law to take effect that in essence bans all abortions. The 5-4 decision sending shockwaves across the country, unemployment empowerment and unprecedented assault on women's rights, and blasting the Supreme Court decision for unleashing what he calls constitutional chaos. Tonight, how the White House plans to respond. A critical shortage forcing a major American automaker to suspend production and almost every plant in the U.S. And the company steps should be taken now and what insurance might need. Changes to a special edition of It's Not Too Late. You won't want to miss.
Because I think we need to understand this a bit more. You see front lighting and the marsh here, and it's hard to imagine that this street, the street next to it, and streets on over had several blocks before Sandy.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Phil Leboff in for Lindsay Davis. We begin tonight with a deadly historic flooding on the East Coast. For the first time ever, a flash flood emergency declared in New York City, flooding on the streets of Philadelphia. Tornadoes tornadoes in Maryland, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. One of those tornadoes touching down in Alabama, New Jersey, ripping apart homes, leaving behind a trail of destruction. New torrents of rain last night stranded drivers across the East Coast. The NYPD posted this video of first responders rescuing a trapped driver in Central Park after an all-time record 3.15 inches of rain in a single hour there. The subway system also proved to allow these first responders had to help so many trapped passengers into safety. And when the sun rose this morning, the flood threat was not over. Philadelphia's local river reaching a flood stage and sending water to all of the city's most trapped highways. Tonight, roads remain flooded, and residents are now beginning to pick up the pieces and recover from a storm fueled by the remnants of Ida and the front. We have team coverage for you tonight, and we begin with Luke Johnson in New York.
Tonight, the staggering death toll continues to rise across the Northeast. Here's past western Europe. Inches of rain in an hour instantly inundating the water boroughs of New York City. Officials declared the city's first ever flash flood emergency. The images coming in surreal. Body camera video showed a daring rescue by New York City police. A driver stuck in the middle of Central Park. First responders rescuing hundreds across the city. The car sharp loaded. A cascade of water bringing the nation's largest subway system to a screeching halt. Riders standing on the seats of flooded buses and Queens. All flights to be canceled. Water rushing through flooded doors and into homes. Hundreds and her son were killed. Another basement apartment collapsed. And Sid lives next door. That's the shaking. I've never seen something like this before. We're lucky enough. Within 5 visits and 52 forests. More than a dozen people killed in New York City alone. A 2-year-old boy also among the victims. In Passaic, New Jersey, 2 people swept away in their car. The mayor reported live on Facebook.
We have too many areas where the flooding has gotten so bad. The cars are slipping, their bodies are water. We are now extremely bodies.
And 4 people died at this apartment complex in Elizabeth, New Jersey, across from the fire department, which was also inundated with
Water inside the fire headquarters itself.
cars nearby marked with X's to show they were searched. Rescues across the tri-state area continued long after the sun came up.
They are now several hours later being taken out by that front end loader to higher ground.
The flash flood water is so powerful and so swift that parked cars in this area are picked up and tossed around like toys. Tom Hoffman of Larchmont, New York, owns that SUV and tried desperately to move it to higher ground before the flood swept it away.
This is his part.
So within a matter of seconds,
You realize you have to back.
everything. And the water rose to that certain that was terrifying. The major Deacon Expressway is still flooded and littered with cars. Officials warning today that one person could call for 1 in 500-year events. Extremes like this are likely to become all the more common.
What is fascinating is that the records that they broke were really set a week before.
We are in a whole new world now, as we talked about it. We saw a horrifying storm last night, unlike anything we have seen before.
Reach out to me now. We know there were warnings from officials and weather service issuing that very rare high-risk warning for extreme flooding, but still, so many people all across the region were caught off guard by the rain in particular.
Phil, the people we spoke with said they heard the warnings, but didn't want to prepare for something that never actually did this in their lifetimes. By now, we've all seen those incredible images of rushing water through the New York City subway system. A record amount of rainfall in such a short period of time. As you said, caught so many off guard. And tonight, as you can see behind me here, the cleanup is just getting underway. Phil?
A lot to do with Johnson, thank you. But as we mentioned, floodwaters causing major problems throughout the entire region. In Philadelphia, the Schuylkill River reaching a flood stage and sending water pouring down a major highway. Into the Philadelphia suburbs, some residents had to be rescued as water rushed into their homes. Janae Norman continues our coverage from Pennsylvania tonight.
Tonight, a total of at 7 confirmed tornadoes touching down in the Philadelphia and southern New Jersey area as those historic storms walloped the Northeast. This one in South Jersey seen on video tearing through multiple communities. We were down there about 15 minutes before the warning went off, and we have a walker base there luckily, so we were able to get out through that. If not, we would not have been able to get out. That twister involved a hail at least an EF3 with winds more than 135 miles per hour, ripping apart at least 2 dozen homes and damaging 100 more. This EF2 twister just northwest of Philadelphia, causing a tree to collapse on a home, killing a woman. And in the Philadelphia area, where over 10 inches fell, those water rescues still underway. These new images showing hotel guests being evacuated amid massive flooding. Teams going door to door in boats around Bridgeport, just north of the city, after the Schuylkill River overflowed its banks. You can't see the Schuylkill River from here, but you can see how high the water rose, washing up those train tracks, reaching record levels, and still today almost up to my knees. The National Guard using high water vehicles to assist the Philadelphia Fire Department in rescues downtown.
We have probably over 12 feet above water here, so we have these large trucks here for the National Guard.
The Schuylkill River rising around 10 feet in just over 12 hours in the city. Residents finding their cars underwater. I just like slowly watched my car just getting more and more submerged, and I don't even know what's happening. The rising floodwaters even shutting down the Vine Street Expressway, a key route. At least 4 dead in the Philadelphia region due to the severe weather, including a man who drowned after his car went into a creek.
Many people have hesitant with fear of the massive don't normally affect them, the families, their communities. A lot of Pennsylvanians very common emotions today.
Janae Jones man from just outside Philly, where, as you mentioned, rescue teams had to go door to door in boats. And Janae, the weather has improved, but in these communities, as we can see behind you, are still dealing with major flooding.
Yeah, Phil, the sky is blue, but the flood warnings in the Philadelphia area continue until at least tomorrow. That is the Schuylkill River. You can see flowing in the distance behind you. What you can't see is where that river is, because it is still overflowing onto nearby streets. Residents around here still reeling, and they'll be dealing with cleanup for days to come.
That's Janae, thank you so much. Now let's bring Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z. Ginger, talk us through, if you will, the science behind this storm and its relationship to climate change.
So this is a pretty simple dynamic where you have tropical remnants of Ida meeting up with a cold front. Now, could that be amplified by climate change? Most climate scientists, when they do the attribution study, will know for sure. But yes, in general, these flood events are being tied or amplified. Not that they wouldn't happen, but amplified by climate change. Behind you can see this is in Denver's, New Jersey. They're just still cleaning up from a bridge and a road that has collapsed. There were cars in there before, and I think this is when people really start to, it's like the stop sign. You know, if where you needed the accident to get the stop sign. Well, hopefully for some folks that becomes this, and they say, okay, now I know what 3 to 5 inch per hour rainfall rates look like. Now I know that 8 to 12 inches of rain in a 3 or 4 hour period is possible, and it's not something I want to be in a car for. Unfortunately, that is the reality. We are living the science and the forecast that we've known. These extremes are right here in front of us, and I think the real question then just becomes, how do we adapt? How next time? I mean, tomorrow, you think they're going to rebuild this any differently? I would hope so. I would hope we have those conversations about building more sustainably, more permeably, that works with the land instead of just kind of plopping things in places. And then on top of that, how do we aggressively mitigate greenhouse gas emissions so that we can tamp down what is already happening and that we know will only bring more extremes in the future?
Ginger, along those lines, I think it's important to point out that while this might have been a 1 in 500 year rainfall in the New York area, that does not mean we will not see it for another 500 years.
Yes, these statistics always get very difficult. People have a hard time. So 1 in 500 years does not mean that you get it once in 500 years. It means that on any given year, this particular place has a 0.02% chance of seeing that flood. So a very rare chance. However, with human-induced climate change, we anticipate those definitions to change. We anticipate those to mean different things and to potentially happen every 5 to 10 years in some cases. that's really what we're going to see is the changing of the guard of statistics and how we understand, and even as how we forecast. Because I got to tell you, people were stunned, they were shocked. I certainly knew we had this much rain coming this quickly. I've been talking about it for 4 days, but it was still going into my rain gauge, and I'm watching it go up above 7 inches in less than 3 hours. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm now living and I'm understanding the forecast verifying right in my backyard, and it means even more.
Ever changing. Jesse, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now let's get to the Supreme Court ruling that could change the dynamics of abortion here in America. Their decision allows a controversial Texas law to stand, at least for now. ABC's Rachel Scott in Texas with the fallout.
24 hours after the nation's toughest anti-choice law went into effect, doctors and advocates we spoke to say abortions in Texas have almost stopped.
You've already had to turn people away. You had to deny abortions.
Yeah, that's right. At this Planned Parenthood Center in Houston, Dr. Vivek Kumar only performs between 20 to 30 abortions a day. But since the new law, he's only seen 6 patients and had to turn half of them away.
Just yesterday, I saw somebody who thought she was earlier in her pregnancy. She was crying. And we began to explore options and think through the logistics of if she would be able to receive the care that she needed.
The new law bans abortions after about the 6th week of pregnancy, before most women even know they're pregnant. In fact, abortion rights activists tell us nearly 90% of women seeking abortions here are past their 6th week. Part of what makes this law so unique is that it deputizes private citizens to sue anyone who aids and abets an unlawful abortion, from doctors who perform them to drivers who take women to the clinic. Those citizens could then collect a bounty of at least $10,000.
In Dallas,
Overnight, the Supreme Court refused to put the law on hold as legal challenges worked their way through the system, even though the justices found serious questions about its constitutionality. 5 conservative justices voted to let it go forward anyway, saying there are complex and novel procedural reasons why it could not be blocked at this stage. 4 justices, including conservative Chief Justice John Roberts, dissenting. Justice Sotomayor calling the majority's decision stunning, calling the law flagrantly unconstitutional. Now those women seeking abortions in Texas are forced to travel to other states. This clinic in neighboring Oklahoma usually schedules appointments for 15 women a day. Since the law in Texas, that number has more than doubled.
For a 5 to 10 minute procedure to drive 600 miles in the middle of a pandemic. It's cruel.
All right, let's bring in Rachel Scott now. We are hearing outrage, Rachel, from Democrats, including the president. Can the administration do anything about this?
Yeah, President Biden called this law extreme, but the reality is that he really does have few options. You have some progressive Democrats that are pushing the president to expand the number of justices on the bench, but the White House is not committing to that at this point. The fact is that there is a conservative majority on the bench. Former President Donald Trump, he was able to appoint 3 justices to the bench, and this week, all of those justices were in favor of letting this law stand.
Rachel Scott, thank you. So to help us unpack all of this, let's bring in ABC News contributor and Cardinal Law professor Kate Shaw. Hey, Kate, let's start with the fundamental question here. Does this Texas law violate Roe v. Wade? And if so, why is the Supreme Court not striking it down right now?
So I think it's clear that the law violates Roe versus Wade, and there's not really any dispute about it. Since 1973, the Supreme Court has said that women have a constitutional right to decide prior to viability whether to terminate or continue with a pregnancy. Subject to state regulations, states can do a law to regulate abortion, but what they can't do is ban abortion outright, and that's what small Texas has done, ban outright. Most abortions after 6 weeks, which is of course very little in pregnancy, many women don't even know they're pregnant at that point. So it's not really a question about the substantive constitutionality of this prohibition. What's complicated about this law, and the reason the Supreme Court gave for not intervening to block it, is that it makes sense of a procedure that is unique among abortion restrictions, because it doesn't have any state official charged with enforcing it. Instead, the ban gets enforced by private parties who can sue any abortion provider or anyone who aids or abets an abortion. And so the plaintiffs, the clinics who have come to the court to basically ask the law be put on hold have sued some state judges, an individual who has publicly stated he plans to sue under the law, state clerks, other judges
ensure that those were the right defendants to sue in this case. And because of those novel procedural questions, the court wasn't convinced that it was appropriate for it to step in to block the law merits and the law's constitutionality. So the design of the law is the reason the court gave stepping in at this juncture.
And still, as we just heard in Rachel's report, passionate dissent from Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the court's liberals on this one. We know this law was constructed in a crafty way to evade federal judicial review, but was there really nothing the Supreme Court could have done?
Justice Sotomayor, as you just mentioned, said, of course there's going to be a court who does something with work. And Chief Justice Roberts, interestingly, said that the court could have put the law on hold temporarily to allow for careful, orderly consideration of the law's constitutionality, rather than just letting it into effect this novel, unprecedented law. Justice Sotomayor accused the court of, faced with an obstacle of constitutional law, burying its head in this essentially highly refined procedure, and avoiding answering a tough constitutional question. But what the law already has in front of it, Mississippi law regarding a 15-week as opposed to a 6-week abortion ban. It's going to hear that case later this year, so the court could certainly put the Texas law on hold, waiting to decide the Mississippi case and then resolve the Texas case. But instead, the 5 very conservative justices on the court allowed the law to take effect over the dissent of 3 liberal justices and Chief Justice Roberts, no liberal inside, clearly uncomfortable with the court's decision here.
So I'll ask you to have a crystal ball, even though we know that you don't. Where do you think the court will land on abortion rights in the months ahead?
Well, we'll be watching the Mississippi case very closely. I think that going into it, we're not sure where some of the new justices, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, the newest justice, haven't said much publicly about their views on abortion, although certainly everyone believed they likely opposed Roe versus Wade and would vote to overturn or at least to narrow it. But we didn't know for sure, and I do look at the court's decision here. It's an unsigned order for both Kavanaugh and Barrett joining the order, allowing the Texas law to go into effect, sends a pretty strong signal that those 5 conservative justices are ready to overturn Roe, potentially in the very near future.
All right, well, I'll be watching. Okay, John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to bring in Texas State Senator Angela Paxton, go right to the heart of the law, who worked on the abortion law and helped get it passed. Senator, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you, Phil, for letting me be on the show here.
Of course, we always have discussions. And as we've been discussing, this law allows everyday citizens to sue anyone who helps a woman get an abortion. My question is, do you or your colleagues want the law enforced like this? Was that the idea, or was it simply a way to, at this level, get around Roe v. Wade?
Well, I think, actually, you said the question really well when we said to get to the heart of the law. This is known as the heartbeat bill. And really, the purpose of this bill is to get to the very center of the issue, which is that this is a human question. And the fact of the matter is that every abortion ends in human life. And that's an argument and a fact, scientific fact, that's really been sort of been in the narrative for the last few years. So this bill is not being about trying to be tricky or anything else. This bill is about moving to the center, recognizing that there's a human life that's ended in every abortion, and that it has to be recognized.
Well, I would guess that you don't think the Texas law violates the spirit of Roe v. Wade or even the letter of the law. But whether you agree or disagree with Roe, the Supreme Court has ruled that we have a constitutional right to an abortion, and your law prohibits practically all abortions.
Well, I think one of the things that we see in the history of our nation is that things change over time. We've had many things in our Constitution that have changed over time. This is why we have constitutional amendments. The Supreme Court itself has reversed itself from time to time. And so, I do believe that this does bring to the center of all of our feelings and vision the issue of what abortion really is and where it stands in America today.
Okay, let's get back to my first question. I do want an answer to this. Some are calling the enforcement vigilante justice. People can sue abortion providers for $10,000. So, is there anything to stop people from factoring in greed here? If someone wants extra cash, they can sue. If this is about human life, should we really be attaching a money to it.
Well, there's already money attached to this issue. As you know, the abortion industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And so there's a lot of money involved in this industry already. And of course, sadly, it is aimed at any mom. And so, I think in any business, and that is what this is, the abortion industry is a very lucrative business. You are dealing with dollars and cents, and I guess in this situation, that's what abortion providers who have been able to benefit monetarily from this for many years are going to have to cut away the liability to that now in their practice.
But again, you're okay with private citizens doing that? Suing someone for getting an abortion?
Well, I mean, this is something that we have a right to lawsuits and all sorts of businesses, and so it's really not a new sort of practice. It may be new in this setting, but it's not a new practice.
Okay. Another corporate this law and these abortion providers and anyone who helps them open to a lawsuit, as you're saying, and you're okay with that, but not the women getting an abortion. They wouldn't be liable under this law. They help me understand this because if abortion is murder, some people believe, many people believe, doesn't the fault lie with the pregnant woman who was requesting the service? Why does your law say nothing about the pregnant woman who was requesting the service?
Well, I mean, the way this law is constructed, of course, you see there are no penalties for anything. So I think the pressure on this is on the abortion industry. And it is not to put a woman who is in a very, very difficult place, making a very emotional decision. I thought about this quite a bit all my life. My life began under circumstances that very often lead to an abortion. My birth mother chose life for me, and I'm thankful for it every day. I would be sitting here but for that. But this is not about criminalizing anything. This is about allowing people to make decisions and weigh out the decisions in their business and in the way that perhaps they believe that they belong.
Okay, but you are okay with someone suing a pregnant woman seeking an abortion, suing a pregnant woman for $10,000 to seek you. You're not okay with that?
No, I'm not suing the pregnant woman. No, absolutely not.
Why not? If you can sue a provider and you can sue other people, why not the woman who's looking to get an abortion?
Well, I think this law is really aimed at putting the pressure on the providers. It is not aimed at putting it on this side of the equation. It's aimed at putting it with the providers. Again, a multi-billion-dollar industry that benefits from the loss of life of children.
I get that, and it's a crude analogy, but if I were to hire a hitman to kill someone, I would be as responsible as the hitman. I know it's a crude analogy, but it's an analogy. So,
Well, I don't know that I would agree with your analogy. I think more of an analogy that I thought about is, if a person needs an organ donation, for example, and they become aware that there is one available that they can get in 2 weeks in China, then they might very well want to take advantage of that. But if they were to find out that doing so actually meant that another person was being forced to organ harvesting, that their organs were going to be harvested, then their benefit, solving their dilemma, was going to cost a lot with someone else. I think they would probably want to know that, and it would cause them pause. And I think that really is the situation that a pregnant woman is in. She's in a difficult situation. We know from quite a bit of research on the left and the right, it's reported that up to 3 out of 4 women who actually are seeking an abortion say that they would carry the baby to term if their circumstances were different. So, stopping abortion is only one piece of a much more complex issue. What we're looking at here is that women who are in this situation, 3 out of 4 of them, if their circumstances are different, they find another way. What we need to also be doing is removing this solution, if you want to call it that, which costs a life, and surrounding women with the support and resources that they need in order to either carry the baby to term, perhaps not, get out of the circumstances that led to this
Here's
situation.
we have a short amount of time, so let me ask this last question because I think it's important. The law makes an exception for the safety of a woman and also the legal protection for a woman, or at least not getting sued here. You're talking about, but not for rape and incest. And the lawmakers who are drafting this law, was that a point of contention, or were your colleagues on board with that? Because even many pro-life people will say there should be an exception for rape and incest. Are you okay with telling a woman who was raped that she has to have a rapist baby?
You know, this is one of the situations that I think is the most emotional face of this kind of situation. We know that somewhere between 0.5% and 1% of abortions are in the case of rape or incest. It's a very small percentage, but that doesn't make it any less painful. Again, the place you start though with the facts is very important. And the fact is that an abortion, any abortion, kills a baby. It stops the beating heart. And that's the fact that this bill is built around.
A lot of people have a problem with telling a woman whose father fathered her baby that she needs to carry it. But again, thank you so much for taking the time to go through this with us. I appreciate it, Senator Angela.
Thanks for the opportunity.
When we come back, the deadly plane crash and an investigation into the moments before the aircraft slammed into a building. And we've seen so much severe flooding around the world this year, but how do you know if you live in a danger zone? Ginger Z, as this week's It's Not Too Late. But up next, as pandemic cases continue to climb, we'll take a look at the battle over booster shots. That's up next.
So much at stake and so much on the line. Why Americans turn here and no place else. ABC News World News Today. They take war. America's #1 most-watched newscast. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
Hey, babe, these days, what you need to know
Seem to change just about everything.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most-watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for making ABC's This Week Recharge the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week.
Now streaming on ABC News Live 2020. True crime, cinematic, life drama, stunning, unforgettable. Follow the clues. The Hunt, True Crime 2020. Now streaming on ABC News Live. This is what live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. The mysterious boyfriend. What does he eat? What the matter? Tell me everything. He's the chief executive and she's a kid. The White House disposed of me like a piece of trash. And they will do the same to you.
General Motors says it's temporarily suspending nearly all of its production in the U.S. because of the semiconductor chip shortage. The company is putting assembly plants on hold for at least 2 weeks. The chips are used for a variety of critical truck and car parts. And now the latest on the pandemic, the U.S. averaging about 152,000 new COVID cases a day, with about 102,000 patients now hospitalized all across the country. The state of Florida is reporting more than 21,000 new cases in the last 24 hours alone. CDC Director Michelle Walensky also revealing that hospitalizations for children with COVID are more than 4 times higher in states with low vaccination rates. Moderna announced yesterday it has submitted data recommending a third booster shot at least 8 months after the second dose, joining Pfizer and also recommending a third shot. I'm joined now by Dr. Paul Offit, Director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and a member of the FDA Advisory Committee on Vaccines. Dr. Offit, thanks so much for taking the time. Sure. All right, so the FDA has scheduled an advisory committee meeting for later this month on COVID booster shots. What are you looking for to make the case whether or not boosters should be recommended more broadly?
Actually, the Biden administration has declared that there should be a booster dose roughly 8 months later after the second dose for the general population. But we are going to look at that on September 17th in the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. What we're looking at is this vaccine not doing what it's supposed to do? What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to protect against severe critical illness. And to date, all the data that have been presented by the CDC have shown that it's done exactly that. So if the companies from the FDA can make a case that there was no erosion in protection against severe critical disease, and that erosion in protection against severe disease would be mediated or eliminated by a third dose, then we can move forward. But today, we really need to see those data to be able to make that decision.
Well, some critics have said that the White House and the top health officials have gotten really ahead of that and the booster shots when they should be recommended. And do you think the Biden administration has gone too quickly here, or do you think they're right on point?
Right, so the best way to do this is to identify a problem. In this case, the problem would be that there would be an erosion in protection against serious illness. They have a solution to the problem, which is that if you give a third dose, there will be studies that show this, that you can bump up that protection against severe illness, and then the FDA would then consider whether that could be that a 3-dose recommendation, and then the CDC would make that decision about whether or not groups or all groups in the general population should get it. But remember, protection against severe disease is mediated by immunological memory, so-called memory B cells, memory T cells, which tend to be long-lived and frankly not boostable. So we'll see whether or not the data that are presented to the FDA and the CDC are compelling.
As you said, vaccines are still very effective at keeping people out of the hospital, but we heard from the CDC earlier this week that there are signs of vaccine losing some effectiveness, particularly with older people. So how should the average American look at that data that is still safe, the elderly in our society as the shots wane?
Well, again, still protection against severe disease does appear to still be held up. There is a waning of immunity and protection against asymptomatic infection or mild asymptomatic infection associated with a waning in neutralizing antibodies in the circulation. But that would be expected. I mean, what you really hope for with this vaccine is that it can keep you out of the hospital, out of the ICU, and out of the ward. And there doesn't appear to be a significant waning of immunity there. But again, we'll see what data are presented to the FDA Advisory Committee on September 17th.
I know you are still concerned, like so many, about getting more vaccines out to the unvaccinated, but what about breakthrough cases being able to spread the virus? Does that pose a risk to the unvaccinated and give a reason for booster shots to help stop the spread or help keep variants from developing?
Right, that's a great question. I think the term breakthrough is misused. I think breakthrough should be reserved for those who, despite being fully immunized, term breakthrough is misused. I think breakthrough should be reserved for those who, despite being fully immunized, are nonetheless hospitalized. And we were expecting this vaccine to protect against mild illness or asymptomatic infection. We've said wait till time. Otherwise, the question that you're raising is a critical one. If by eliminating those people who are asymptomatic or mild asymptomatically infected by chemotherapy, we will have dramatically reduce the contagiousness of this virus. I'm not so sure that's true. I mean, if you look at countries that have high immunization rates, or you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates with a 2-dose vaccine, it appears that 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection. But again, I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosted or vaccinated. I think if we're really going to go on top of this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Okay, so what we have here, let's talk about children as well. And Pfizer plans, says it plans to submit data at the end of September for trials on children under the age of 12. So many people have been waiting for. What in particular will you be looking for to determine whether those vaccines for young people can go forward? And what do you see as a realistic timeline for younger people being able to get that vaccine?
Right, so when we look at the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee is to make sure, number one, that the vaccine is safe, that we have enough data on children that make us comfortable that that's true, and then also that the vaccine is clearly effective in those age groups, that they have the right dose, that they've done the right dosing studies, and I think once that's in hand, then we would feel comfortable recommending to the FDA that this vaccine could be used in children in that age.
As we see the rising cases and hospitalizations among young children, I think it was over 200,000 in 1 week. Parents, are down sending their kids back to school. How concerned should parents be about in-person learning that is starting again in many cases? And as we head into the colder months, the fall and winter.
Right, I mean, it's confluence of several worries. So as you have a Delta variant, which is clearly more transmissible, you're heading into the winter months where this virus is also more transmissible. It's transmitted by easily in colder, drier climates. And you have a fully susceptible population of children less than 12, and a largely under-vaccinated population, those between 12 and 17, in communities where spread is high. I think that's really worrisome. The only chance you have then in your children who can't otherwise get a vaccine is to make sure everybody's masked, to make sure all the teachers are vaccinated, and that has to happen. And you have to be worried that in some parts of the country there seems to be pushback against that, essentially tying people's hands behind their back with the only weapons that they really have for young children where they can't be vaccinated.
Right. We'll keep everybody safe the best we can. Dr. Paul, a member of the FDA's Vaccine Advisory Committee, among other things. Thanks so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
It's still ahead here on crime. The new charge against the former officer accused of fatally shooting a black motorist. You may remember that she claimed she thought she was using her taser instead of a handgun. The number of assaults committed against law enforcement during the January 6th attack on the Capitol, according to researchers. It may surprise you. And beyond extreme storms now versus 50 years ago, we're going to take a look by the numbers. But first, our tweet of the day, Lil Nas X, with this announcement.
Here we go. Ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? Yeah, so what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What will you do? I guess I just found out. The What Will You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I made it now. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Hey, minute. These days, what you need to know seems to change about everything. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know to help you not just get through your day, but to make the most of it. You're smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
This is so much at stake. Thank you. Seems this week with George, the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week. Welcome back, everyone. We've been showing you those incredible images of record flooding after Hurricane Ida. Well, parts of the West have battled out of control wildfires throughout the summer. So, is this our new normal? Here's a look at an alarming UN report, and they offer some clues. By the numbers, worldwide weather disasters are now striking 4 to 5 times more often than in the 1970s. That's according to United Nations Weather Agency report. And these events are causing 7 times more damage than they did just half a century ago. Specifically, the world averaged about 711 weather disasters a year in the 1970s, but that number jumped to a staggering 3,500 a year in the 2000s. And the cost of weather disasters globally was about $175 billion in the 70s, adjusted for inflation, of course. But over the last decade, the total global cost has exceeded $1.3 trillion. The 5 most expensive weather disasters since the 70s all happened here in the U.S., topped, of course, by Hurricane Katrina in 2005. But there is a bit of good news. While weather disasters appear to be getting worse and even more frequent, they're actually killing fewer people each year. On average, 170 people a day worldwide were killed by weather events during the 70s and 80s, but deaths dropped to about 40 a day in 2010s. Experts say because of better weather warnings and preparedness. And we still have a ton to get to here on Prime. European regulators fined WhatsApp tens of millions of dollars. Can't you know if your home is a flood risk? But first, all of your top trending stories on abcnews.com.
The mysterious boyfriend. What does he live here? Tell me everything. He's the chief executive and she's a kid.
They have multiple federal crimes.
Films out of nowhere. The White House disposed of me like a piece of trash. And they will do the same to you.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Right now, there's so much at stake. Thank you. Seems this week with George, the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week.
This is GMA 3, what you need to know. GMA 3.
The third hour of Good Morning America.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is what was it?
Fine.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
My friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Totally true crime. Cinematic, life drama, stunning. Follow the clues. The haunting true crime. Totally. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow The Dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on Trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
Floodwaters have yet to recede in parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Hours after what was left of Hurricane Ida pushed through the region, counted record amounts of rainfall in a short period of time. 60 deaths in 8 states are now blamed on the storm.
President Biden says going to the governors of New York and New Jersey and speaking to the governor of Pennsylvania to offer the full support of the federal government to wake up tornadoes and record rainfall across the coastline in those states.
Hurricane Ian didn't care with Democrat or Republican. This destruction is everywhere. It's a matter of life and death. We're all in this together.
The president sent deploys on the ground in those states to provide assistance as needed.
The Justice Department says there were over 1,000 instances of assault against federal officers during January 6th riot in the U.S. Capitol. The findings are based on a review of body-worn camera footage. More than 170 individuals so far face charges connected to the insurrection.
The Federal Aviation Administration investigating a small plane crash in Connecticut that killed 4 people. The two were just taking off from the airport plane being headed for North Carolina. They never got to Farmington when the plane came crashing down into a building. No one survived. No one on the ground was injured.
Witnesses here on scene or working reported seeing the plane having trouble shortly after takeoff.
The plane struck a building that makes lasers. The plane was a Cessna business jet with 2 pilots and 2 passengers.
Charges against former Minnesota officer Ken Potter and the death of Dante Wright. The state's AG Keith Ellison adding a charge of first-degree murder in addition to the second-degree manslaughter charge she was already facing. The AG said after conducting a review of the case, he believed Potter acted recklessly while handling a firearm, sparking no charge. But he had video of the traffic stop was able to show the phone victims. This officer yelled taser. Instead, she fatally shot her right. WhatsApp is facing an hefty fine for ignoring the popular messaging service to pay $267 million. The company is accused of breaking the EU's data privacy law by not telling its millions of users how it was sharing their data with its parent company, Facebook. WhatsApp's EU headquarters is in Ireland. The ruling came after an investigation launched in 2018. Reportedly, this is the largest fine of its kind, second to Amazon. WhatsApp says it plans to appeal. They swore they'd never get back together. They were wrong. Swedish pop sensation ABBA announcing a new album called Voyage. They're releasing 2 new songs, Don't Shut Me Down and ballad I Still Have Faith in You. The foursome, now in their 70s, will also hold a series of concerts next spring, performing digitally via avatars in London, all their hits like Waterloo and Mamma Mia.
It is not a version of or copy of what we're intending to do. It is actually that.
ABBA's last single came in 1982. Voyage will be released this November.
Many are calling this the summer of the flood. Those along the Gulf Coast and the Northeast certainly experienced that firsthand this week. But how do you know if you were at risk? Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z has a special edition of It's Not Too Late.
Ginger Z and It's Not Too Late. For tonight, we're right in front of a gaping hole in the road, a bridge that collapsed in all flooding here in generous New Jersey, and from New Jersey and New York, Connecticut, back to Louisiana. I think millions of Americans learned with Ida, not only is flash flooding life-changing, but it happened in a flash and can happen to you. Also, climate change is amplifying these new extremes. With more humans and more humans building into nature, that fragile interface between weather extremes and the comfort of our home is becoming more frequent battlefield. In Southwest New York, the impact of Ida were as bad or worse than Superstorm Sandy. I recently went to a place that was devastated back in Sandy in 2012. So this is where your home stood.
Yes, exactly.
Joe Tyrone lived it during Superstorm Sandy.
But here you're seeing severe damage to the house. It is just a super powerhouse, and it's flooded almost the entire area. It's not pretty much a field, trees across the area. Flooding inside, a catastrophic storm.
We're on your property, but there were homes lined up where this field is now.
That's all of those for the most part. When I first looked at it, I said, wow, this is like America. Colorado, a great area, and my tenants always love to live here.
Well, it is middle America, right next to a giant body of water. The transit is right there. He was one of hundreds in Staten Island that lost their home in San Diego.
I had no idea I was looking for after the storm. What do I do? I want to fix it and re-rent it, put someone else at risk. And I didn't want to sell it and put someone else at risk. I learned everything I had to say. He said, well, I can't do this stuff. And then I just went and applied it. I learned everything about my was just stuck in there.
Joe was part of one of the biggest post-storm buyouts in history. That means that he got reimbursed for the full value of his home.
I get federal money. It's run by the state. So that's how we're going to go out. It's a little bit complicated, but I'm here for this is the other place I've done that.
Since then, he's led a push for more transparency, saying that people really need to know if a home that they're going to buy has a shot at flooding. When you go to buy a car, I think about the commercial. Carfax. You get all the information. Homes don't have that history.
That's amazing. And I'll tell you that they said that at that time. Exactly why is that there are Carfax before houses. As a realtor for over 20 years, I believe that bring a lot of value to any transaction. So to me, it makes perfect sense for us to be the gatekeepers there as far as flood disclosures.
Come with me, because I think we need to understand this a bit more. You see the fragmites and the marsh here, and it's hard to imagine that this street, the street next to it, and streets on over had several homes before Sandy. Now, First Street Foundation, a nonprofit organization, has found that 14.6 million American properties are at risk of flood, but 6 million of those don't make it on FEMA standards maps. You're saying that we're talking about inland to inland, that places that you wouldn't think about, and that's what your research found.
Yeah, and I talk about elevations too, and mountain areas, places that it's like northwest, places that people can never really know. They have something to call this the friendly side thing. I can see and I think it's something to people who just never really experience this kind of travel before.
The First Street Foundation does something that FEMA doesn't when they assess whether or not a particular property is going to flood. They include climate change.
The RCP 4.5 curve, kind of a little bit curve, not the most dramatic, not the least. I'm trying to give a sense of how that risk is changing over time. Something like heavy rainstorms are just becoming more frequent. They're not becoming necessarily any more violent, but they're happening over time more.
FEMA says you need flood insurance in a flood-prone area because most homeowners' policies don't cover it. There is a government-run flood insurance program, but it is far from perfect.
So we have little essentially subsidizing very, very, very wealthy people right now. Because
Good news, that's about to change with something called Risk Rating 2.0.
they do a much better job of creating everybody job there. They look like the other politics terribly. More valuable I think what they should and higher value than they should.
We're about a block and a half or so from the water, so raising your home, I don't know, 12 feet or so, probably not a bad idea. FEMA says that even 1 inch of water can do $25,000 of damage. And just because you aren't in one of those high-risk areas doesn't mean you can't have a serious flood. But many of you watching might be saying, I don't have enough money to buy a home. It is not in most Americans' plan to do that. So what about renters? Well, it turns out that lower income neighborhoods tend to have higher burdens when it comes to climate change. Griffith's own research has found that flooding is worse in neighborhoods that have been historically redlined. And when a black, brown, or poor white town is hit by a storm, they struggle to recover. Even if you think you're one of those places that just doesn't flood, think again.
99% of the counties in the United States that experience any form of shelter for folks across the nation that will appreciate the flood risk that they face. They want to think about what happens to them.
Here's the good news, renter or buyer, if there's minimal flood factor. And so being at what level or what number do you start to go?
We need to find a kind of you don't want to see it much enough. Anything above that, you start to get just a pretty severe risk of experiencing that one like a real thing. That doesn't mean I was thinking about that you're going to be experiencing some pretty heavy flooding over the next 15 or 30 years.
And for high-risk Cocoa Beach, they are at an 8. And when I get back from natural disasters, people always ask me, well, why do they stay? Why do they rebuild if they know that's possible there? Because it's home. So is there a way that we can use sustainable building, that we can use the information we have to stay safe, but also to be home? I think we can. And it's not too late.
Ginger, thank you. Before we go tonight, the image of the day for you. And it happened in Center City, Philadelphia. A man with his beer floating down one of the busiest streets in America. What some might consider an extremely unusual act after some undeniably extreme weather. Some undeniably dirty one. That's our show for this hour. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Feat.LaaLaa. Thanks for streaming with us. And coming up in the next hour, we are staying on top of a few things, including the aftermath of those surreal and deadly floods in the Northeast, and why Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic has been grounded. Stay with us.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
I don't even know it's true.
I live with him.
Mr. President, Mino codes have sexual relations with that woman.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow The Dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know?
To help you not just get from your day,
But to make the most of it.
get smarter, get better.
And happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened. I'm not guilty.
My fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion. And things are really tough. You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. This is what we live is This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by using the option.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
My friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
This morning on World News Channel, Nina's draft video coming in of the national amounts of water rushing into people's homes. In New Jersey, this flood caving in, barely missing man as he walked in his already flooded basement. The temperature rising, devastating floods and tornadoes that tore up rapid destruction throughout the Northeast. Many barely making it out alive, many areas still struggling to dry out.
In Louisiana, desperation growing, nearly 1 billion people without electricity days after Hurricane Ida struck and water scarce. real life law.
Your balance, the balance.
Or that Biden heading to New Orleans to survey the damage.
GM and Ford are halting production while assembly lines are temporarily shutting down over supply chain problems halfway around the world.
And halting labor just ahead of the Labor Day weekend. Why this is the best holiday weekend ever. It's really these television shows that jam out. The hottest movies.
And in the city, dancing from the weekend, the artist surprised and released a racy reboot of one of his biggest hit videos.
And here they go again. The big announcement from one of the hottest bands from the 70s. ABBA is about to do for the first time in 40 years. It's Friday, September 3rd.
They could all use a little new music this weekend. It was otherwise a hectic week. Faith Roubaix with us from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, make it okay. I made it okay, but we're devastated weekend to be here. But you know, everybody is getting through it. So that's
How's your community?
it was good. No complaints. I mean, it was weird seeing all these cars abandoned on the highway, but yeah, it's great just being here on the ground.
And that's actually where we begin with the deadly flooding for the remnants of Hurricane Ida right here in the Northeast.
Yeah, first off, that stunning video. Take a look again. From a home in New Jersey, the man walking through his family's already flooded basement. And 10 minutes later, the entire wall, you see right there in that video, collapsing, floodwater rushing in. Only his mother, dad, and 3 brothers all rescued. From Maryland to Connecticut, officials say at least 46 people lost their lives in the storm and flooding that followed.
The Philadelphia Schuylkill River crested just below record level, which was set in 1869. The flooding blamed for widespread problems across the city. The National Guard now helping with rescues. Here's more from ABC's Dan Lieberman.
In New York City Central Park, Father Tasker Brown scooping water in his flooded car. Wednesday night, swimming through the floodwaters, carrying his 8-month-old boy to safety. NYPD releasing these images, rescuing a delivery driver from the floodwaters in Manhattan. But many others were not so lucky, as historic floods ripped through the region. The remnants of Hurricane Ida merging with a front to produce a first-time ever flash flood emergency for all 5 boroughs of New York City. Images flooding in from underground. The entire New York City subway system forced to shut down. Above ground, the bus passenger standing in the seat to avoid the water, stranded cars, and water rescues. In Woodbury, Connecticut, a state trooper killed and swept away by the floodwaters Wednesday night. And in New Jersey, at least 25 homes in Logan Hill destroyed after a tornado struck with winds with 135 miles per hour. So far, 7 confirmed tornadoes in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And this image taken from a bridge heading into Pennsylvania, showing a possible tornado. Dramatic scenes of both rescues happening in Philadelphia. Speaking of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia officials warning that flooding is still a major concern as rivers, creeks, and streams continue to overflow. Rescues are ongoing this morning. Officials warning that this is still a very major threat to the region. Andrew, Dave.
Thank you. So we're entering the Labor Day holiday weekend, and millions of Americans are in the road. The unofficial end of summer is here. And so we want to check your forecast from Kevin Cosgrave. What have you heard, Kevin?
Good morning, Frank. A lot of cleaning up to do here in the Northeast from the flooding and the wind damage. In Friday and Saturday, some great weather to do it in. We've got some rain returning though for Sunday, spotty showers and storms that finish off the weekend, and that will last over Labor Day too. Anytime in the West, it's all about the wildfires, and it's going to stay dry out there. It's going to stay smoky too. Unhealthy air for many of us in the Great Basin, Northern California, and I will spend more time inside this weekend in those areas. Anytime on the Gulf Coast, also cleaning up from Ida. The weather does a little bit hot, but not too stormy. That new faith.
Yeah, thank you. Nearly a million are still without power 5 days after Hurricane Ida devastated Louisiana.
And President Biden is heading there today. He's commanding the release of extra fuel from the nation's reserves to ensure a steady supply. And at least 4 nursing home residents have died. 3 of those deaths were storm-related. They were among hundreds taken to the warehouse right out next door. More than 700 had to be rescued. ABC's Ellie Lopez has one.
Days after Ida battered southern Louisiana, desperation is deepening. A scramble for basic necessities.
We're down to the rescue right now. We need ice. You know, I have no electricity. We're badly surviving through the sea.
The sweltering heat, fueled with 102 degrees, unbearable for those standing in long lines. Cars waiting for hours for gas. Nearly a million customers are still without power across Louisiana and Mississippi.
Many of the people here do not have power. They don't have running water. They are waiting in line for bottles of water and meals. This line stretches all the way to the main highway. No water. They're out there helping out there.
And for many, like twin sisters Rosamund Bridget Serene, seeing what's left behind for the first time is overwhelming.
Everybody's gonna be sick. We're gonna be insane. But we still have a house. Yeah.
The race to restore power continues here in Louisiana. In New Orleans, they don't know when power will be back on until damage assessments are done. Those will be finalized. But in the Baton Rouge area, they expect the power for the most part to be back online in less than a week. Alvin Lopez, ABC News, Louisiana. And the man who became the face of the January 6th insurrection in the U.S. Capitol was set to plead guilty today to some of the 6 federal charges against him. The so-called QAnon shaman Jacob Chamberlain was among the first to reach the Senate chamber, and that's what prosecutors say he left a threatening note to former Vice President Mike Pence. Chamberlain's lawyer claims he has sent to Trump and the conspiracy theory movement.
Okay, so the parents of a newborn in Scotland may be wondering if there's a vaccine for ghosts.
Well, they claim these baby monitor pictures to prove they're living with ghosts in their house in the mom's and grandparents' old house, rather, and they believe the images were those grandparents actually visiting the baby.
Yeah, I bought it, but home security experts say not so much. They believe the images are most likely what's called backscatter, which is basically a fancy way of saying dust on camera lens reflecting ambient light. I don't know though. I mean,
So the creepy thing for me about the story is if you look at the video, you can see what looks like an arm reaching into the crib. Grandparents say it looks like the arm is caressing the baby as the baby was asleep.
all I'm saying is I've never seen dust this way.
Look at that.
All right, coming up, a plane crashes into a building in Connecticut.
Plus, the GM and Ford on idle with a supply chain problem overseas that's forced the 2 U.S. automakers to halt production here at home.
And later, the skating after Jays and Pins and Hyde, the big announcement finally from ABBA, what the band is about to do for the first time in 4 decades. You're watching World News Now.
And then, these days, what you need to know.
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make it one day. Feel smarter.
feel better.
And happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
World News Now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to check it out? And what to expect in the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All photos to get you to date.
Let's talk about OnlyFans. OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots. Anyone can come in and we round for the blocks of liberty on OnlyFans are this one. Bella Ford in 24 hours and she made $1 million.
So you didn't love me, or you made me
OnlyFans, sexy, exclusively on Hulu.
Those are the very close to. Instant affair.
section of relations with them. All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? Welcome to YouTube. I guess I just found out. The Welcome YouTube Marathon. 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live. I think you know. This is live 2020 true progress. Live progress. Follow the clues. The hunt. True program 2020. This is live.
Four people are dead after a small jet crashed into a building near Hartford, Connecticut. Everyone aboard the plane, 2 passengers, 2 pilots, died. 2 workers inside the building were injured but are expected to be okay. The plane crashed shortly after takeoff and it may have had engine trouble. The FAA and NTSB are investigating.
And next, the sound of silence from some of the biggest automakers in the world.
The companies, including General Motors and Ford, are cutting production because they have out computer chips in their new vehicles. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants are paused, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we've got the chips that are shorting what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're going to have this stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, they get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options aren't even being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832. The supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned, with prices up 29% from a year ago. So how all of this lasts, some experts believe will be feeling the effects through all of next year.
The FAA is surrounding Richard Branson and the Virgin Galactic crew, at least for now. The agency is investigating why Branson's rocket ship veered off course, returning from its historic July mission to the edge of space. That flight plan evasion put the rocket outside the air traffic control clearance area. The company insists those on board were never in danger.
All right, stick with us because when we come back, a big announcement from Apple.
And the child of a Hollywood power couple that left about being the most rich kid was getting the next.
Talk about OnlyFans and Instagram, but for more, OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots. Anyone can come in with the ground floor, serving market.
Lots of work doing OnlyFans are this one.
I look forward in 24 hours if she made $1 million. You didn't love me, bring me OnlyFans. 76 exclusively on Hulu. There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
With him.
Mr. President, have section of relations with them.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow The Dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on Trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after, our world forever changed.
It's just praying.
Would you say to God?
Please give us connections.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
Sorry, I just got like chills. The women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
Life trauma, true crimes, life trauma, stunning, unforgettable, full of clues, the hunt, true crime, 2020, Mino live.
I know what happened, but I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Here they go again. It's a real this time.
I thought you were going to sing it.
That's the extent of my singing here.
Alright, so after rolling high, fresh high over the past week, and dropping hits all over social media, ABBA has now made it official. The 17th Swedish pop band has announced their first studio album in 40 years.
So after disbanding back in 1982, the band is now set to release their 9th studio album on November 5th. Voyage features 10 tracks, including this single that just posted to YouTube titled I Still Have Faith in You.
I like the play there.
Also announced a set of virtual hologram concerts at a specially built venue in London's Olympic Park. So Betty, Bjorn, Annie, and Agatha will appear in digital form, accompanied by a 10-piece live band, and those performances are set to start next May. I think this is kind of a picture too, for this holograms.
Right.
I think it was Michael Jackson, right? It was like a version of holograms. Yeah.
Wow. So, just so we're clear, that's new things, right?
Yeah.
They look really good. They look really, really good. Alright, so let's talk about another thing here. Musical surprise from the weekend.
Yeah, 6 years after the release, 6 years after the release of his smash hit, Can't Feel My Face, the 3-time Grammy Award winner has given that video a reboot.
And he's now treating fans to a brand new alternative video to accompany that song, while the original features the weekend performing to a small audience in a hotel lounge. The new version actually features the couple as the throes of a wild
When I Can't Feel My Face was released back in 2015, it hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 and charted for 41 weeks. I specifically remember when this song came out because I was abroad for a couple of weeks, and this song was on every single radio station.
And I remember this, I had to deal with that.
And here we are, 6 years later, and the music video is getting a reboot. And that's what keeping up with our surprises theme here. We are getting ready for a head turner for one of our favorite comedians.
Seth Rogen, he's held on to his timeless look for quite some time now, sporting his signature tussle of red brown locks with a marathon match.
Now, we know that he's been letting his natural gray show through, and now brace yourself, because the star has unveiled his new ultra natural look. Look at that. He's buzz cut, trim beard, clear specs, putting his piercing brown eyes front and center.
Okay, so get the
Recognize him.
right. Well, he captured this photo on his social media page. New hair, same over look.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next the stars. They're just like us, especially if by us you mean not getting any of them.
Yeah, of course they're like that. So Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, just spilled the beans in a YouTube interview that growing up in a Hollywood household apparently wasn't all that.
And the 31
richest broke kid. Hanks also confessed that while he never wished for different parents, he does wish his childhood had been a little bit more anonymous. I mean, it's hard when your dad's Academy Award winner.
Yeah, but he didn't have money in his pocket, but he was living, very comfortable. The best meal, the best house, right?
And finally, the curtain has gone up on the big white way.
Musicals returned to Broadway last night, ending the longest shutdown in Broadway history. 18 months they were gone. Now they're reopening with Waitress and Hadestown.
So for audiences, vaccinations and masks are mandatory, but not for the actors. And both those shows were sold out, showing that New York is on its way back, starting from.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do we know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, currency. How do you not have sexual relation to that?
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, currency. How do you not have sexual relation to that?
Move up to the vehicle. That makes it all.
The heroes who stopped the killer, who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days. To transpire as definite clues, the Home Depot video, that truck, and the agent who connected the dots. It was exactly the vehicle that we were looking for inside the investigation. And radar got the takedown of the bomber. It's streaming up.
You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we can do. Let's go. How are you?
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just start that. The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drawback of Elizabeth Holmes on trial wherever you get your podcasts. ABC News Live 2020 True Crime. Cinematic life trauma. Stunning. Follow for clues. The Hunt. True Crime 2020. ABC News Live.
We all work hard for the money, and this is when we get to celebrate the fruits of our labor.
Complimenting our Labor Day weekend cookouts and entertainment home parties with a photo crop of brand new movies, television shows, music, and so much more. So our own little dance is here with this weekend right now. Well,
She does work hard for the money, let me tell you. Guys, Drake's brand new album came out a little trivial moments ago, but I believe we squeezed it in here because we had something else have to stick together. Just like the three unlikely neighbors and my new favorite show on Hulu.
Very strong chance the killer is the musical superstar Stick.
The guy from YouTube.
Even if the pop culture conversation doesn't always translate, millennials and boomers both will enjoy both murders in the building. A whodunit starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. The new series on Hulu dropping its first 3 episodes to binge just in time for Labor Day.
Sounds like an accident.
Or how about an afternoon at the movies? How are you? Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings out in theaters this morning, starring Simu Liu and Aquafina.
We make a good team.
The Marvel and martial arts matchup.
Yeah.
Holly Porter plays the fairy godmother in a brand new retelling of Cinderella, starring Camila Cabello.
Yes, I was just crying and thinking about it 2 minutes ago.
And as we approach the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, Court on Netflix out today, starring Michael Keaton, tells the true story of an attorney faced with the task of determining how to compensate families who suffered losses that fateful day. Or maybe you're just looking to jam out on that one last drive to the beach this Labor Day weekend. Well, there's lots of new music dropping this morning. Lady Gaga's album Dawn of Chromatica out today, featuring remixes of her hits from Blood Pop and others. And Drake's highly anticipated 6th studio album, Certified Lover Boy, out today too. Drake's mom also excited. The rapper sharing a heartfelt note from his mom, which says in part, "With each new album, my heart skips a beat. Being your mother has been my life's greatest treat." Drake's mom dropping some rhymes as well this morning. One last TV recommendation for you all, though. Feat. is the #1 trending show on Netflix in the U.S. right now. It's very spooky, very dark, about a family man abducted in a crime with a sinister online twist. But there are more plot twists than you know what to do with in this series. The whole thing is streaming on Netflix now as well, guys.
Hey, it's been interesting watching the memes about who did it. No one knows.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
I just met my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, have sexual relations with that woman.
I know what happened.
Like the fascination with criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, have sexual relations with that woman.
This morning on the world news now, the Northeast recovering from Ida's destructive force.
Many areas are still drying out from the deadly flash flooding and record rainfall. President Biden headed to Louisiana today to survey the catastrophic damage left behind by the monster hurricane.
Also this morning, the growing fallout from that Supreme Court ruling banning functional abortions in Texas. President Biden calling it an unprecedented assault on women's rights.
Plus, armed and dangerous. We're taking a deep dive into the underground world of organized arm wrestling. There are all again. Learn a lot from New York City's reigning pianos.
And later, from arm wrestling to handstands by skunks, the growing species that's being billed as the acrobats of their kind. That's later in the mix. It's Friday, September 3rd. And there is so much that you need to know know, heading into the Labor Day weekend, so we are going to begin to dry out and the cleanup going on across the Northeast following that epic rain from what was left of Hurricane Ida. Crews are still removing abandoned cars from roads that were flooded from Maryland all the way to Connecticut. The death toll from the storm and its flooding is up to at least 46 people.
And take a look at this. This was the scene in Raleigh, New Jersey, a house exploding hours after its residents evacuated because of flooding. The home was destroyed, several others were damaged, one person was injured, and stories like that have been coming in since the rain stopped falling.
This huge story of heroism and tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, a state trooper is among the people who did not survive.
He's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Holmes was checking on conditions in Woodbury when three rivers come together. Floodwater swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Bill received a emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he was in distress. That was the last they heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died when water filled homes in Wall Street and the local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater with the Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saying 835 subway passengers had to be rescued, and nearly 500 vehicles across the state abandoned.
Cars are stuck.
In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. The cars were seen pulling down the street in Madison, another person standing in the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds lost the water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as this overpass, flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear moving failed. Here's what the expressway probably looks like. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and we really expect these types of things to happen. You know, we're in a big building like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
These very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, which is decreasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling amount of how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warned about Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flat flood watch back on Monday. The intense rainfall proved to be too much for the local infrastructure.
But in reality, there was once the 100-year flood. The flood that had about a 1% chance of happening in a given year isn't the 100-year flood anymore.
And all that rain coming down in the Northeast was from Wednesday night into yesterday morning, but some rivers aren't expected to crest for another few days.
Investigators in Philadelphia are looking into why a building collapsed last night. At least 2 people were rescued at the scene. A man and a woman, both in their late 60s, were taken to the hospital with unknown injuries. It's unclear if the city's extreme flooding had anything to do with the collapse.
And President Biden heads to hurricane-ravaged Louisiana today. He will survey the damage there and meet with state and local officials. At least 4 nursing home patients have died. 3 of those deaths are storm-related. They were among hundreds sent to a warehouse to run out that storm. The investigation is now underway. And much of New Orleans remains in the dark this morning after that storm. This as the state faces critical shortages, including gas, food, and
President Biden and First Lady visited wounded warriors at Walter Reed National Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. This comes 1 week after 13 U.S. service members were killed during a terror attack at Kabul's International Airport. At least 20 others were injured. 15 Marines injured in that attack are now receiving treatment at Walter Reed. 1 is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and 11 are stable. The names of the injured have not yet been released.
well, reaction to the Supreme Court's refusal to block the Texas law banning most abortions has been swift and strong. President Biden is among those slamming that ruling, and now he's directed the administration to ensure women in Texas will have access to the health care they need. ABC's Rachel Scott has details.
24 hours after after the nation's toughest anti-choice law went into effect, doctors and advocates we spoke to say abortions in Texas have all but stopped.
We've already had to turn women away. We have to deny abortions. Yeah, that's right. At this Planned Parenthood Center in Houston, Dr. Bob and Kumar normally performs between 20 to 30 abortions a day.
Since the new law, he's only seen 6 patients and have to turn half of them away.
Just yesterday, I saw somebody who thought she was earlier in pregnancy, she was crying. And we began to explore options and think through the logistics of if she would be able to go and stay for the care that she needed.
The new law bans abortions after about the 6th week of pregnancy, before most women even know they're pregnant. In fact, abortion rights activists tell us nearly 90% of women seeking abortions here are past their 6th week. Part of what makes this law so unique is that it simply ties as private citizens to sue anyone who aids and abets an unlawful abortion, from doctors who perform them to drivers who take women to the clinic. Those citizens could then collect a bounty of at least $10,000. The Supreme Court refused to put the law on hold as legal challenges were prevailed in the system, even though the justices found serious questions about its constitutionality. 5 conservative justices voted to let it go forward anyway, saying there are complex and novel procedural reasons why it could not be blocked at this stage. 4 justices, including conservative Chief Justice John Roberts, dissenting. Justice Sotomayor calling the majority's decision stunning, calling the law flagrantly unconstitutional. Now most women seeking abortions in Texas are forced to travel to other states. This clinic in neighboring Oklahoma usually schedules appointments for 15 women a day. Since the law in Texas, that number has more than doubled.
For a 5 to 10 minute procedure to drive 600 miles in the middle of a pandemic. It's cruel.
President Biden called that law extreme, but at this point, there's very little the president can do about it. The fact is, there's a conservative majority on the bench. Former President Donald Trump was able to appoint 3 justices to the bench, and this week, all 3 of those justices were in favor of letting that law go forward. Rachel Scott, ABC News, Houston, Texas.
Rachel, thank you. So, a handsome young police officer in New York City has been generating lots of buzz on social media lately.
Yeah, so this video of the department's newly appointed head lead bird detective, Robert Travis, who will be known as the Beehive, from a life pool near Times Square went viral earlier this week. And a little on the whole website, Sooners took to their comment section to voice their undying love and admiration for the 39-year-old uniform heartthrob.
One admirer writing, "Be still, my beating heart." And I don't know why I know this, but apparently Travis is single and he lives alone with his dog upstate.
A lot of people were asking for their friends. So thanks for
Coming to a niche profile near here. Okay, coming up, the fiery space rocket explosion over Southern California.
Plus, some very arms, how arm wrestling is muscling in as one of the hottest organized sports.
The first item strikes a deadly blow to the Northeast. The expert do and don't about dealing with flash flooding, both in your car and inside your home. You're watching World News Now.
Infinity. These days, what you need to know.
See the change is not everything.
What is it you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good flavor?
TV 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
We've been through another week together.
We tell all our patients how much their love to leave their hands.
David, we're showing our confident support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this. All right, get ready. That's the joy. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. And now this is what we can do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? every Saturday on ABC News Live.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. I don't even know it's true. I've been in love with him.
Was President Mino girls have sexual relations with that woman?
I know what happened, but I'm not guilty.
My fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this. It's the time of suspicion. It makes it really tough.
You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the biggest miracles in October.
Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
Back now, an unfortunate scene from the sky above California. Take a look here. An unmanned rocket carrying a small satellite exploded moments after launch. The 95-foot tall rocket was the first launch attempt by a private company called Firefly Aerospace.
Turning news, the devastation across the Northeast from the remnants of Hurricane Ida.
Record amounts of rain overwhelmed cities from Virginia all the way to New England, killing more than 40 people.
The scene unfolded in Patterson, New Jersey, and New York City declared its first ever flash flood emergency, catching so many city dwellers by surprise. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That's nightmares that become reality for millions this week. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Matt Gunn has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
Perfect. Take your seat for the walk. Next thing, roll down the window. If you do need some braking, the window's not going down. You can even use a headrest to smash it. Always hit the corner of your window, okay? Next thing, seatbelt. You want to roll down the window as quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. Climb out onto this roof.
Say stay as long as possible, but if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim with calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shop vac.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's going to flood the area you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines to those areas as well. And you really want to think about your personal protective equipment. That water can have bacteria in it. It can have sewage basically in the water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. There's some life-saving tips. And what we're going to say when we cover these stories, these extreme weather events, it sneaks up on you and it happens so quick.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of people are going to have a lot to clean up for the next few weeks.
Okay, coming up, competitive arm wrestling. That's right. We are taking a ride on the wild side into this underground sport that's quickly making gains in popularity.
Plus, one little boy's the best birthday ever. What is Andy Daddy? Those from the swashbuckling 4-year-olds who made their day. If you're watching, well, just now. OnlyFans is a massive
critical part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots, getting money coming on the ground floor, serving money.
Honestly, they're doing OnlyFans currently.
That was the word. In the next 24 hours, she made $1 million. Being as wealthy, pretty maybe. OnlyFans, 76 exclusively.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
I don't even know if it's true.
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you're a woman. You have sexual relations with him.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drawback. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after, our world forever changed.
But it's just praying.
What'd you say to God?
Please give this ridiculous.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things, miracles made of.
Sorry, I just got like chills. The women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, and more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News world news tonight with TV war. America's #1 force watching newscast. Now streaming on ABC News Live. Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for making ABC's This Week George. But no Sunday morning news show versus the competition. Welcome to This Week.
Welcome back to the Go Show. Are you trying to grab a title in the growing world of organized arm wrestling?
I'm trying. Well, if you're surprised to hear that, then that's actually a thing. And we were really surprised to hear. So, of course, we had to send our own little hands to check it out.
Kids, you better put those guns away.
I was thinking, we are simply
We're being introduced to studios closed months and to get creative with their workouts, you guys, which is why arm wrestling, which some people say can run up to 1,500 calories per session, became so popular. We went to sweat it out for ourselves. There are and those biceps are definitely dangerous. Welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal group fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms, yeah, that's her real title, taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
We're gonna have to look at that.
Not the vibe?
Not the vibe.
All right, let's do this.
So go in.
Headbands, no, but rolls and biceps, yeah, big time. We're twins. People are gonna think we're twins. These custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you hit your opponent.
These tables can go for like, for a decent one, like $30 to $100. Yeah, if you want a really nice one, professional one, I can only imagine.
Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we found out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym.
With that, it's the whole exercise that I focus on. I even do training. Very important to have a strong wrist. If someone thinks your wrist, that's it.
But in this sport, there's no such thing as beginner's luck.
When we first started, we didn't have this really
You gotta try. Leave it all on the table.
Would you like to kick my ass at wrestling on national television?
All right. I know, girl. We all know how this is gonna go, Alexandra. Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. Okay, so there's even an app called Armband that allows arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has the special skills and get to a match or two. It's like the Tinder of arm wrestlers, but without the romance. I always thought the first rule of underground arm wrestling was not to talk about. The birds are just put it on national TV, I guess. But it really was, and so much to work out. See how it's sweaty. You gotta do it all on.
Those that we're not very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true?
Mr. President, you know, it's sexual relationship to that.
Hey, babe, these days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good glamour?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what people live is all about.
Find
This is ABC News Live.
So
my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the trial back with Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
The vehicle that makes it home.
The heroes who stopped a killer held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days.
Tripwire.
The Home Depot video, that truck, and the agent who connected the dots.
It was exactly what we were looking for.
Inside the investigation, when they contacted takedown of the mama and street on Hulu.
Get ready. Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're doing. Let's go. How are you? We'll be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live.
I guess I'm just right now.
What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the biggest heroes starting up.
Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
And now for the mix, starting with X, working the spot.
Let it smack in the middle of a backyard in West Yorkshire, England. We're gonna play house for a skateboard. This lucky boy who got a nice pirate ship for his 4th birthday.
So check this out. The ship features a drawbridge, a cannon, and even a treasure map.
This was intense. The ship was built by the boy's imperial father. Of course, it helps that his father actually runs his own timber business, so he knows his roots.
That is so cool. I mean, Dad of the Year award.
Right?
Really favorite here.
It's really good too. Alright, so finally, handstand hijinks by skunks.
Now, they're not just any skunks. The feisty little rodent species called the spotted skunk has a unique way of scaring off potential predators, not pressing them, but doing handstands.
Yeah, to make themselves a little bigger, they bounce up onto their forelimbs, take down their hind limbs, and then
Open next.
It's the Molly B Opening Party. Live streamed every Tuesday night at youtube.com/LollyB.
There was a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, do you know a woman Lewinsky? How can one have sexual relations with that woman?
Let's talk about OnlyFans and Instagram. What for more? OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Saving money on the ground floor. And a lot of celebrities join OnlyFans are personal. Bella Thorne, in 24 hours, she made $1 million. So you didn't love me, or you made me fat? OnlyFans. Selling sexy exclusive. This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3, the third hour of the November. It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
This is the testimony of Mr.Bones, the Stanford dropout who appeared poised to change the world, but didn't.
Her Alfred Grace was spectacular.
Elizabeth is quietly going to trial.
This case will probably go down in Silicon Valley history.
But to this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. If history is any indication, Elizabeth Holmes is not going down without a fight. Follow the dropout, Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, with so much on the line, more Americans are turning to ABC's World News Tonight and their program across all on television.
This morning on World News Channel, it is fast. Video coming in from the taxi amounts of water rushing into people's homes. New Jersey, this small community is barely missing a man as he walked in his already flooded basement. The death toll rising, devastating floods and tornadoes that tore up a track of destruction throughout the Northeast. Many barely making it out alive, many areas still struggling to dry out.
In Louisiana, desperation growing. Nearly a million people without electricity days after Hurricane Ida struck. That water scarce, fuel lines are long.
Your bad is the line of the basement.
President Biden heading to New Orleans to survey the damage.
GM Ford halting production while assembly lines are temporarily shutting down over supply chain problems halfway around the world.
And Halton Labor comes just ahead of the Labor Day weekend. Why this is one of the best holiday weekends ever. It's re-released television shows at JLL. Time for honest reviews.
And in the city, new music
surprise and release a racy reboot of one of his biggest hit videos.
And here they go again. The big announcement for one of the hottest bands from the 70s. Feat.LaaLaa is about to do for the first time in 40 years. It's Friday, September 3rd.
This is
I think we could all use a little new music this weekend after what was otherwise a hectic week. Faith and Mube is with us from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, made it okay. I made it okay. Well, what a devastating weekend to be here, but everybody is getting through it. So that's
How's your community?
oh, it was good. No complaints. I mean, it was weird seeing all these cars abandoned on the highway, but yeah, it's crazy just being on the ground.
And that's actually where we begin with the deadly flooding, the remnants of Hurricane Ida right here in the Northeast.
Yeah, first off, that stunning video, take a look again. From a home in New Jersey, the man walking through his family's already flooded basement. And then seconds later, the entire wall, you see right in that video, collapsing, floodwater rushing in. The boy, his mother, dad, and three brothers all rescued from Maryland to Connecticut. Officials say at least 46 people lost their lives in the storm and flooding that followed.
Philadelphia Schuylkill River crested just below record level, which was set in 1869. The flooding blamed for widespread problems across the city. The National Guard now helping with rescues. Here's more from ABC's Dan Lieberman.
in New York City's Central Park, Father Tasker drowned, swimming water in his flooded car. Wednesday night, swimming through the floodwaters, carrying his 8-month-old boy to safety. Releasing these images, rescued a delivery driver from the floodwaters in Manhattan. But many others were not so lucky, as historic floods ripped through the region. The remnants of Hurricane Ida urging for the front to produce a first time ever flash flood emergency for all 5 boroughs of New York City.
should be clear to the government that UT are submitting these to is unreliable and rated by all races society.
Images flooding in from underground. The entire New York City subway system forced to shut down. On the ground, a bus passenger standing in the seat to avoid the water, stranded cars, and water rescues. In Woodbury, Connecticut, a state trooper killed, swept away by the floodwaters Wednesday night. In New Jersey, at least 25 homes in Milliken Hill destroyed after a tornado struck with winds of 135 miles per hour. So far, 7 confirmed tornadoes in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And this image taken from a bridge heading into Pennsylvania showed the possible tornado. The dramatic scenes of both rescues happening in Philadelphia. Speaking of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia officials warning that flooding is still a major concern as rivers, creeks, and streams continue to overflow. Rescues ongoing this morning. Officials warning that this is still a very major threat to the region. Andrew, Faith.
Yeah, thank you. So we're entering the Labor Day holiday weekend, and millions of Americans are hitting the road. The unofficial end of summer is here. As we want to check your forecast from Kevin Cosgrave with AccuWeather. Kevin?
Good morning, Faith. A lot of cleaning up to do here in the Northeast from the flooding and the wind damage. And Friday and Saturday, some great weather to do it in. We get some rain returning though for Sunday, spotty showers and storms eventually on the weekend. And after the last of the Labor Day too. Anytime in the West, it's all about the wildfires, and it's going to stay dry out there. It's going to stay smoky too. Unhealthy air for many of us in the Great Basin, Northern California. I'm going to spend more time inside this weekend in those areas. Meantime, on the Gulf Coast, also cleaning up from Ida. The weather gets a little bit hot, but not too slippery. Back to you, Faith and April.
Kevin, thank you. Nearly a million are still without power 5 days after Hurricane Ida devastated Louisiana.
And President Biden is heading there today. He's commanding the release of extra fuel from the nation's reserves to ensure a steady supply. And at least 4 nursing home residents have died. 3 of those deaths were storm-related. They were among hundreds taken to a warehouse to ride out that storm. More than 700 has been rescued. ABC's Elena Lopez has one.
Days after Ida back in southern Louisiana, desperation is deepening. The scramble for basic necessities.
We're down to the rescue right now. We need ice. We don't have no
We're bad and sit down and do this.
This sweltering heat, feeling like 102 degrees, unbearable for those standing in long lines. Cars waiting for hours for gas. Nearly a million customers are still without power across Louisiana and Mississippi.
Many of the people here do not have power. They don't have running water. They are waiting in line for bottles of water and milk. This line stretches all the way to the main highway.
In the Haunted Town of La Paz, some with damaged homes themselves, still handing out meals to those in need.
No power, no water. They're out there helping others.
And for many, like twin sisters Rosalie and Bridget Reed, seeing what's left behind for the first time is overwhelming.
Everybody's gonna be insane. I'm good. I'm insane. How looks in our house. You know, the resource for power continues here in Louisiana. In New Orleans, they don't know when power will be back online until damage assessments are done. Those will be finalized. But in the Baton Rouge area, they expect the power for the most part to be back online in less than a week. Alvin Lopez, ABC News, Louisiana.
And the man who became the face of the January 6th insurrection in the U.S. Capitol was set to plead guilty today to at least some of the 6 federal charges against him. The so-called QAnon showman Jacob Chansley was among the first to reach the Senate chamber, and that's what prosecutors say he left to correctly note for former Vice President Mike Pence. Chansley's lawyer claims he has since denounced Trump and the conspiracy theory movement.
Okay, so the parents of a newborn in Scotland may be wondering if there's a vaccine for ghosts.
While they claim these baby monitor pictures are proof they're living with ghosts in their house, and the moms and the grandparents of the past, rather, and they believe that images are those grandparents actually visiting the baby.
Yeah, I thought it would call security experts would say not so much. They believe the images are most likely what's called backscatter, which is basically a fancy way of saying dust on the camera lens, reflecting ambient light.
I don't know, or mean. So the crazy thing for me about the story is if you look at the video, you can see what looks like an arm reaching into the crib. The parents say it looks like the arm was caressing the baby as the baby was asleep.
All I'm saying is I've never seen dust this way.
Look at that.
All right, coming up, a plane crashes into a building in Connecticut.
Plus, GM and Ford on idle with a supply chain problem overseas as Ford puts U.S. automakers to halt production here at home.
And later, skinny actor James and Hansen hype the big announcement finally from ABBA. What the band is about to do for the first time in 4 decades. You're watching Webcam.
Hey, Vince, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it.
feel smarter, feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
World news now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
I will say, oh my. And what to expect in the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All life to keep you up to date.
Talk about OnlyFans and Instagram before. OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots at anyone who come in on the ground floor. Serving market. A lot of celebrities joined OnlyFans are this morning. Bella Thorne in 24 hours she made $1 million. You didn't love me? Bring me. OnlyFans. Saturday, sexy. There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true?
Was President Mino have sexual relations with them?
I know what happened, but I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Sure, where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Four people are dead after a small jet crashed into a building near Hartford, Connecticut. Everyone aboard the plane, 2 passengers and 2 pilots, died. 2 workers inside the building were injured but are expected to be okay. The plane crashed shortly after takeoff and may have had engine trouble. The FAA and NTSB are investigating.
And next, the sound of silence from some of the biggest automakers in the world.
The companies, including General Motors and Ford, are cutting production because they don't have enough computer chips for their new vehicles. This morning, the assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants are on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now about the chips that are shorting. What's being put out? We're talking about vehicles having 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're going to have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, then get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832, and supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned, with prices up 29% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe it will feel the effects through all of next year.
The FAA is grounding Richard Branson and the Virgin Galactic crew for release for now. The agency is investigating why Branson's rocket ship veered off course, returning from its historic July mission to the edge of space. That flight planned evasion put the rocket outside the air traffic control clearance area. The company insists those on board were never in danger.
All right, stay with us. We when we come back, a big announcement from now.
And the child of a Hollywood power couple opened up about being a broke-ass rich kid. Let's get it next. Talk about OnlyFans and Instagram for porn. OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone who have been on the ground floor started talking. A lot of celebrities joined OnlyFans. Bella Thorne, in 24 hours, she made $1 million. You didn't love me, or you made me? OnlyFans, selling sex, exclusive to not Uber. There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, have sexual relations with that.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after, our world forever changed.
What is this? Cream.
What'd you say to God? Please get this credentials. The powerful stories that unite these women are the things, miracles are made of.
Sorry. Sorry, I just got like chills. That's the winning of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th, ABC.
Amen. These days, we need to know seems to change every day. So little help you feel smarter, better, happier. Watch at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC.
This is Tony Patinski. Thank you for this which launch the number one Sunday morning news show versus the competition. Welcome to this week.
Here they go again. It's a real this time.
I thought we were gonna sing it.
That's the extent of my singing here.
Alright, so after rolling high, fresh high over the past week by dropping hits all over social media, ABBA has now made it official. The 17th Swedish pop band has announced their first studio album in 40 years.
So after disbanding back in 1982, the band is now set to release their 9th studio album on November 5th. Voyage features 10 tracks, including this single they just posted to YouTube titled I Still Have Faith in You.
I like to play that.
Also announced a set of virtual hologram concerts at a specially built venue in London's Olympic Park. So Benny, Bjorn, Annie, and Agatha will appear in digital form, accompanied by a 10-piece live band, and those performances are set to start next May. I think this is kind of a picture too of concerts, holograms.
Right.
Or that. And it was Michael Jackson, but it was a little version of holograms.
Wow. So, just so we're clear, that's good things, right?
Yeah.
They look really good. They look really, really good. All right, so let's talk about another thing here. The musical surprise from the weekend.
Yeah, 6 years after the release, 6 years after the release of his smash hit, Can't Feel My Face, the 3-time Grammy Award winner has given that video a reboot.
She's now treating fans to a brand new alternative video to accompany that song. So the original features the weekend performing to a small audience in a hotel lounge, and the new version actually features the couple on the road on a wild evening.
When I Can't Feel My Face was released back in 2015, it hit number one on the Billboard Hot 100 and charted for 41 weeks. I specifically remember when this song came out because I was abroad for a couple of weeks, and this song was on every single radio station.
And I remember because I had the feel of that.
And here we are 6 years later, and the music video is getting a reboot. And as we're keeping up with our surprises theme here, we are getting ready for a head turner for one of our favorite comedians.
Seth Rogen, he held on to his timeless look for quite some time now, sporting his signature tussle of red and brown locks with a beard to match.
Now, we know he's been letting his natural gray show through, but now brace yourself because the star has unveiled his new ultra natural look. He's buzz cut, trim beard, clear specs, putting his piercing brown eyes front and center.
Okay, so get the
Recognized it.
right. When he captured this photo on his social media page, new hair, same older look.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next stars, they're just like us, especially by us, who mean not getting any help.
Yeah, of course they're like us. So Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, just spilled the beans in a YouTube interview that growing up in a Hollywood household apparently wasn't all that.
And the 31-year-old aspiring rapper said that his parents never really gave him a allowance, and as a result, his life was far less privileged than we thought.
He said, quote, I don't know if I'm the brokest rich kid or the richest broke kid. Hanks also confessed that while he never wished for different parents, he does wish his childhood had been a little bit more anonymous. I mean, it's hard when you're having this Academy Award winner.
Yeah, but he didn't have money in his pocket, but he was living, very nice and happy. The best meal, the best Alex and Ray.
And finally, the curtain has gone up on the big white way.
William Whipple's return to Broadway last night ended the longest shutdown in Broadway history, 18 months they were gone. Now they're reopening with Waitress and Hadestown.
So for audiences, vaccinations and masks are mandatory, but not for the actors, and both those shows were sold out, showing that New York is on its way back, starting with Broadway.
There was a woman I'm very close to. It needs to be fair. With the President of the United States.
I don't know it's true.
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you know a woman on the currency. How do you have sexual relations with that woman?
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
what is it that you really want to know.
Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
What's the way to post it? Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good living?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what live is all about.
Five
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow The Dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
Move up to the vehicle. That makes it home.
The heroes who stopped and killed who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days.
The jet fire.
As nothing concludes, the hope-to-hope video, that truck, and the agent who connected the dots. It was exactly in what we're looking for inside the solution. That made contract to take down of the bomber. Now streaming on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What will you do? I guess I'm start now. What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the days heroes.
Wednesday nights at 8 on ABC.
We all work hard for the money, and this is a weekend to celebrate the fruits of our labor.
Complementing our Labor Day weekend cookouts and the entertainment pool parties and the total crop of brand new movies, television shows, music, and so much more. So our own little fans is here with this weekend rundown, though.
She does work hard for the money, let me tell you. And guys, Trix playing about what came out literally moments ago, but better believe we squeezed it in here because we had something else have to stick together, just like the three unlikely neighbors and my new favorite show on Hulu.
Here's Joy Chance, the killer, musical superstar Sting.
The guy from YouTube.
Even if the pop culture conversation doesn't always translate, millennials and boomers both will enjoy multi-burgers in the building. A whodunit starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. The new series on Hulu dropping its first 3 episodes to binge just in time for Labor Day.
Sounds like an afternoon.
Or how about an afternoon at the movies?
How are you?
Doug G and the Legend of the Ten Rings out in theaters this morning, starring Simu Liu and Aquafina.
We make a good team.
From Marvel and martial arts to magic.
Yes!
Holly Porter plays the fairy godmother in a brand new retelling of Cinderella starring Mila Cabello.
Yes, I was just finally thinking about it 2 minutes ago.
And as we approach the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks, work on Netflix out today starring Michael Keaton tells the true story of an attorney faced with the task of determining how to compensate families who suffered losses that fateful day. Or maybe you're just looking to jam out on that one last drive to the beach this Labor Day weekend. Well, there's lots of new music dropping this morning. Lady Gaga's album Dawn of Chromatica out today, featuring remixes of her hits from Blood Pop and others. And Drake's highly anticipated 6th studio album, Certified Lover Boy, out today too. Drake's mom also excited. The rapper sharing a heartfelt note from his mom, which says in part, "With each new album, my heart skips a beat. Being your mother has been my life's greatest treat." Drake's mom dropping some rhymes as well this morning. One last TV recommendation for you all, though. Clickbait is the #1 trending show on Netflix in the U.S. right now. It's very spooky, very dark about a family man abducted in a crime with a sinister online twist. But there are more plot twists that you know what to do with in this series. The whole thing is streaming on Netflix now as well, you guys.
And it's been interesting watching the memes about who did it. No one knows.
Others are not very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
Let me live with him.
Mr. President, you know, codes have sexual relations with that.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones, the Stanford dropout who appeared poised to change the world, but didn't.
Her call for grace was spectacular.
Elizabeth is finally going to trial.
This case will probably go down in Silicon Valley history.
But to this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. If history is any indication, Elizabeth Holmes is not going down without a fight. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial wherever you get your podcasts. And these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
what is it you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened when I worked over. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Should I feel Chad or his family?
I know in my heart that he did this. It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough.
You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This morning on World News Now, the Northeast recovering from Ida's destructive force.
Many areas are still crying out from the deadly flash flooding and record rainfall. President Biden heading to Louisiana today to survey the catastrophic damage left behind by the monster hurricane.
Also this morning, the growing fallout from that Supreme Court ruling banning most abortions in Texas. President Biden calling it an unprecedented assault on women's rights.
Plus, armed and dangerous. We're taking a deep dive into the underground world of organized arm wrestling. Yeah, our own again. Learn a lot from New York City's great piano.
And later, from arm wrestling to handstands by skunks, the growing species that's being billed as the acrobats of their kind. That's later in the mix. It's Friday, September 3rd.
For BBC News Now.
And there is so much that you need to know heading into the Labor Day weekend, so we are going to begin the dry out and the cleanup going on across the Northeast following that epic rain from what was left of Hurricane Ida. Crews are still removing abandoned cars from roads that were flooded from Maryland all the way to Connecticut. The death toll from the storm and its flooding is up to at least 46 people.
And take a look at this. This was the scene in Raleigh, New Jersey, a house exploding hours after its residents evacuated because of flooding. The home was destroyed, several others were damaged, one person was injured, and stories like that have been coming in since the room stopped falling. These stories are terrible tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, the state shore is among the people who did not survive.
It's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Cole was checking on conditions in Woodbury, where three rivers come together. Floodwater swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately, the board Bill received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he was in distress. That was the last thing we heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died with water filled homes in overwhelmed streets and the local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saying 835 subway passengers had to be rescued, and nearly 500 vehicles across the city abandoned.
These cars are stuck.
In New Jersey, the death toll rises to 23. Cars were seen coming down the street in Madison, another person standing on the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds of coastal water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as this overpass, flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say the pump designed to clear the road failed. Here's where the expressway normally was running. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people and your pet well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and we don't really expect these types of things to happen when you're in a big building like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science were attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
Very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, which is increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warned about Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flat flood warning back on Monday. The intense rainfall proving to be too much for local infrastructure.
But in reality, what was once the 100-year flood, the flood that had about a 1% chance of happening in a given year, isn't the 100-year flood anymore.
And all that rain coming down in the Northeast was from Wednesday night into yesterday morning, but some rivers aren't expected to crest for another few days.
Investigators in Philadelphia are looking into why a building collapsed last night. At least 2 people were rescued at the scene. A man and a woman, both in their late 60s, were taken to the hospital with unknown injuries. It's unclear if the city's extreme flooding had anything to do with the collapse.
And President Biden heads to Hurricane Ravaged Louisiana today. He will survey the damage there and meet with state and local officials. At least 4 nursing home patients have died. 3 of those deaths were storm-related. They were among hundreds sent to a warehouse to ride out that storm. An investigation is now underway. And much of New Orleans remains in the dark this morning after that storm. This as the state faces critical shortages, including gas, food, and clean water.
President Biden and First Lady visited wounded warriors at Walter Reed National Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. This comes 1 week after 13 U.S. service members were killed during a terror attack at Kabul's International Airport. At least 20 others were injured. 15 of the Marines injured in that attack are now receiving treatment at Walter Reed. 1 is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and 11 are stable. The names of the injured have not yet been released.
Well, reaction to the Supreme Court's refusal to block the Texas law banning most abortions has been swift and strong. President Biden is among those slamming that ruling, and now he's directed the administration to ensure women in Texas will have access to the health care they need. ABC's Rachel Scott has details.
24 hours after the nation's toughest anti-choice law went into effect, doctors and advocates we spoke to say abortions in Texas have all but stopped. You've already had to turn either way. You have to deny abortions.
Yeah, that's right.
At this Planned Parenthood Center in Houston, Dr. Wanda Kumar normally performs between 20 to 30 abortions a day.
Since the new law, we've only seen 6 patients, and now to turn half of them away.
Just yesterday, I saw somebody who she was earlier in the pregnancy, she was crying. And we began to explore options and think through the logistics of if she would be able to go out and safely care that she needed.
The new law bans abortions after about the 6th week of pregnancy, before most women even know they're pregnant. In fact, abortion rights activists tell us nearly 90% of women seeking abortions here are past their 6th week. Part of what makes this law so unique is that it deputizes private citizens to sue anyone who aids and abets an unlawful abortion, from doctors who perform them to drivers who take women to the clinic. Those citizens could then collect a bounty of at least $10,000. The Supreme Court refused to put the law on hold, and legal challenges worked their way through the system, even though the justices found serious questions about its constitutionality. 5 conservative justices voted to let it go forward anyway, saying there are complex and novel procedure reasons why it could not be blocked at this stage. 4 justices, including conservative Chief Justice John Roberts, dissenting. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, calling the majority's decision stunning, calling the law flagrantly unconstitutional. Now most women seeking abortions in Texas are forced to travel to other states. This clinic in neighboring Oklahoma usually schedules appointments for 15 women a day. Since the law in Texas, that number has more than doubled.
For a 5 to 10 minute procedure to drive 600 miles in the middle of a pandemic. It's cruel.
President Biden called that law extreme, but at this point, there's very little the president can do about it. The fact is, there's a conservative majority on the bench. Former President Donald Trump was able to appoint 3 justices to the bench, and this week, all 3 of those justices were in favor of letting that law go forward. Rachel Scott, ABC News, Houston, Texas.
Rachel, thank you. So, a handsome young police officer in New York City has been generating lots of buzz on social media as of late.
And so that's the video of the department's newly appointed head gatekeeper, Detective Robert Travis, moving a massive beehive from a light pole near Times Square went viral earlier this week. And it wasn't long before the most consumers took to the comment section to voice their undying love and admiration for the 39-year-old beautiful heartthrob.
One admirer writing, "Be still, my beating heart." And I don't know why I know this, but apparently Travis is single and he lives alone with his dog upstate.
A lot of people are asking for their friends. So thanks for that information.
Coming to a profile near you. Okay, coming up, the fiery space rocket explosion over Southern California.
Plus, bearing arms, how arm wrestling is muscling in as one of the hottest organizers.
But first, Ida strikes a deadly blow to the Northeast. The expert do and don'ts about dealing with flash flooding, both in your car and inside your home. You're watching World News Now.
Hey, babe, these days, what you need to know
Seem to change.
about everything. What is it you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
What to make the most today. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good morning?
GA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
We've been through another week together.
We tell all our patients how to share love to hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this.
Delivered
question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Get ready. That's the joke. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. Right now, this is what let's go. How are you? Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live.
I guess I just found out.
Up the YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, have sexual relations with them.
Back now, an unfortunate scene from the sky above California. Take a look here. An unmanned rocket carrying a small satellite exploded over after launch. That 95-foot tall rocket was a forced launch attempt by a private company called Firefly Aerospace.
And turning now to the devastation across the Northeast for the residents of Hurricane Ida.
Record amounts of rain overwhelmed cities from Virginia all the way to New England, killing more than 40 people.
This scene unfolded in Patterson, New Jersey, and New York City declared its first ever flash flood emergency, catching so many city voters by surprise. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That nightmare became a reality for millions this week. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Matt Gunn has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
First thing, take your seatbelt off. Next thing, hold down the window. If you do need to break it, and your window's not going down, you can even use an arrowhead to smash it. Always hit the corner of your window, okay? Next thing, seatbelt, roll down the window as quickly as you can. And you want to use anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. Plug out onto this roof.
Experts say safety as well as possible, but if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim to calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shop vac.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's been flooded and you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines in those areas as well. And if you really want to think about your personal protective equipment, that water can have bacteria in it, it can have sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line.
Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew,
Christine, thank you. There's some life-saving tip there because what we're really saying when we cover these stories, these extreme weather events, it sneaks up on you and it happens so quickly.
oh yeah, definitely. And of course, a lot of people are going to have a lot to clean up for the next few weeks.
But okay, coming up, competitive arm wrestling. That's right. We are taking a ride on the wild side into this underground sport that's quickly making gains in popularity.
Plus, one little boy's the best birthday ever. What is Andy Daddy? Bills from the swashbuckling 4-year-old living the day you're watching. Roll these now. Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Instagram, but for porn.
OnlyFans is a massive part of the pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots at 81 million on the ground floor.
Honestly, never joined OnlyFans. Chris Brown.
That was the word within 24 hours that she made $1 million.
You didn't love me? What do you mean? OnlyFans. Selling sex exclusively on board.
There was a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, codes have sexual relation to them.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout of Elizabeth Holmes on trial wherever you get your podcasts.
Live 2020 true crime cinematic. Live drama stunning. Vulnerable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime 2020. Streaming on ABC News Live. Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for making ABC's This Week with George the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition. Welcome to This Week.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the biggest heroes starting on
Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
Welcome back to the Mino Show. Our huge fight to grab a title in the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
I'm trying. Well, if you're surprised to hear that, then that's actually a thing. And we were really surprised to hear that. So, of course, we had to send our own games to check it out.
Kids better took those guns away. They're getting hot here. We're reading news and studios closed both to get creative with their workouts, you guys, which is like arm wrestling, which some people think can burn up to 1,500 calories per session. They get so popular. Like this one out for ourselves.
There are and those biceps are definitely dangerous. Welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms, yeah, that's her real title, taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
You're gonna have to lose that headband.
Not to buy?
Not to buy.
All right, let's do this.
So go in.
Headbands go with rows and biceps, yeah, big time. We're twins. People are gonna think we're twins. These custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you hit your opponent.
They seem to go for like for a decent one, like $300. If you want a really nice one, professional one, I can only imagine.
Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also seems effective. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high.
Your elbow here inside your body's keep that line. Keep your eyes on your arm. And your hand right.
A lot of arm wrestling, we found out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym.
That is the number one exercise that I focus on. And even wrist training, it's very important to have a strong wrist. If someone takes your wrist, that's it.
But in this sport, there's no such thing as beginner's luck.
When we first started, we had this really resonating our arms where we couldn't even drive home. We couldn't even lift the car. We had to put it on the steering wheel to drive home.
Even so, you gotta try. Leave it all on the table.
Would you like to kick my ass in arm wrestling on national television?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm a big guy.
We all know how this is gonna go, Alexandra. Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. Okay, so there's even an app called ArmBet that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has the special tables and be up for a match or two. It's like the Tinder of arm wrestlers, but without the romance.
I always thought the first rule of underground arm wrestling was not to talk about it. Remember,
Those arms are just put it up there so happy again. It's really fun. And such a workout. You can see how it's sweating. You gotta do those pull-ups.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
how do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you know that Monaco is have sexual relations with them.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know.
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the moves today. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
May 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what we is it.
Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
So it's straight together every time.
I just got my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
Move up to the vehicle. That makes them all.
The heroes who stopped the killer, who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days. The environment that includes the Home Depot video, that truck, and the agent who connected the dots. And this is exactly what they're looking for inside the investigation. When that radar guy can take down the bomber and stream up Hulu.
I know what happened, but I'm right over.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed Chad murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after, our world forever changed. The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
Wednesday night, September 8th, ABC.
And now for the next, starting with X, working just fine.
So we're back. Let it slack in the middle of the backyard and let Yorkshire England. We're gonna play house where Tree Boy, this lucky boy, just got a nice size pirate ship for his birthday.
So check this out. The ship features a drawbridge, a cannon, and even a treasure map.
This was intense. The ship was built by the boy's imperial father. Of course, it helps that his father actually runs his own timber business, so he knows it's really not the everything else.
That is so cool. I mean, end of the year,
Right?
really favorite
It
here.
looks really good too. Look at that. Alright, so finally, handstand hijinks by skunks.
Now, they are not just any skunks. The bicycle growing species called the spotted skunk has a unique way of scaring off
potential predators, not pressing them, but doing handstands.
Yeah, to make themselves look bigger, they bounce up onto their forelegs, kick out their hind leg and legs, and then pop up their tail.
Okay, next.
It's the Molly B Popcorn Party. Live streamed every Tuesday night at youtube.com/MollyB.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Was President Mino on codes? How can one have sexual relations without one?
A minute. These days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
True crime, cinematic, life drama, stunning. Follow the clues, the hunt, true crime, 2020. Streaming ABC News Live.
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Instagram, but for more.
OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. 81 million women we found for certain lots of their OnlyFans are per square. Bellator in 24 hours she made $1 million. You didn't love me, bringing OnlyFans, selling sexy exclusive.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the things heroes are made of.
Wednesday nights at 8 on ABC.
Right now, on America this morning, the death toll rising with the floodwaters after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods. New stories of heroism and tragedy. And dramatic new images of massive wall of water crashing through a wall of insulation just seconds after a man walks through. And in South, growing desperation in Louisiana. Several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to a warehouse.
Also breaking overnight, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. How Planned Parenthood is fighting back, and it's warning supporters of the new law weigh in how many more states could follow.
In video overnight, a daring new mission to space exploding into the fireball over the Pacific.
pleading guilty while we're learning about the so-called QAnon shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new rule for Tom Hanks this morning. And right away, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 40 minutes late for an appointment.
ABC News in New York. This is America this morning.
Thank you, Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dipper. And I'm Feat .LaaLaa is off. But we begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast. At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York. And then take a look at this video here. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The owner of this house in New Jersey says her son barely escaped the wall. The reason that there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. One also familiar across the region. These stories are harrowing and tragic in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. And Connecticut, a speech recorded among the people who did not survive.
One of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Hall was checking on conditions in Woodbury when three rivers come together. Floodwaters swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Bill received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he knew he was in distress. That was the last thing he heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died from water-filled homes in overwhelmed streets and the local transit system. This video showing people underwater on the Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saved 835 subway passengers had to be rescued, and 500 vehicles are supposed to stay abandoned. Cars are stuck. Not cars. Oh my God. In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. Cars were seen coming down the street in Madison, another person standing on the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds calls for water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as this overpass, flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the rolling failed. Here's where the expressway probably was flooded. And a nearby apartment complex in the National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets. Well after the storm passed.
I really appreciate it. We were waiting for quite some time, and we don't really expect these types of things to happen, but we're in a building like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
These very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, or just increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warn about West Indian storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood watch back on Monday. Intense rainfall proved to be too much for the local infrastructure.
In reality, what was once the 100-year flood, the flood that had about a 1% chance of happening any given year, isn't the 100-year flood anymore.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes. Lightning seen from the storm zone in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires were left to burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll survey damage from Hurricane Ida. 13% of the power has now been restored in New Orleans. Residents across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after 4 nursing home residents died. They were among hundreds of seniors evacuated to a warehouse. Hundreds were rescued amid reports of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity or air conditioning for a while, generator. Well, I thought they were coming from first, but they don't have their something is. They're taking care of what they're doing. Just feel it.
The patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Reed Medical Center last night. They met with some of the service members wounded during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others were stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws. But overnight, we learned about a new legal fight. This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order seeking to end the new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant.
It sets up a procedure that if you become abortion restrictions, even though it's the official charged with enforcing it, instead the ban is enforced by private parties who can sue an abortion provider or anyone who aids or abets an abortion.
There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the full problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law, 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court. After revisit Roe versus Wade, Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court's decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers self-appointed enforcers to have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why does the president support abortion? He teaches abortion as well.
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day, and since the new law, he's performed only 3.
Well, the man who has come to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansky, the so-called QAnon shaman, is now offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that plea deal. He says Chansky has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from a conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a third vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arms of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have hospitalization rates, or you look at states in the United States that have hospitalization rates with the 2-dose vaccine, it appears the 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection again. But I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosting or vaccinated. I think if we really are going to get on top of this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says that a new variant of the coronavirus is not an immediate threat.
Time now to the big Friday weather.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday you'll have some rain come at you, and the humidity gets racked up just a bit. That's going to last until later today too. Meantime, in the west, we get a lot of fires burning out there, especially in Northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke out of the air. In Nevada, places like that, we're going to spend more time inside this weekend because the air is very smoky. Meantime, living up on the Gulf Coast this weekend, kind of hot, but no storms. I'm not going to be meteorologist Carrie Boxman. Coming up, a major cocaine bust and how the suspects got away.
Also add car prices surging, the major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Plus, multi-billionaire Richard Branson has been grounded.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
Mr. President, Mino chronicles half section of relation to that. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? With YouTube. Nice. I guess I just got that. What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I'm making it now. Okay, babe. These days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. You're smarter.
get better.
You're happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what Live is about. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
So I'm with but straight to you anytime, anywhere.
Just met my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust. The Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at the street value of $60 million. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, 4 prosecutors facing criminal charges in the Ahmaud Arbery case. He's a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the lead in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspect, shielding those medical charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants put on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we've got the chips that are shorting what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the Big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, they get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832, and supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned. Prices up 29% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects through all of next year.
Richard Branson and his Virgin Galactic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating what it calls a mishap of the company's rocket ship briefly veered off course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those are more were not in danger.
Coming up on different companies' mission to space and a disaster overnight, the rocket that exploded over the Pacific.
And also coming out, what to do when your home is damaged in a flood and what not to do.
This is the test many at Elizabeth Homes. Elizabeth Homes is proudly going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Homes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, Ben, these days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
Team 8:30, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, Lewinsky, I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
World News Now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Workers and crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to check it out? I'm going. Oh my. And what's respect in the day ahead?
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night to get you up to date.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed. What is this? Cream? What'd you say to God? Please give this mentions. The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just got like chills.
It's the women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky over California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Firefly.
New images from the flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. The family had evacuated. The only person injured was a man driving by at the time. There were also much of the country experiencing severe weather. We wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to safely clean your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Stone.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That nightmare became a reality for millions this week. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Matt Goodman has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to dump you off your feet.
First thing, take your seatbelt off. Next thing, roll down the window. If you do need to break it, your window's not going down. You can even use an armrest to smash it. Always hit the corner of your window, okay? Next thing, seatbelt. You want to roll down the window as quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. We climb out onto this roof.
Say stay as long as possible, but if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim to calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shop bag.
Definitely turn on the power to the house in any area that's in flood that you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines in those areas as well. And then you really want to think about your personal protective equipment. That water can have bacteria in it. It can have sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our scheme if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA.
Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I can live with him.
Mr. President, you know a woman how do one have sexual relations with them?
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that united these women are the veins of miracles.
Wednesday nights at 8 on ABC.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones.
Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Bye.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
That one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough.
You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
Time to check the polls beginning with new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 40 years. And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in You. Take a listen. And that 10-track album called Voyage comes out in November.
Next, a new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast to mark the 20th anniversary of Band of Brothers Games. Other stars of the World War II series joined the 12-part podcast.
They discuss each episode along with the Band of Brothers legacy continues next Thursday.
And next, a reminder of how important it is to be on time.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal all because he showed up 20 minutes late to an event before the competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he won gold in the shot put until the Ukrainian team protested.
Officials then agreed, saying, we'll want the gold, so the silver medalist from Ukraine got the gold.
So it was an away. And finally, a sweet treat for lovers of Reese's peanut butter cups.
And real good data for Halloween comes with 375 individually wrapped cups.
It's going to cost you $48. Check the top headlines next.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
Mr. President, you know a woman have sexual relations with them.
Admit these days, what do you need to know?
See the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know?
need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it, you're smarter,
feel better.
you're happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
You made 3 what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what this is. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by this.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? What will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
YouTube. I guess I just found out.
The Webcam YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a violent extremist who supported ISIS went on a rampage inside a supermarket, stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reportedly from Sri Lanka, were shot by police.
In Washington, Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. But Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
The death toll from Ida's flooding in the Northeast is now at least 46 people. Out of so much water was seen in this video here from New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. Ida claimed it had 13 lines along the Gulf Coast. President Biden has been today.
Today's weather clear and warm on the West Coast, rain from the Rockies to the Midwest, showers from the Gulf Coast, sunny in the Northeast.
And finally this morning, the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
Well, Gans, check it out for himself. They're armed, and those biceps are definitely dangerous. Welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms. Yeah, that's her real title. Taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
You're gonna have to lose that headband.
Not the vibe?
Not the vibe.
All right, let's do this.
Let's go in.
Headbands go, but rows and biceps, yeah, big time. But these custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you hit your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also seems effective. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we got out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym.
It's the number one exercise that I focus on.
Even so, you gotta try to leave it all on the table. Would you like to kick my ass at arm wrestling on national television?
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. We don't know how this is gonna go, Alexandra.
Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an app called Armament that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has their special table to meet up for a match or two. Andrew, babe, our thanks to Will Gaines. Have a great day. Right now, un-American this morning, the death toll rising with the floodwaters after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods. New stories of heroism and tragedy. And dramatic new images of massive wall of water crashing through a wall that hits home just seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana, several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to a warehouse.
Also breaking overnight, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. How Planned Parenthood is fighting back. And this morning, supporters of the new law weigh in. How many more states could follow?
In video overnight, a daring mission to space exploding into a fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty while we're learning about the so-called QAnon shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new rule for Tom Hanks this morning.
And right away, a star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 40 minutes late for an appointment.
ABC News in New York. This is America this morning.
And good Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dipper.
And I'm Faith moving Mona is off. But we begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And taking at this video here, thankfully no one was hurt. The owner of this house in New Jersey said her son barely escaped walking through the basement, and there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. One also familiar across the region. The story of Charlie tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, a state shooter among the people who did not survive.
It's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just tragic.
Sergeant Brian Holmes checking on conditions in Wood River, with Three Rivers continuing to floodwaters swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Trooper received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift alarm, and he knew he was in distress. That was the last thing he heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died with water-filled homes in the Woodlawn Street and the local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saying 835 subway passengers had to be rescued, making 500 vehicles across the city abandoned. Cars are stuck. In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. Cars were seen floating down the street in Madison. Another person standing on the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds of calls for water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as the overpass flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the road failed. Here's what the expressway normally looks like. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard is rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and we really expect these types of things to happen. Like, you know, we're in a building like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
Very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to. And the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, or just increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warned about Wednesday night's storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flash flood watch back on Monday. The intense rainfall proved to be too much for local infrastructure.
But in reality, what was once the Upper flood, the flood that had about a 1% chance of happening in a given year, isn't the near flood anymore.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
A frightening scene when the storm was out in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. Fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires were left to burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll survey damage from Hurricane Ida. 13% of the power has now been restored in New Orleans. Residents across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after 4 nursing home residents died. They were among hundreds of seniors evacuated from a warehouse. Hundreds were rescued amid reports of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity for their condition for a while, generator. I thought they were coming from Nursa. And they would have Nursa beds, and they would have taken care, like the nurse or something. Facility.
The patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Reed Medical Center last night. I think there were some of the service members wounded during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, but we're told the others are stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws, but overnight we learned about a new legal fight going on. This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order seeking to end the new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant.
It sets up a procedure that if you become abortion restrictions, which is the time any state official charged with enforcing it, instead the ban gets enforced by private parties who can sue any abortion provider or anyone who aids or prevents an abortion.
There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only through medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the full problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court having to revisit Roe versus Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court's decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers self-anointed enforcers to have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why does the president support abortion as an impact? Maybe teachers abortion is more.
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day, and since the new law, he's performed only 3.
Well, the man who has come to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, is now offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that plea deal. He says Chansley has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from the conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a 3rd vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arms of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have high immunization rates, you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates, with a 2-dose vaccine, it appears that 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection. But again, I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosted or vaccinated. I think if we really want to get on top of this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says the new mutant variant of the coronavirus is not an EU threat.
Time now to look at your Friday weather.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday you'll have some rain come at you. I think humidity gets wrapped up just a bit. That's going to last a little bit or two. Anytime in the west, we get a lot of fires burning out there, especially in northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke, unhealthy air. In Nevada, places like that, they want to spend more time inside this weekend because the air is very smoky. Meantime, living up on the Gulf Coast this weekend, kind of hot, but no storms. I'm happy to look at you all. Just carry on. Coming up, a major cocaine bust that how the suspects got away.
Also add car prices surging, the major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Plus, why billionaire Richard Branson has been grounded.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, I hope it's I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened when I burned guilty. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed Janet murdered his family. I know that my heart did this. It's the time of suspicion. It makes really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This is what we want. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Survival rights. Straight together anytime, anywhere.
This is that love friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. One of the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust, the Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at the street value of $60 million. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, former prosecutors facing criminal charges in the Alon Aubrey case. He's a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the DA in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspect, shielding those men from charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now about the chips that are shorting what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, they get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not good enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832. And supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now is the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new wheels are paying a premium for pre-owned. Their prices up 29% from a year ago.
So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects through all of next year.
Richard Branson and his Virgin Galactic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating what it calls a mishap, but the company's rocket ship briefly veered off course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those on board were not in danger.
Coming up, a different company's mission to space ending in disaster overnight. The rocket had exploded over the Pacific.
And also coming up, what to do when your home is damaged in a flood and what not to do.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, man, these days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good weather?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true? Mr. President, Mino will have sexual relations with them.
We've made it through another week together.
We tell all our patients how much they love to hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes of this.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
50 years after, our world forever changed.
It's just praying.
What'd you say to God?
Please give us credentials.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
Sorry, I just got like chills. The women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from Wisconsin, California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Airflow.
New images from the flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. Family had evacuated. The only person injured was a man driving by at the time. And we have so much of the country experiencing severe weather. We wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to safely clean your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That nightmare became a reality for millions of Swedes. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Matt Gunn has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
Perfect. Take your seatbelt off. Next thing, roll down the window. If you do need to break it and your window's not going down, you can even use an address and smash it. Always hit the corner of your window. Okay. Next thing, seatbelt. Roll down the window as quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. We climb out onto this roof.
Experts say stay with your vehicle as long as possible, but if it's starts getting swept away, ditch it, and swim with calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shock vac.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's been full of their working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines to those areas as well. And then you really want to think about your personal protective equipment. That water can have bacteria in it and can have sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA. Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
There's a woman I'm very close to. And it's an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you're a woman. You want to know it's only one half sexual relations you have.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the things we're most afraid of.
Wednesday night, September 8th, ABC.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
World news now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight. Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside. U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
Watch it live. Oh my. And what's respect in the day ahead? ABC World News Now and America This Morning. Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern. All night to keep you up to date.
Oh, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're going to do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just found out. What would you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC Sydney Morning.
Time to check the polls beginning with new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 40 years.
And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in Independence. And that 10-track album called Voyage comes out in November.
Next, a new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast to mark the 20th anniversary of Band of Brothers. He's the other stars of the World War II BT series joined a 12-part podcast.
They discuss each episode along with the Band of Brothers legacy. Continues next Thursday.
And next, a reminder of how important it is to give time.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal all because he showed up 3 minutes late to an event before the competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he won gold in the shot put until the Ukrainian team protested.
Officials then agreed, saying rules are rules, so the silver medalist from Ukraine got the gold.
Right. And finally, a sweet treat for lovers of Reese's peanut butter cups.
A new container for Halloween comes with 375 individually wrapped cups.
It's going to cost you $48. Check the top headlines next.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
what is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make it easier. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
May 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true?
I don't know that.
Mr. President, Mino, how can you not have sexual relations with anyone?
This is what live is This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
So live events straight to you anytime.
Just that my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I never had a Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a violent extremist who supported ISIS on a rampage inside a supermarket, stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reportedly from Sri Lanka were shot by police.
In Washington, Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause on the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. And Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
The death toll from Ida's flooding in the Northeast is now at least 46 people. However, so much water was seen in this video here from New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. Ida claimed that the 13 lines along the Gulf Coast. President Biden visits here today.
Today's weather clear and warmer on the west coast, rain from the Rockies to the Midwest, showers for the Gulf Coast, sunny in the Northeast.
And finally this morning, the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
Okay, let's check it out for yourself.
They're armed, and those mindsets are definitely dangerous. And welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms, yeah, that's her real title, taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
You're gonna have to lose that headband, not divide. Not divide.
Alright, let's do this.
Let's go in.
Headbands go, but bros and biceps, yeah, big time. But these custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know where you can hit your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also seems effective. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we found out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym.
That is the number one exercise that I focus on.
Even so, you gotta try to leave it all on the table. Would you like to kick my ass at arm wrestling on national television?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you and I will know.
We don't know how this is gonna go, Alexandra. Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an app called Arbet that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has the special table to meet up for a match or two. Andrew, Faith,
Our thanks to Will Gaines. Have a great day. Right now, one American is reporting the death toll rising with the floodwaters after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods. New stories of heroism and tragedy. And dramatic new images. A massive wall of water crashing through a wall of Pisco just seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana. Several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to a warehouse.
Also breaking overnight, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. How Planned Parenthood is fighting back, and this morning supporters of the new law weighed in. Now many more states could follow.
New video overnight of tearing new vision to space, exploding into a fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty while we're learning about the so-called QAnon shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new rule for Tom Hanks this morning.
And right away, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 3 minutes late for an appointment.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
And good Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dipper.
And I'm Feat.LaaLaa. But we begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. A video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And it's in this video here, thankfully no one was hurt. The owner of this house in New Jersey says her son barely escaped walking into the basement, and there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. One also familiar across the region. The story apparently was a tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, the state trooper is among the people who did not survive.
It's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Bull was checking on conditions in Wood River, where 3 rivers come together. Floodwaters swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Bill received a emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he knew he was in distress. That was the last that he heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died with water-filled homes in the rural streets and the local transit system. The video showing vehicles underwater on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saved 835 subway passengers and to be rescued, including 500 vehicles across the city abandoned. Cars are stuck. In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. Cars were seen coming down the street in Madison. Another person standing with a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds of coastal water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as the overpass, flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the road failed. Here's what the expressway reportedly looks like. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people in their path well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and we don't really expect these types of things to happen. But, you know, we're have been really nice.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human caused climate change.
These very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, which is increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warned about Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a 5-flood watch battle landing. Intense rainfall proved to be too much for local infrastructure.
But in reality, there was once the 100-year flood. The flood that had about a 1% chance of happening any given year isn't the 100-year flood anymore.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
A frightening scene from the storm zone in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires were left to burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll survey damage from Hurricane Ida. 13% of the power has now been restored in New Orleans. Residents across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after 4 nursing home residents died. They were among hundreds of seniors evacuated to a warehouse. Hundreds were rescued amid reports of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity with air conditioning for a while, generator. I thought they were coming from nursing. They didn't have nursing beds, and they've been taking care like they were nursing. That's the other thing.
Patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Reed Medical Center last night. I think there were some of the service members wounded during last week's ISIL bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others were stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws, but overnight we learned about a new legal fight brewing. This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order seeking to end the new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant.
It sets up a procedure that if you become on abortion restrictions, where the bill defines the official charge with enforcing it, instead the ban gets enforced by private parties who can sue any abortion provider or anyone who aids or prevents an abortion.
There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the full problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states the blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court having to revisit Roe versus Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court's decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers self-appointed enforcers to have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why does the president support abortion rights and have to pay for teachers abortion as well?
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day. Since the new law, he's performed only 3.
Well, the man who was come to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, is now offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that plea deal. He says Chansley has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from the conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a 3rd vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arms of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have high immunization rates, you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates, with a 2-dose vaccine, it appears that 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection. But again, I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosted or vaccinated. I think if we really want to overcome this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says that a new variant of the coronavirus is not immune threat.
Time now to the bigger Friday letter.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday you'll have some rain come at you, and the humidity gets wrapped up just a bit. That's going to last until Labor Day too. Meantime, in the West, we get a lot of fires burning out there, and especially in Northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke, unhealthy air. Reno, Nevada, places like that. We want to spend more time inside this weekend because the air is very smoky. Meantime, cleaning up on the Gulf Coast this weekend. Kind of hot, but no storms. I'm acting a meteorologist, Karen Counselor. Coming up, the major cocaine bust that the suspects got away.
Also ahead, car prices surging, the major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Plus, multi-billionaire Richard Branson has been grilled.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you're a woman. It's have sexual relations with them. Here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do.
Let's go. How are you?
Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live.
What do you do? I guess I just found out.
The YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I'm Mino. Hey, babe. These days, what do you need to know?
See, the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know?
To help you not just get through your day.
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Do better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
You made 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what we want. This is
Fine.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Got one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust. The Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at a street value of $60 billion. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, a former prosecutor is facing criminal charges in the Alon Aubrey case. He's a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the DA in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspects, shielding those men from charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of the worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we got the chips that are shorting what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, they get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are even being offered, but it's not good enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you?
Less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832, and supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned. Prices up 29% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects through all of next year.
Virgin Branson and its Virgin Galactic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating what it calls a mishap of the company's rocket ship briefly veered off course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those on board were not in danger.
Coming up on different companies' missions to space ending in disaster overnight, the rocket that exploded over the Pacific.
And also coming up, what to do when your home is damaged in a flood and what not to do.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial wherever you get your podcasts.
Amen. These days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, now about the third hour of Good Morning America.
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. How do I know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Was President Mino a woman? No, it's have sexual relations with that woman.
World News Now,
And America this morning.
the best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories we're talking about.
Watching live.
Oh my!
And what to expect from the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night to get you today.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
Yeah, 50 years after, our world forever changed.
But was this pretty?
Would you say, God?
Please give me a second chance.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just got like chills. The women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky over California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Firefly.
New images from the flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. The family had evacuated. The only person injured was a man driving by at the time. And with so much of the country experiencing severe weather, we wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to safely clean your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Stone.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That nightmare became a reality for millions this week. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Webcam has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens Water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
Perfect. Take your Feat.LaaLaa. Next thing, roll down the window. If you do need to break it and your window's not going down, you can even use an anti-rescue smasher. Always hit the corner of your window. Okay, next thing, seatbelt. Roll down the window as quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. You can climb out onto this roof.
Experts say safe movement of the flow is possible, but if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim in calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially in cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shop vac.
Definitely turn off the power to the house and any area that's been floating everywhere. Also consider turning off the gas lines to those areas as well. And then you really want to think about your personal protective equipment. That water can have bacteria in it and no sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA. Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you know a woman. How do you know have sexual relations with that woman?
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the things we almost started after.
Wednesday nights at 8 on ABC.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drama for Elizabeth Holmes on trial wherever you get your podcasts.
This is KBC Live.
We're surrounded by this bomb shelter.
100 delivered by. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
You just met my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this. It's the time of suspicion, and he's really tough.
You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 post-watch morning show. ABC's Movie America.
Time to check the polls beginning with new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 40 years.
And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in You. Take a listen. And that 10-track album called Bridge comes out in November.
Next, the new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast to mark the 20th anniversary of Band of Brothers Inc. The other stars of the World War II game series joined a 12-part podcast.
They discuss each episode along with the Band of Brothers legacy. Continues next Thursday.
And next, a reminder of how important it is to be on time.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal all because he showed up 3 minutes late to an event before the competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he won gold in the shot put until the Ukrainian team protested.
Officials then agreed, saying rules are rules. Also, the silver medalist from Ukraine got the gold.
Right. And finally, a sweet treat for lovers of Reese's peanut butter cups.
A new container for Halloween comes with 375 individually wrapped cups.
The total will cost you $48. Check the top headlines next.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, Mino, it's I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Hey, babe, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
Feel better.
feel happier.
well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
It's what we want. It's
Bye.
It's ABC Live.
So we're looking at, we're surrounded by this.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Just met my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? What will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just found out. What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a violent extremist who supported ISIS ordered a rampage inside a supermarket, stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reportedly from Sri Lanka was shot by police.
In Washington, Senator Joe Manchin was calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. But Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
The death toll from Ida's flooding in the Northeast is now at least 46 people. Out so much water was seen in this video here from New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. Ida claimed another 13 lives off the Gulf Coast. President Biden visits him today.
Today's weather clear and warmer on the West Coast, rain for the Rockies to the Midwest, showers for the Gulf Coast, sunny for the Northeast.
And finally this morning, the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
Well, Gans, check it out for himself.
They're armed, and those biceps are definitely dangerous. Welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal group fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms. Yeah, that's her real title. Taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
We're gonna have to move on after that. Not the vibe. Not the vibe.
All right, let's do this.
Let's go in.
Headbands go, but rows and biceps, yeah, big time. But these custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you hit your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also seems effective. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we got out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym. Even so, you gotta try. Leave it all on the table. Would you like to kick my arm wrestling on national television?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a big Ida
There's even an app called Armbet that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has the special tables, and meet up for a match or two. Andrew, Faith, our thanks to Will Gaines. Have a great day. Right now, up in America this morning, the death toll rising with the floodwaters after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods. New stories of heroism and tragedy. And dramatic new images of massive wall of water crashing through the wall of this home just seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana. Several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to a warehouse.
Also breaking overnight, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. How Planned Parenthood is fighting back. And this morning, supporters of the new law weigh in how many more states can follow.
In video overnight, a daring new mission to space exploding into a fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty, we're learning about the so-called QAnon shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new role for Tom Hanks this morning.
And right away, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 40 minutes late for an appointment.
Ladies news in New York. This is America this morning.
Thank you, Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Differ.
And I think that we may know that is all. But we begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. The video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And take a look at this video here. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The owner of this house in New Jersey said her son barely escaped, walked into the basement, and there it comes. The floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. One all too familiar across the region. These stories are terrible and tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, a state trooper is among the people who did not survive.
One of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Cole was checking on conditions in Woodbury. The three rivers come together when floodwaters swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Bill received a emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he knew he was in distress. That was the last thing he heard.
In New York City, at least 13 people died from water-filled homes and rural streets and the local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saying 835 subway passengers had to be rescued, and nearly 500 vehicles across the city abandoned. Cars are stuck. Black cars. Oh, my God. In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. Cars were seen floating down the street in Madison. Another person standing on the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds of calls for water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities. The water as high as the overpass, flooding an expressway that went through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the road failed. Here's where the expressway probably was flooded. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and we don't really expect these types of things to happen. You know, we're in a big building like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
Very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, just increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how gets the precipitation is.
Forecasters warn about Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flat flood watch back on Plan A. Intense rainfall proved to be too much for local infrastructure.
But in reality,
There was once an earlier flood. The flood that had about a 1% chance of happening in a given year isn't the year flood anymore.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
A frightening scene from a storm zone in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires were left to burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll survey damage from Hurricane Ida. 13% of the power has now been restored in New Orleans. Residents across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after 4 nursing home residents died. They were among hundreds of seniors evacuated to a warehouse. Hundreds were rescued amid reports of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity, so air conditioning for a while, generator. I thought they were and they were gonna have nursing beds, and they were being taken care, like they were in a nursing home. Just feel it.
The patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Reed Medical Center last night. I think some of the service members wounded during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others are stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws, but overnight we learned about a new legal fight. This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order seeking to end the new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant.
It sets up a procedure that is unique on abortion restrictions because it doesn't have any state official charged with enforcing it. Instead, the ban gets enforced by private parties who can sue any abortion provider or anyone who aids or invents an abortion.
There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the full problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court having to revisit Roe v. Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court's decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers self-anointed enforcers to have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why does the president support abortion? They teaches abortion in the
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day, and since the new law is performed only 3.
Well, the man who has come to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, is not offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that plea deal. He says Chansley has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from the conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a 3rd vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arms of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have high immunization rates, you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates, with a 2-dose vaccine, it appears that 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection again. But I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosted or vaccinated. I think if we're really going to get out of this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says the new variant of the coronavirus is not an immediate threat.
Time now to look at your Friday letter.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday you'll have some rain come at you, and the humidity gets wrapped up just a bit. That's going to last a little bit too. Meantime, in the West, we get a lot of fires burning out there, especially in Northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke, unhealthy air. Maybe on Nevada, places like that, we want to spend more time inside this weekend because the air is very smoky. Meantime, letting up on the Gulf Coast this weekend, kind of hot, but no storms. I'm really meteorologist Kevin Coxford.
Coming up, a major cocaine bust and how the suspects got away.
Also ahead, car prices surging, a major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Plus, why billionaire Richard Branson has been grounded.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
Mr. President, you know a woman who is have sexual relations with that woman.
Hey, babe, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She could feel she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This is what Live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by disturbing
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Straight to you anytime, anywhere.
That one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust. The Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at the street value of $60 million. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, a former prosecutor is facing criminal charges in the Ahmaud Arbery case. He's a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the DA in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspects, shielding these men from charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants are on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we got the chips that are showing what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, then get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832. And supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new wheels are paying a premium for pre-owned. The price is up 29%.
Branson and Virgin Galactic have been notified by the FAA. The agency is investigating their use of the company's rocket ship briefly veered off course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those on board were not in danger.
Coming up on different companies' mission to space ending in disaster overnight, the rocket that exploded in the Pacific.
And also coming out, what to do if your home is damaged in a flood and what not to do.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes is quietly going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. And these days, what do you need to know?
See the change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. You're smarter.
you're better.
You're happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good flavor?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States. How do we know it's true?
President Mino, section in relation to that.
Another week together.
We tell all our patients how much their love to be in their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after, our world forever changed. It's praying.
What'd you say to God?
Please do this inventions.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I just got like chills. That's the women of 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky over California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Firefly.
It was images from a flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. Family had evacuated. The only person injured in the van driving by at the time. Every hospital, much of the country experiencing severe weather, wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to safely clean their flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters. Homes like these that nightmare became reality for you. We say you should never try to climb through flooded streets. But if you find yourself in that situation, ABC Webcam has some life-saving tips. Safety evidence of the One of the first things that happens, water gets
You need to use an address to smash it. Always hit the corner of your window, okay? Next thing seatbelt, roll down the window. Quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can to cuddle and get on top of this roof. Now, onto this roof.
As you can say, stay clear as long as possible. But if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swiftly pull the water. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially in clean water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, humidifiers, and a shop vac.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's been flooded that you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines to those areas as well. And if you really want to think about your personal protective, that water can have bacteria in it, it can have no sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes. In trash everything below the flood line. Riseater says get rid of the bacteria before the room starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Hey, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA.
Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
There's a woman I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, have sexual relations with them.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the face of beautiful Sunday.
Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drama. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
World news now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to take a ride? I love it. Oh my. And what's to expect in the day ahead?
ABC World News Now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night to keep you up to date.
You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? What would you do? I guess I just started that. What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite now, Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan. Wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
Time to check the polls. We're getting new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 40 years.
And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in You. Take a listen. And a 10-track album called Voyage comes out in November.
Next, a new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast to mark the 20th anniversary of Band of Brothers Inc. and other stars of the World War II TV joined the 12-part podcast.
They discuss each episode along with the Band of Brothers legacy. It debuts next Thursday.
And next, a reminder how important it is to be on time.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal all because he showed up 3 minutes late to an event before the competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he won't go to the shot put until the Ukrainian team protested.
Officials then agreed, saying, we'll guard our rules, so the civil from got pulled.
And finally, this week,
A new container for Halloween comes with 375 individual wrapped tubs
want to know, need to know.
To help you not just get through your day.
To make it easier. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
Streaming 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. There's a woman I'm very close to. It needs to be fair. With the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true?
I can live with him.
President Mino, I do not have sexual relations with that woman.
This is what this is all about. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
My friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I know what happened there. I know a little.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart that he did this.
It's the time of suspicion. These days are really tough. You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a violent extremist who supported ISIS during the rampage inside a supermarket, stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reportedly from Sri Lanka.
In Washington, Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. And Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
But that's all from Ida's flooding in where cases now at least 46 people. Our so much more of a senior community of New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. I claimed that her person was on the Gulf Coast. Colonel Ida, as it's been today.
Today's weather clear and warmer on the west coast, rain for the Rockies to the Midwest, showers for the Gulf Coast, sunny to the northeast.
And finally, this morning, the growing world of organized crime.
Okay, let's check it out. There are two concepts are definitely dangerous. The underground world of arm wrestling grows in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexander Santiago, your screaming queen of arms. Yeah, that's the real title. Taking us under her diesel wing to show us the ropes.
We're gonna have to lean on that today. Not the vibe. Not the vibe.
All right, let's do this.
Let's go in.
Headbands, no, but rows and biceps, yeah, big time. But these custom-built tables help too. Pads for your elbows, splits for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know if your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we got out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym. Even so, you gotta try. Leave it all on the table. Would you like to kick my ass at arm wrestling on national television? I don't know. We all know how this is gonna go, Alexandra. Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an app called Armbit that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has their specialty, and meet up for a match or two. Andrew, thanks. Our thanks to Wayne. Have a great day.
driving with the floodwaters and the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods. New stories of heroism and tragedy. And dramatically images a massive wall of water crashing through the wall of his home just seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana. Several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to a warehouse.
Also breaking news, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. Now Planned Parenthood is fighting back. And this morning, supporters of the new law weigh in how many more states can follow.
New video overnight as terror musicians in space exploding into a fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty, we're learning about the so-called QAnon shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new role for Tom Hanks this morning.
And recently, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 3 minutes late for an appointment.
This is America this morning.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Differ.
San Francisco is off, but we'll begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida in the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And until we get this video here, thankfully no one was hurt. The owner of this house in New Jersey said her son barely escaped walking and there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. Glenn, also familiar across the region. The story apparently happened tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. And it had a devastation for the people who did not survive.
It's one of the senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Cole was checking on conditions in Woodbury when Three Rivers come together with floodwaters swept his patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately in the morning, Bill received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he was in distress. That was the last thing we heard.
In New York City, at least 13 people died from water-filled homes in the Wall Street and the local transit system. This video showing people on the expressway over to the NYPD saying 835 civil deaths and 2 rescued, and nearly 500 people across the city abandoned. Larger stuff. And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
What we see when the storm goes in New Jersey, 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fire was left burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway after 4 nursing home residents died. They were among hundreds of seniors evacuated from a warehouse under the Webcam in the face of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity for their vision for a while, generator, that like their customers, but they don't have their refrigerated, and they were just taking care of what they were facility.
The patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
Well, President Biden and the First Lady visited Washington Medical Center last night. I think some of the service members wounded during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated in Washington. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others were stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion. Legal challenge from the state of nearly all abortion from the state. Apparently, now filing a restraining order. Financial incentive. That incentive allows businesses to sue anyone who tells them a woman gained access to her abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant. There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life and abortion is a human life. And when you don't build that part into it, if you're only doing one half of the equation, you're not addressing the whole problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court after revisit Roe v. Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blocking the court decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers self-anointed enforcers that have devastating impacts. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
One of the Russians that abortion
You believe that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there that face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor who spoke with his physician typically prefers between 20 and 30 abortions per day, says that a law is preferred only for her.
Well, the man who helped to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Champion, the so-called QAnon summit, is not offering details or is not actually offering any details about that video. He says Champion has battled mental health issues and has resisted to talk with conspiracy theory.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a third vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccine can diminish after 8 months, with others, including the World Health Organization, arguing the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arm of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have high immunization rates, you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates, the 2-dose vaccine appears the 2-dose appears to be to be able to some of those infections again. I think it's going to be the vaccine. I think it's going to be like vaccinating the others.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says that his new variant of the coronavirus is not guaranteed certain.
Turn down to the bigger Friday weather.
Good morning. A lot of people have to do the north east after August 12 and constructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday will have to work after fires burning out there. Expecting to know you creating a lot of smoke up out of the air. Nevada, places like that, so when the weekend, the air
United States.
How do we know it's true? Was President Mino have sexual relations with that woman? Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. And now it's the one with you. Watch on Saturdays on ABC News Live. What would you do? Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I think that now, amen. These days, what you need to know so you can change your thought differently. What is it you really want to need to know to help you not just get through your day, but to make it look today? Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good weather?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust, the Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at the street value of $60 billion before it was jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, 4 prosecutors facing criminal charges in the unlawful hiring case. He was a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the DA in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspect, shielding those men from charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line General Motors is temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants put on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of the worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we got the chips that are shorting. Most people that we're talking about vehicles having 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now their Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, they get shuttered back again. Some automakers, they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? With less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832, and supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now's the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned, with prices up 29% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects through all of this year.
Virgin Branson and its Virgin Galactic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating what it calls a mishap. But the company's rocket ship briefly veered off course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those on board were not in danger.
Coming up with different companies' mission to space ending in disaster overnight, the rocket had exploded over the Pacific.
And also coming up, what's
Has many of Elizabeth faults. Elizabeth Holmes is privately going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, man, these days, what you need to know seems to change about everything. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know. To help you not just get through your day, but to make the most of it. Feel smarter. Feel better. Feel happier. Well, how about a third hour of good flavor? 8:30, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. Those are women I'm very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States. How do we know it's true? I'm in love with him.
Mr. President, you know, have sexual relations with them.
World News Now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Workers and crews called to the town in Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to check your life?
I love it. Oh my.
And what to expect in the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night to keep you up to date.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
Years after our world forever changed.
But it was just pretty.
What'd you say to God?
Please give this a chance.
The powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
Sorry, I just got like chills. So the new 9/11, Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky over California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Firefly.
New images from the flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. Family had evacuated. The only person injured was a man driving by at the time. And with so much of the country experiencing severe weather, we wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how safely leave your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That's them if people Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC Webcam has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
First thing, take your seatbelt off. Next thing, roll down the window. Two things with ranking, your windows not going down. You need to use an airbag to smash it. Always hit the corner of your window. Okay, next thing, seatbelt. You want to roll down the window as quickly as you can. And you want to do anything you can to climb up and get on top of this roof. So you leg out onto this roof.
But if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim in calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're living in water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shock bag.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's been flooded or you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines to those areas as well. And then you really want to think about your personal protective equipment. That water can't have bacteria in it. It can have no sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes. If trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA.
Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Have sexual relations with them.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the biggest miracles of
Wednesday night, September 8th on ABC.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Bones is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the dropout. Elizabeth Bones on trial, wherever you get your podcasts. 5 minutes.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
That's my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I never had a why the fascination with criminal files? Figure out what's really out there.
There goes my car. They did this. It's the time of suspicion. And it's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
Time to check the polls beginning with new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 20 years.
And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in You. And that 10-track album called Where Comes Out in November.
Next, a new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast and Mark will explain an anniversary of the band of brothers named other stars of the World War II including more than 12 party podcasts.
They discuss each episode along with the band of brothers' legacy. Continues next Thursday.
And next, a reminder how important it is to be on.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal off of his shirt. 3 minutes late to prevent further competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he was gold in the shot put until the Ukrainian team protested.
Officials end up tweeting saying, "What more gold?" So the silver medalist from Ukraine got the gold.
Right. And finally, a sweet treat for lovers of Reese's peanut butter cups.
A new container for Halloween comes with 375 individually wrapped cups.
This item will cost you $48. Check the top headlines next.
There's a woman I'm very close to. In the midst of an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
I'm in love with him.
Have sexual relations with them.
Hey, minute. These days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? need to
Not just get from your big,
but to make you look today. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is what we do. This is ABC.
We're surrounded by kids.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Mama, you're ready? That's the joke. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? Watch it Saturdays on ABC News Live.
I guess I'm just
Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I think it now.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. They say a violent extremist who supported ISIS during the rampage inside a supermarket is stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reported from Sri Lanka who was shot by police.
And Washington Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. The Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
So that's all from Ida's flooding in the Northeast. Is now at least 46 people out. This is one of the seen in this video here in New Jersey. A basement in Walton last seen 6 people were rescued. Currently, there is a 13 lives that have been lost.
Today's weather clear and warmer on the west coast, rain for the Rockies and Midwest, showers for the Gulf Coast.
And finally, the point of the growing world of organized all of us.
Check it out for yourself.
There are 5 steps of definitely popularity over the last 18 months has been that all the last is shut down. All you need are your arms. Outfiters getting out of your training with your arms. Yeah, that's the real title. Taking us under her chisel wing, show us the ropes.
Alright,
Let's do this. Advance go, but rows and biceps, yeah, big time. But the how-to-build tables help too. Pads for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you can get your opponent. Jack Harriet has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of our wrestling, we got a little late, happens when more wrestlers can show up to compete. It starts at the gym. And so you gotta try. All of the things you like to kick my wrestling on that television. Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an app called Arm that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another, figure out who has the special tables, and meet up for a match or two. And your faith. Our thanks to Bill Gaines. Have a great day.
Washed away in the floods, and tragedy, and dramatic. Evacuated
Also, reading overnight, a new legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. Planned Parenthood is fighting back, and this morning supporters of the new law weigh in on many more states could follow.
In video overnight, a daring new mission to space exploded into a fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty while we're learning about the so-called Feat.LaaLaa shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a new rule for top banks this morning.
And right away, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 3 minutes late for an appointment.
ABC News in New York. This is America This
And good Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dimber.
And the moving moment is on. We began with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And until we have this video here, thankfully no one was hurt. All of us house in New Jersey said her son barely escaped walking from the basement, and there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. Just an incredible scene there. One all too familiar across the region. News stories earlier tragedy in the wake of that devastating flood disaster across the Northeast. In Connecticut, a state trooper is among the people who did not survive.
Senior sergeants called state police. Well respected. And it's just a tragedy.
Sergeant Brian Holmes checking on conditions in Woodbury, where 3 rivers come together. Water swept his patrol car away.
30 approximately in the morning. Bill received an emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water. And he knew he was in distress. That was the last thing he heard.
In New York City, at least 13 people died from water-filled homes and Wall Street and a local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater on the Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saying 835 different passengers had to be rescued, including 500 vehicles across the city abandoned. In New Jersey, the death toll rising to 23. Cars were seen rolling down the street in Madison. Another person standing on the roof of a car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds of calls for water rescues after the Schuylkill River spilled into communities with water and hundreds of overpass flooding an expressway that runs through part of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the water failed. Here's the expressway was flooded. And you got a perfect complex. The National Guard rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets well after the storm passed.
We really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time. And, we wouldn't expect these types of things to happen, but you know, we're in a good feeling like this.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human-caused climate change.
It's very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to. And the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, which is increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on mountains. The precipitation is
Forecasters warned about Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a 5+ watch back on Monday to forecast rainfall could continue to infrastructure.
that the reality of the year flood, the flood of water is happening any given year. Is the year flood.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
Striking scene when the storms moved in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounding the floodwaters are on fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires will not be heard. President Biden has the survey data in Iowa, 13% of the power outside of the storm.
And they'll have nursing beds and taking care, but they're because they're with it.
Donations were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who had faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
Also, Biden and the first lady visited Washington Medical Center last night. They found some of the service levels moving during last week's active bombing in Kabul. 17 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated in Washington. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others are stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws authorizing this morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order seeking to end this new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant. There are no exceptions for predatory incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing all.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to imposing new abortion restrictions. Now the Supreme Court, after revisit Doe versus Wade, Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers several enforcers to have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why is the president supporting abortion?
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there that face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston said he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day, but since the new law, he's performed only 3.
Well, the man who was held to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, is not offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that video. He says Chansley has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from the conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a third vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots into the arms of the unvaccinated.
If you look at countries that have high immunization rates, you look at states in the United States that have high immunization rates with a 2-dose vaccine, but here's the 2 doses appears to be enough to be able to control this infection. Again, I think it's critical to be absolutely vaccinated. Actually, really only on top of this pandemic, it's going to be vaccinated and unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci said that his new variant of the coronavirus is not an EU threat.
Time now to look at your Friday weather.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after August flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday will have some rain down after. And it gets wrapped up just a bit. It's not so late with it too. It's time in the West. We have a lot of fires burning out there, and especially in Northern California. They're producing a lot of smoke, unhealthy air. We know Nevada, places like that, we're going to spend more time inside this weekend because the air is very smoky. Anytime cleaning up on the Gulf Coast this weekend, kind of hot, but no storms. As we look at your office, kind of coming up, the major cocaine bust and how the suspects got away.
Also ahead, car prices surging, the major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Multi-millionaire Richard Branson has been grounded.
Those are we're very close to. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do I know it's true?
And you live with him.
President Mino had sexual relations with that.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know.
Seem to change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? To make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened.
Criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed Chad murdered his family.
My God, did this.
It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. This is what we think live is about. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
That one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust. The Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at a true value of $60 billion. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, 4 prosecutors facing criminal charges in the Alon case, being a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson of the case that case now according to the indictment, she blocked who was leading the rest of the suspects. She avoided medical charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors, the latest company, put out a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. Restoring assembly line, General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants, but on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicles, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts. Now we have a chips that are shorted. What's being put out? We're talking about vehicles having a 1,000 chips. GM's not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also tapping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard. 40 plant closures. Now they're all back, quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this start-stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, then get shuttered back again. Some automakers are reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely cure all of the issues.
How does this impact you? Let's supply has increased demand, setting car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was a high pocket $42,832. That's why Purple Inside Safety Car Dealerships had just under 1 million vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you sell a car, now it's different. Until we see new cars available, even though these new deals are paying a premium for pre-owned, prices up 25% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects all of next year.
Richard Branson is frozen elastic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating what it calls a mishap, but the company blocked the ship briefly steered on course while returning from its mission to the edge of space. The company says those orders were
Coming up with different companies' mission to space ending in disaster overnight. The rocket that exploded over the Pacific.
And also coming up, what to do when your home is damaged in a flood and what not to do.
This is the testimony of Elizabeth Bones. Elizabeth Holmes is finally going to trial. To this day, Elizabeth maintains her innocence. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Follow the drama with Elizabeth Holmes on trial, wherever you get your podcasts.
And then, these days, what you need to know.
See the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier. Week 3. What you need to know. Next week on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Elizabeth and I very close to. Is the President of the United States.
I know it's true.
David, we're showing our confident support for all the IT staff.
Until that moment.
Years after, our rules have never changed. There is this great decision. The powerful stories that unite these women are the things
Wednesday nights at 3 ABC.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky of California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private airspace of the
In addition to the flood disaster in New Jersey, surveillance video shows an explosion destroying the storm. Payload had evacuated all of the passengers and driving by at the time. And we have just one in the country experiencing severe weather. We wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to stay clean your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan.
The horror of rushing waters, holding his basement's life, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That nightmare is even They say you should never try to drive in bad streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC has got some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a rush with in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to start. And things outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
First thing, take your seatbelt off. Take the whole always hit the corner of your window. Okay, that's the seatbelt. Roll down the window as quickly as you can. Anything you can. On top of this roof. We climb out onto this roof.
Experts say safety is possible. It starts getting swept away, ditching, and swim with calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially in clean water ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shock bath.
definitely turn off the power to the house and the also turn off the gas lines in those areas as well. And if you really want to think about your personal protective equipment, that water can have bacteria in it, it can have no sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Everything will go to the bloodline. Livelihood says get rid of the bacteria before the mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew.
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA.
Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
President Secretary Post. It's an affair with the President of the United States.
How do we know it's true? Sexual relationship.
Everything was perfect until that moment.
20 years after our world forever changed, the powerful stories that unite these women are the biggest experience made.
Wednesday nights at 3, ABC.
Elizabeth
Bones is finally going to trial. To this day, innocence. Inside the courtroom, follow the trial. Elizabeth Bones on trial wherever you get your podcasts.
World news now.
And the
That's the joy.
And it features
Next Thursday.
next reminder how container for Halloween comes with 375 individually wrapped cups.
It's going to cost you 48 pounds. Check the top headlines next.
Hey, babe, these days, what do you need to know? What is it we really want?
To help you not just get through your day,
Let's make a post of it. You're smarter
feel better.
and happier.
Well, how about a power of good morning?
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. All about you.
How do I know it's true?
Have sexual relations with them.
This is what life is all about. This is ABC
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I know what happened, but I'm not guilty.
My fascination with criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there.
His family.
I know my car did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a 500 street list was supported ISIS. Rampage inside a supermarket, starting 6 people. Police victims are in critical condition. The suspects were reported to be from Sri Lanka. The shot
Washington Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill, saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. Senator Bernie Sanders said infrastructure is more important than ever.
The death toll from minus flooding in the Northeast is now at least 46 feet. The power of so much water was seen in this video here from New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. I don't think another 14 lives along the Gulf Coast. President Biden was in
Today's weather clear and warmer on the west coast, rain from the Rockies to the Midwest, showers from the Gulf Coast, sunny in the Northeast.
And finally this morning, the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
Bill Gates, check it out for yourself.
They're armed and those biceps are definitely dangerous. And welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling, growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, your sprinting queen of arms. Yeah, that's a real title. Taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes. Headbands go, but rows and biceps, yeah, all the time. But these custom-built tables help too. Pads with your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you hit your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the protection for injury is really a lot of arm wrestling, a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym. Even so, you gotta try. Leave it all on the table. Would you like to kick my ass in arm wrestling on television? Because in arm wrestling, it's all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an app called Alphabet that's allowing arm wrestlers to connect with one another to figure out who has the special table to be up for a match or two. And you're the favorite.
Are they so cooking? Have a great day.
Right now, on American reporting, the death toll rising on the wildfires after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast as state troopers washed away in the floods, causing heroism and tragedy. And dramatic new images of massive wall of water crashing through the wall of Disco just seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana, several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to warehouses.
legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. Planned Parenthood is fighting back. And this morning, supporters of the new law are weighing in on many more states than Colorado.
In video overnight, a terrorist movement into space exploded in the fireball over the Pacific.
Pleading guilty, while we're learning about the so-called Feat.LaaLaa shaman who became the face of the U.S. Capitol attack.
Plus, a miracle in the top banks this morning.
And incredibly, the star athlete stripped of his gold medal because he was 3 minutes late for her appointment.
This is America this morning.
Thank you, Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dimmer.
And I'm Faith Mona. It's on. But we begin with stunning new images of the devastation across the Northeast.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York.
And looking at this video here, thankfully no one was hurt. Owner of this house in New Jersey said her son barely escaped with evacuation, and there comes the floodwaters came crashing through the wall, and everything was underwater in a matter of just seconds. It's an incredible scene there. Well, that's all too familiar across the region. Devastating flood across the Northeast.
Senior sergeants on the state police, well respected, and it's just a training.
Sergeant Brian Hall was checking on conditions in Wood River, where 3 rivers come together with floodwaters stretching patrol car away.
At 3:30, approximately, they were received the emergency call from the sergeant that his vehicle was in swift water, and he knew he was in distress. That was the last thing he heard of him.
In New York City, at least 13 people died with water filled homes and clear our street and the local transit system. This video showing vehicles underwater on the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Overnight, the NYPD saved 835 subway passengers and 2 rescues. And more than 500 people across the city abandoned. Cars are stuck. If you heard in the National Fight in 23, cars were seen pulling down the street in Edison. Another person escaping from the car nearby. In Philadelphia, hundreds called for water rescues after the school river spilled into communities. The water ran high as the overpass, flooding an expressway that runs through the heart of the city. Officials say a pump designed to clear the road failed. Here's what the expressway normally looks like. And a nearby apartment complex in the National Guard rescuing a dozen people and their pets well after the storm passed.
I really appreciate it. You know, we were waiting for quite some time, and you really expect these types of things to happen. Weird, really nice.
In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to cause climate change.
These very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is climate change is decreasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the sea level and just the precipitation is.
Forecasters warned on Wednesday night storms for days. The National Weather Service issued a flat flood watch back on Monday. These rainfall turned into too much for the river.
But in reality, it's the 100-year flood, or flood that had about a 1% chance of happening in a given year, isn't the 100-year flood anymore.
And those storms also spawned at least 8 tornadoes.
A frightening scene when the storm zone in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so a fire drill left burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. The storm damage from Hurricane Ida. 30% of the power has now been restored. The region remains down with gas and supplies. Meanwhile, investigation is underway. Nursing home residents died. There were hundreds of seniors evacuated to a warehouse. Hundreds were rescued. Reports of sanitary conditions.
They didn't have any, people after a while just
The patients were from Mr.Bones, owned by the same man, who has faced scrutiny in the past for his evacuation procedures.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Medical Center last night. I think that was some of the service members during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition. Military officials were stable.
Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws, but currently learn about a new legal fight through. This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood is filing a restraining order seeking to end the new law's financial incentive that allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant. There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only through medical purposes. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defending that part of the law.
It is recognizing that the baby is a human life, and abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the whole problem.
Late Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices saying the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with blueprint proposing new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court having to revisit Roe versus Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will take up a similar bill. In the meantime, President Biden is blasting the court decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos that empowers self-anointed enforcers that have devastating impacts. And White House Press Secretary Jen Scott engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
Why does the president support abortion? Teaches abortion.
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor who spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day. Since the new law, he's performed only 3.
Well, the man who was held to symbolize the attack on the U.S. Capitol is expected to plead guilty today. A lawyer for Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, is now offering details, or is not actually offering any details about that plea deal. He says Chansley has battled mental health issues and has distanced himself from the conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a third vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity provided by the vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue that voters right now should be getting shots in any bars of the unvaccinated.
Countries that have high immunization rates are moving states and mindsets that have high immunization rates to the two-dose vaccine appears to go over to control this infection. But again, I think the critical issue here is not going to be boosted or vaccinated. I think if you really want to get on top of this pandemic, it's going to be vaccinated the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says the new variant of the coronavirus is not an immediate threat.
Time now to the Friday weather.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday you'll have some rain come at you, and humidity gets wrapped up just a bit. That's going to last a little bit too. Nevertheless, we get a lot of fires burning out there, and especially in Northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke, unhealthy air, Nevada, places like that. People is scheduled inside this weekend. The air is very smoky. Meantime, living on the Gulf Coast this weekend, kind of hot with those storms. Meteorologist Kevin Constantine.
Coming up, a major cocaine bust that the suspects got away.
Also ahead, car prices surging, the major decision from GM and Ford, and the long-term impact.
Plus, 5 billionaire Richard Branson
Breaking news overnight. Police and troops called to the town of Surfside. U.S. airstrikes hit targets in Iraq and Syria. The stories people are talking about. ABC World News Now and America This Morning. Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern. All night to keep you up to date.
It's an extraordinary story. Beer sales was supposed to grow tourism to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do they capture more playmakers? How do you do that?
Now, join the search. Following the U.S. Marshals as they uncovered new leads of a global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, babe, these days, what you need to know seems to change just about every day. What is it that you really want to know? What you need to know
To help you not just get through your day.
what's made the most of it. You're smarter.
Do that.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Back now with a massive cocaine bust. The Colombian Navy seized nearly 2 tons of cocaine from a narco submarine at a street value of $60 million. The crew jumped off the sub and escaped into the jungle.
In Georgia, 4 prosecutors facing criminal charges in the Alon Auburn case. He's a black man who was gunned down by 2 white men while he was out for a job. Jackie Johnson was the DA in that case. Now, according to the indictment, she blocked the immediate arrest of the suspect, shielding those men from charges. Johnson insists she did nothing wrong.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a car, some big news. General Motors is the latest company to announce a pause in production, which means prices are rising again. This morning, assembly line from General Motors temporarily coming to a halt. Production at 8 major plants put on pause, including 2 plants that produce the company's best-selling vehicle, the Silverado pickup. It's all because of a worsening shortage of computer semiconductor chips used in a variety of car parts.
Now we got the chips that are shorting what's being put out. We're talking about vehicles having like 1,000 chips.
GM, not the only one. Ford, Toyota, and Nissan also pumping the brakes on production. The computer chips are mostly made in Asia, but right now the Delta variant of the coronavirus is hitting hard, forcing plant closures. The domino effect quickly extending to the big 3 in Detroit.
We're gonna have this stop situation where it's like the lines come back on, then get shuttered back again. Some automakers they're reworking their vehicles to have fewer chips. Certain options are being offered, but it's not been enough to actually, completely curb all of the issues.
How does this impact you? Less supply comes increased demand, sending car prices skyrocketing. The average price of a new car last month was an eye-popping $42,832. And supplies are only tightening. Car dealerships had just under 1 million new vehicles on their lots during August. That's 72% fewer than during the same month in 2019 before the pandemic. Bright spot, if you're looking to sell a car, now is the time. With so few new cars available, people looking for new wheels are paying a premium for pre-owned, with prices up 29% from a year ago. So how long will this last? Some experts believe we'll be feeling the effects through all of next year.
Richard Branson and Virgin Galactic have been grounded by the FAA. The agency is investigating their calls of mishap, but the company's rocket ship briefly failed at 4 while returning for its mission to the end of space. The company says they will move toward an extinction return.
Coming up with different companies' mission to space and with a disaster overnight, and also that spoilers for the Pacific.
And also coming up, what to do when your home is damage and flood.
Infinite. These days, what you need to know.
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I can do it tonight.
We made it through another week together.
We tell all our patients how much they love to hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this.
The President of the United States is having an affair with an intern.
So, it's to. I promised him that I would not tell anyone. I was just gonna show him what really happened.
Are you sure you have enough evidence?
You are chaos. You are mayhem.
These allegations are false.
It's an extraordinary story. A computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do they capture over 25 minutes? How do you do that?
Now, join the search. Following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in the global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts. It's
Fine.
This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by associated with this onset.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
That one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
We're back now with a fiery scene from the sky over California. An unmanned rocket carrying small satellites exploded about 2 minutes after takeoff last night. It was the first attempt to send a rocket into orbit by the private aerospace company Firefly.
New images from the flood disaster in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows an explosion destroying this home. Family had evacuated. The only person injured was a man driving by at the time. And with so much of the country experiencing severe weather, we wanted to take a closer look at how to survive a flood and how to safely clean your flooded home. Here's ABC's Christine Stone.
The horror of rushing waters, homes and basements flooding, and getting trapped in a car taking on water. That's nightmare became a reality for millions of streets. Police say you should never try to drive through flooded streets, but if you find yourself in that situation, ABC's Matt Guthrie has some life-saving tips. Safety experts help them simulate a flash flood in real time. One of the first things that happens, water gets into your tailpipe, causing the engine to stall. And once outside your vehicle, it takes only 6 inches of water to knock you on your feet.
Perfect. Take your seatbelt off. Next thing, roll down the window. If you do need to break it, your window's not going down. You can use an arrest and smash it. Always hit the corner of your window. Okay. Next thing, seatbelt. You want to roll down the window as quickly as you can. Now you want to use anything you can. You climb up and get on top of this roof. We climb out onto this roof.
Experts say safety is possible, but if it starts getting swept away, ditch it and swim with calmer waters. Inside your home, experts say protect yourself as well, especially if you're cleaning water-ravaged basements. Use a mask, goggles, gloves, fans, dehumidifiers, and a shock bag.
Definitely turn off the power to the house in any area that's been flooded that you're working on. Also consider turning off the gas lines in those areas as well. And if you really want to think about your personal protected equipment. That water can't have bacteria in it. It can have sewage basically in that water. So we don't want that to contact our skin if at all possible.
Next, document damage for insurance purposes and trash everything below the flood line. Reisinger says get rid of the bacteria before mold starts to grow. Use a household cleaner that kills bacteria or a bleach solution. Faith, Andrew?
Christine, thank you. Coming up, the return of ABBA.
Also ahead, a new role for Tom Hanks.
An extraordinary story. A theater salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought he would run.
How do they catch her for play buttons? How do you do that?
Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in the global manhunt. Can you help catch this fugitive? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
The President of the United States is having an affair with an intern.
Someone needs to do it.
I promised him that I would not tell anybody. I'm just gonna show him what really happened.
Are you sure you haven't got evidence? You are chaos. You are mayhem.
These allegations are false.
Yes.
I know what happened. But I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. World news now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Agency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to shake it like and the first step in the day ahead.
ABC World News now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night to get you up to date.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Time to check the pulse for getting new music from ABBA. The Swedish supergroup is about to drop its first studio album in 40 years.
And it features a single called I Still Have Faith in You to Listen. And that 10-track album, Voyage, comes out in November.
Next, a new role for Tom Hanks.
He's joining a podcast to mark the 20th anniversary of Band of Brothers Inc., the other stars in the World War II B series, joined a 12-part podcast.
They discuss each episode along with the Band of Brothers legacy. It debuts next Thursday.
And next, a reminder how important it is to give time.
An athlete at the Paralympics in Tokyo was just stripped of his gold medal all because he showed up 3 minutes late to an event before the competition. The athlete from Malaysia thought he won gold in the shot put until the Ukrainian team.
This was an amazing saying. So, his silver medalist, great.
And finally, a big treat for lovers. Next.
These days, what you need to know is the change is not just a mistake. What is it that you really want to know? You need to know to help you not just get through your day, but to make a mistake. Feel smarter. Feel happier. Well, Now, join the search. Follow the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads. Global manhunt. You can catch this fugitive. Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it's all about.
Trying to
This is ABC.
We're surrounded by this.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Checking more top stories, breaking news from New Zealand. Police say a violent extremist who supported ISIS went on a rampage inside his car, is stabbing 6 people. 3 victims are in critical condition. The suspect reportedly from Sri Lanka was shot by police.
Washington Senator Joe Manchin is calling for a pause of the $3.5 trillion spending bill. Saying Democrats need to consider its effect on the economy. But Senator Bernie Sanders says infrastructure is more important than ever.
The death toll from Ida's flooding in the Northeast is now at least 36 people. The power of so much water was seen in this video here from New Jersey. A basement wall collapsing, 6 people were rescued. Credit claimed around 13 lives along the Gulf Coast. President Biden has said today.
Today's weather clear and warmer on the west coast. Rain for the Rockies and Midwest. Showers for the Gulf Coast. Sunny in the Northeast.
And finally this morning, the growing world of organized arm wrestling.
Okay, let's check it out. Cool stuff.
They're armed and ready to go. And those biceps are definitely dangerous. Welcome to the underground world of arm wrestling. Growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. All you need are your arms. Alexandra Santiago, New York's reigning queen of arms. Yeah, that's her real title. Taking us under her chiseled wing to show us the ropes.
Not divide.
All right, let's do this.
Let's go ahead.
Advance go, but rows and biceps, yeah, big time. But these counter-built tables help too. Abs for your elbows, grips for your non-wrestling hands, and a little rope that lets you know when you pin your opponent. Jack Arias has been with the New York Arm Wrestling League since the 70s. Okay, seems effective. Also seems effective. Making sure each wrestler stays safe because the potential for injury is high. A lot of arm wrestling, we got out a little late, happens before you ever even show up to compete. It starts at the gym. Even so, you gotta try. Leave it all on the table.
Would you like to get my wrestling on national television?
We all know how this is gonna go, Alexandra. Being in arm wrestling is all about the brotherhood and sisterhood. There's even an animal wrestlers can figure out who has the special dance for a match or two. And your favorite.
Our thanks to Bill Gates.
Have a great day.
Slow anywhere. Start here. The remaining storm days happened just in time to decimate those crowded parts of the country.
I was taking a friend is sleeping hole in the road.
As flash floods turned deadly, Europe was asked whether big cities can survive climate change. Abortion clinics see a surge in demand outside of Texas.
Which is why after 6 weeks, they're going to send it to our out of the state.
It could lose clinics in Germany as well. Organizations take an abortion starting now. And if you want to shuttle into the space, safety is kind of important to the success of this time around. And here's why. What happens next? Authorities are planning to get leaders in the space race. ABC News, this is Stark here. I'm Greg. Hurricane Ida going to American shores. It was the most powerful storm New Orleans had seen in over a century.
This is 16 years to the day since Katrina hit there.
While the winds were devastating and there were several deaths, the city was thankfully largely prepared.
Officials say that pumps facing the warm water out of New Orleans are running on generators, and the levees and potholes built after Katrina helped.
The worst case scenario, it did not happen.
The storm moved north from there to a lot of Americans. That's the end of that. On Wednesday night, Ida started swirling into New York City. And as the rain started pouring down, there's kind of by the blue. This is crazy. You don't see this every day. Within an hour, it wasn't funny anymore.
The National Weather Service issuing a flash flood emergency for New York City.
This is a large area of destructive flooding, just catastrophic flooding that moved through the area.
Inches of rainwater started spreading out across the concrete jungle and then plunging into subway tracks.
Some people trapped on those trains, you can see the waterfalls pouring inside.
This isn't getting deeper.
Storm drains started failing, streets filled up. So then, water started invading basement apartments.
Were you worried you couldn't get out of the apartment? Yeah, we can't find the window. You escaped your window?
Yeah, there had been no curfew, let alone an evacuation order in the days ahead. The tri-state area had prepared essentially for a normal evening commute.
Not there where the water's coming from. That's the Garden State Parkland, 154.
And then suddenly, drivers in New Jersey were driving in the water through their cars.
The cars are swimming their bodies underwater. We are now retrieving bodies.
And throughout the day yesterday, ISDN told reporters it was anything except BBC's chief meteorologist Ginger Z is used to traveling across the country to see this kind of devastation. Well, here it was in her own backyard. She's in New Jersey right now. Ginger, I can still hear the emergency vehicles near you. How bad was this?
Watching Wednesday night, a forecast that we had been emphasizing for 4 days come to fruition was insane. Truly, I was watching my rain gauge go up 7 inches in 2.5 hours. That's really difficult to do in the Northeast.
Riders standing on the seats of flooded buses and Queens, flooding in Newark Airport, forcing all flights to be canceled.
We were wettest day on record. Central Park, one of the wettest on record.
The governor says the majority of the deaths in New Jersey were people trapped in their cars.
We start going around New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and the states of emergency issued everywhere.
At least 7 confirmed tornadoes touching down in the Philadelphia and southern New Jersey area.
It is ugly. There are people who I know personally hurting. There are people who have been lost.
The fate of anyone on this block was determined simply by what floor they lived on.
I'm still shaking. I never seen something like this before. The woman came up, within 5 minutes, like 4 feet.
We hate to see the impact of any storm, especially on this magnitude.
That's the thing, Ginger, is that perhaps the most dangerous part of this also just seemed to be that everyone was acting like life was normal in the hours and the minutes leading up to this. But
Yes.
look, I can almost sympathize because it started 1,000 miles away. You hear a storm, you hear Hurricane Ida. That was in Louisiana, right? You think the storm's weekend over land. What happened?
Yeah. So that's the thing is with this storm, and with any storm, they're all unique, right? This one met up with a cold front. It's as simple as that. It met up with a cold front, it squeezed out the moisture, and if you go back to all of my hits for the last 4 days, those are the exact words I used. And why is this a big deal? Why is 6 inches of rain a big deal? In a place like New York City, with all of my hits for the last 4 days, those are the exact words I used. And why is this a big deal? Why is 6 inches of rain a big deal? In a place like New York City, we've had the wettest summer on record. So many folks are so saturated. When you add a half a foot really quickly, we will see problems, guys, by Thursday. And that's what we kept saying. And this is what I keep asking myself. What do I do better next time? Because obviously, me and all the other scientists who were forecasting this did not communicate it well enough, apparently, because we knew it was coming. I was not going to be on the road, certainly wouldn't put my kids on the road, but I think that's an issue too.
I'm not sure, but we're going to look at this. I'm not sure it's a difference of the alerts, because the alerts did go out. I got to myself on my phone. But I think people hear flooding, and they hear tornado, But I think perhaps they put them in a different category. In communication, and is kind of also the thing that like most of the CD, but people need to understand that the world looks different than like 5 or 10 years ago with that thing.
And like people, you need even meteorologists because again, you're not just forecasting it. I knew it was going to happen. I've been saying it for 4 days, but I was still kind of jaw dropped on the floor watching my rain gauge set up. Like, I can't believe this verified. I can't believe the science really came together for this. Holy cow! And I think that was the other thing is until it is in your backyard, you're not there. And we aren't there because not everybody has been touched by climate change. But I think pretty quickly in the last 5 years, we are. And if you haven't this time, you will next week.
Past few days, and the wildfires in the West, the unprecedented flash flood in New York and New Jersey, is yet another reminder that these extreme storms and climate crisis are here.
The teacher that that's what's so troubling to me is that this is not a place that's never seen a storm before, right? This is post-superstorm Sandy, New York, New Jersey, right? That was the once-in-a-lifetime event in 2012. Huge parts of the nation's largest city destroyed. And so what did New York do? It said billions and billions of dollars to repair and then prepare for what we thought a climate change world could look like. Well, guess what? Within 10 years, New York sees a storm that is way worse than anything a lot of people here could even imagine, right? It happened to kill more people than died in Louisiana than either of the shores. How unprepared is this country for the effects of big storms as they grow?
That's, you hit the nail on the head. What is emergency preparedness? What is sustainable infrastructure? Have we even really asked that? I don't think so. I'm standing in front of this gaping hole in a road in Demarest, in these people's neighborhoods, where cars were there, now those have been retrieved, and I just watched all the work being done, pulling all the pieces of the road out, trying to get some of the debris out. And I can't imagine that they're not going to just in the next couple of days start building it back just as they always have. Why? And that's just on one bridge, one hole in northern New Jersey.
All our legislators, particularly our federal legislators, our neighbors, citizens,
and I'm glad you brought up the ones in Louisiana because here we were standing in front of 16 years of Hurricane Katrina and the levees, the $14.6 billion that they put in, did a pretty darn good job. Granted, you know, they get a 22 listeners, they may get some water in the future because you can't just keep building a wall higher and higher. But what is it? We need to get trees. They knew that and they put the money in because it was that accident that gave you the stop sign. Is this our accident? And why was it sanded? Those are the questions that are going to have to be answered.
New Jersey, they're in New Jersey tracking yet more damage from Hurricane Ida 1,000 miles north of where she started. Thanks, Ginger.
Thank you.
I think someone started here. She knows what it's like to go across state lines for an abortion, and a lot more women are about to follow in her footsteps. We go to Texas after the break.
all right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. How are you? Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Oh my God! Oh my God! You guys are so dirty. Wait a second. Oh my God! Hey! Hey! Get away. Oh my God! Oh, there was Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
또 내가 너무 많아. 아, 잠깐! You guys are so dirty. You guys are so dirty. Ah! Hey! Don't step on my face. Okay? I want that. Oh my god! 야, 너네는 정말 그 인터뷰하는 게 너네는 대단한 아니야? I hate you. Oh my god! 아, 지금 내가 이 들어갈 없는 상황이라. 아, 뭐야 이게? 내 방에 들어가지 못하게 뭐 하는 짓이냐고. 그것 때문에. 뭐야?
Yes, that is correct. I have traveled out of the state and have flown before because I didn't think it was a legal process a few years ago.
When you told me before this that it was a scandal, you actually went to one of those crisis pregnancy centers, right? The Council Against Abortion. They left you thinking that your procedure would have been illegal in Texas when it wasn't, but that basically means that you were kind of living the effects of this law before this was the law, right?
I was 9.5 weeks at the time, so I was definitely over 6 weeks gestation.
But you're also racist, that you actually joined the abortion rights movement.
Yeah, I work for Texas Equal Access Fund, which is an abortion program of funds that serve the North Texas region, especially where I am, the DFW area. So if someone needs an abortion and they don't have the money to pay for it, we're the ones who pay for it. When I experienced the barriers during my first abortion, and I had a nightmare experience, I wanted to do more to make sure that other people didn't have to go through what I did. And that is probably the most heartbreaking part of this all is now I no longer have control over any of that with SBA. It's just after 6 weeks, there isn't anything that I can do. It's heartbreaking.
뭐 이거 나안 되거든. 아니 직원을 이거 똥카나 가서 어떻게 나쁜 거야?
If we were to do it past 6 weeks, yes, we're not going to do anything against the law. We are going to fully comply with the law, which is why after 6 weeks we're going to send people out of the state.
Dr. Babin, normally we have between 20 to 30 abortions a day, but since the new law, you only see 6 patients. You have to turn half of them away.
Just yesterday, I was relating to and we can't there's more options and things that are efficient and they should be a lot of people in there shooting dead.
아 내려가라 진짜.
As much as it's
오, 내가 진짜 이상해졌네? 상상한 거 이상해졌네? 세탁기에 배달하는 거랑 그래. 너네 진짜 이상해? 너네는 그림이라는 게 있니? 아니, 야구장 왜 다시 부끄러져 있대? 뭐가? 라스가 왜 다시 부끄러져 있대? 아, 내 말이 라스는 왜 없어놓은 거야? 이게 무슨 탱탱이니까. 저걸 여기까지 다 버리고 저거 그냥 버려. 밟지 마. 제발 밟지 마. 이 밑에 거기에 있는 이상한 나한테 쓰지 마라. 진짜 너 혼자 나가지. 쓰레빠는 뭐야? 거기 왼발로 다니고 쓰레빠 3개 놨어. 여기 있고 여기 있고 여기. 대박. 거기 어떻게 왼발로 다녀? 쓰레빠를 되게 크게 해놨네. 아, 그 유한학습 뿌리고 말려서 그래. 아니, 어제 자는데 동전을 못 자는 거야. 거기서 진짜, 거기 애들이, 아니, 막 피했나봐. 아빠도 연락 줬어? 그래서 여기 물 차면 다 락스해가지고 거기다가 버리고 있대. 그래서 건조기가 절로 들어올 거라서 벽돌 놓고 잔을 녹여달라고 해야 될 것 같아. 이게 바닷물을 냉각수로 쓰는 그런 식이네. 아니, 내가 시키려고 치고서 언제 누가 여기서 물을 넣길래 그 친구가 맞냐고. 아니, 너무한 거 아니야? 너무 더운데? 여기 있는 건 내는 건 아니지 않아? 표를 여기 좀 많이 이거 빼고 여기다 그냥 다 담아놓고 있어. 어떻게 들어가 근데? 이거 빼고 박스 빼고 하면 돼. 이거 왜 여기다 놨어? 다리 없어 뭐해? 왜 거기를 치겠어? 아마 내 방에서 자꾸 쉬라니까 벤치했겠지? 여기다가? 아니 그러니까 바닥에 있으면 끄집어 내려서 쉬도 하고 막 그럴 거 아니겠니? 보내줬어. 미쳤니? 여기서 단어가 나왔다. 미쳤어? 아니 이게 뭐야?
자, 이제 얘가 뒤로 가고.
이게 뭐 하는 짓이야?
나는 왔어.
내가 왔다는 걸 알리고. 이게 뭐 하는 짓이야? 이 똥그러진 것들이? 빨리 왔잖아? 뭐 하는 짓인지 모르지만 예쁜 짓은 아니지. 빨리 왔잖아. 할래? 일단 일로 와봐. 여기다 올려놔.
이거 많이 사고 싶어. 프로럭스. 이거 너무 좋아. 이거보다 이거.
야, 위에 올라타지 마.
소스가 저런 내가 하는 거 알지? 내가 오면 하지 말아야 돼. 내가 와서 하는 건 무슨 뜻이야? 나를 믿지? 야! 떡배! 그거 뒤집어 혼난다. 뭐 있는지 모르겠는데.
이거 내 사람밖에 아직 못 찾았지. 오늘도 씨발. 야, 너네 진짜 인간은 아니지?
야, 그냥 닦으면 안 되고, 휘스로 닦고, 그 다음에 이걸로 닦아.
씨발.
내가 미쳤니? 그래, 내가 이거 노래인 줄 알았어. 지나가지 마. 몰라. 이런 거왜 없어? 지랄이야! 그냥 들쳐주기만 하면 뭐 땄어.
미쳤어.
들쳐만 하면 뭐가 있다고 봐야지. 아래가 그걸 내가 진짜 내고. 나중에 나무 젓가락을 가루를 냈구나.
아니, 여기다 왜 오른다고 지랄이야.
하는 거야? 날라가서 버릴 거야. 근데 진짜 하겠는데 갖다 버리세요. 버릴 거야.
아니, 진짜. 왜 지구를 이렇게 하는 거야. 미쳤구나.
나와.
So one last thing. If it feels like bizarre weather is taking over your city, it could be even weirder. Recently,
야,
Italian
내 스케일 거의
invasion of
지금 있냐는데?
by a family of wild boar and eventually had to surrender for food before the week were alone. Last year, another group took over a children's playground near the Vatican. Farmers have protested, saying their land is getting ruined to make claims of wild boar incidents every 48 hours. Yesterday, even the mayor of Rome is launching a lawsuit against the correcting regional authorities preparing to stop this invasion. But these problems are downright boring to the people of Buenos Aires. Delta, local parks are starting to attract a herd of capybaras. Capybaras, you haven't seen them, are the world's largest
big. Roman stood for thousands of years. Your Delta is a glitzy new gated community in Buenos Aires. Environmentalists haven't far over there first. You guys have made it their habitat. It's become something of a class war of people who can't afford to own these fancy homes, siding with the roads. With a group of white boys, only signature singular outdoors. Hey, we're going to cool on Monday. We have a Labor Day special about the future of work in America. You're definitely going to want to check that out. And the laborers on this show, of course, starting with this page of breakfast in this paper. It was built in David Leo, Josh Cohen, Ariel Chester, Taylor Gimble, and Lauren Efron. Thanks to Linda Less, Lucia Black, Melanie Russo, and Stacey Shishku. Special thanks this week to Jeff Cook, Leslie Shue, Janice McDonald, Frank Ellery, Jason Volak, Sam Sweeney, Sonny Sullivan, and Tina Zeru. I'm Brett Wilkie. See you Monday.
The breaking news overnight. Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside. U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about. ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting actually at Eastern.
All night to keep you up to date. With an extraordinary story, the theater sales was a 17-year sentence.
They left him and turned himself into jail without escort.
No one thought he would lie. How do you do that? Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals and and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcast. This is what News Live is all about.
5 minutes.
News Live.
We're surrounded by We're on urgent delivery run.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Scrutiny in time.
That one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Talking true crimes. Cinematic stuff that can be unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True Crime 2020. It was now on schools all the time.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3.
A third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
20 years after our world will never change, the powerful stories that unite these women are the things miracles are made of.
The Women of 9/11, September 8th on ABC.
Right now on America This Morning, the death toll rising with the floodwaters after the historic weather emergency in the Northeast. A state trooper washed away in the floods, and with terrorism and tragedy. And dramatic images, a massive wall of water crashing through the walls of 600 seconds after a man walks through. And in the South, growing desperation in Louisiana. Several deaths at a nursing home after residents were evacuated to the house.
Legal challenge to the law banning most abortions in Texas. Planned Parenthood is fighting back, and this morning supporters of the new law win. And the main case will follow.
A daring mission to space, exploding into a fireball over the Pacific.
Tweeting your team over Russia was so-called in the U.S.
This morning.
And right away, the star athlete stretched out his gold medal because he was 3 minutes late for an appointment.
This is America.
Thank you, Friday morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Baker.
And I think that we will know that it's off. But we'll begin with
아주 득템했구나. 우리 스테이크 말하자.
At least 59 deaths are now blamed on Hurricane Ida and the aftermath. 46 deaths here in the Northeast. New video shows a baseball diamond in New Jersey almost completely underwater. President Biden overnight approved an emergency declaration for both New Jersey and New York. And it has a video here. Thankfully, one of his house in her son barely escaped walking to the basement, and there it comes. The floor is crashing through the wall, and everything is underwater. In a matter of just seconds, but there was a incredible scene there.
눈 살았네? 이거 한개가 없어서 그래. 이거 어떡하는 거? 괜찮았어? 괜찮았다니까? 아, 이 사람 답이 또 나오고 오늘 말해도 없었잖아.
Sergeant Brian Moore was checking on conditions in Woodbury, where 3 residents
빨리 무기한테 가자.
Received an emergency call from the sergeant. His vehicle was smoke the water.
근데 같은 목이랑 꼭 써야 돼? 어? 같은 목이랑 꼭 써야 돼. 뭐를 써야 되냐고? 같은 목이랑. 왜? 꼭 그거 써야 돼? 아니, 옷에 냄새가 들어가지고. 그럼 뭐안 써도 되겠지? 그러니까 대체제가 없냐고. 대체제 하나 사오긴 사왔는데, 저게 아마 저 박스 뒤져야 될 거야. 앱칩 끼는 거 하나 사왔어. 유기랑 거의 같이 사는 거 있어.
Officials say a pump designed to clear the road failed. It was resurfacing the flood. At a nearby apartment complex, the National Guard is rescuing nearly a dozen people and their pets, as well as the storm path. We really appreciate it.
That's what it costs.
For quite some time, and we really expect these types of things to happen when you have this big building like this. In the meantime, experts following the science are attributing the frequency of extreme rainfall events to human caused climate change.
Very extreme precipitation events are occurring more frequently than they used to, and the main reason for that is human-caused climate change, which is increasing the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and raising the ceiling on how intense the precipitation is.
Forecasters warn about wet and storm quickly. The National Weather Service is issued a flash flood warning back on Monday. The intense rainfall proved to be too much for removal infrastructure.
But in reality, what was
Yeah.
earlier flood, the flood that had about a 1% chance of happening any given year, it was a 100-year flood anymore.
And those storms also caused at least 8 tornadoes. That's right, the scenes on the storm zone in New Jersey. 2 houses surrounded by floodwaters caught fire. The fire trucks could not reach them, so the fires were left to burn. No one was hurt. President Biden heads to Louisiana today. He'll survey damage from Hurricane Ida. 50% of the power has now been restored in New Orleans. Residents across the region remain desperate for gas and supplies. Meanwhile, an investigation is underway. The 4 nursing home residents died. They were hundreds of seniors evacuated to a warehouse. Others were rescued amid reports of unsanitary conditions.
They didn't have any electricity, no air conditioning for a while, generator. So I thought they were coming to nursing home. That they were gonna have nursing beds and they were been taken care like they were in a nursing facility.
The patients were from 7 nursing homes owned by the same man who had faced relief in the past for his evacuation procedures. President Biden and the First Lady visited Walter Reed Medical Center last night. They heard some of the service members who wounded during last week's ISIS bombing in Kabul. 15 Marines injured in the attack are now being treated at Walter Reed. One is in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, and we're told the others are stable. Now to the growing fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to uphold a new abortion law in Texas. Several states are now taking steps to pass similar laws. But overnight, we learned about a new legal fight brewing.
This morning, a new legal challenge after the state of Texas banned nearly all abortions in the state. Planned Parenthood now filing a restraining order, seeking to end the new law's financial incentive. That incentive allows private citizens to sue anyone for helping a woman gain access to an abortion if she's further along than 6 weeks pregnant.
It sets up a procedure that includes common abortion restrictions, which is a time to enforcing it. Instead, the ban is enforced by private parties who can sue any abortion provider for any of the age or effects on abortion.
There are no exceptions for rape or incest, only for medical emergencies. Texas State Senator Angela Paxton defended that part of the law.
That the baby is a human life. An abortion is a human life. And if you don't build that part into it, if you're only dealing with one half of the equation, you're not addressing the big problem.
Wednesday, the Supreme Court rejected a request to block the law. 5 conservative justices say the law should take effect. Now Texas is providing other states with a blueprint to impose new abortion restrictions without the Supreme Court. Visit Roe versus Wade. Florida Senate President telling reporters there's no question Florida will adopt a similar bill. Meantime, President Biden is blasting the court decision, saying it unleashes constitutional chaos and empowers several enforcers to have devastating impacts. The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki engaging on the issue with a male reporter.
One of the president's support abortion reform
He believes that it's up to a woman to make those decisions, and up to a woman to make those decisions with her doctor. I know you've never faced those choices, nor have you ever been pregnant, but for women out there who face those choices, this is an incredibly difficult thing.
A doctor we spoke with in Houston says he typically performs between 20 and 30 abortions per day, but this new law he performed only 3.
Well, the man himself is symbolizing half of the U.S. Capitol. Expected to be guilty today.
그만해.
The so-called QAnon shaman is now offering details or is not offering details about that issue because we have battled mental health issues and existence himself in a conspiracy theory movement.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is defending booster shots as the debate rages over whether a third vaccine dose is needed. Fauci says data shows immunity from Pfizer vaccines can diminish after 8 months, but others, including the World Health Organization, argue the focus right now should be on getting shots to make part of the unvaccinated.
The country is at a high innovation rate. You look at states in the United States that have high innovation rates. With the Trudeau vaccine, the truth is Trudeau appears to be enough to be able to control this.
하지마.
I think the critical issue here is not going to be easily vaccinated. I think if we really did want to get on top of this pandemic, it's going to be about vaccinating the unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci says the new variant of the coronavirus is not an immediate threat.
I now feel your Friday letter.
Good morning. A lot of cleaning up to do in the Northeast after Ida's flooding and destructive winds. Friday and Saturday look good. Sunday will be some rain coming. Literally gets wrapped up with the big second lasting blizzard. We've had a lot of fires burning out there, especially in northern California. They're creating a lot of smoke, unhealthy air. Reno, Nevada, places like that. They want to spend more time inside this weekend. The air is very smoky. Coming up in the suspects got away.
Also, our prices surging and the new business of beer and food and the
우리 영양가스 끓일 것도 정말 나오는. 나오라고.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the
그거 먹으면 안 된다 그랬지? 자꾸 끓여줘. 이태리도 찾고 벌써 아유, 그걸 그대로 못하고 발도 안 해.
But if you find yourself in that situation, ADP's map judgment has the right to answer.
아, 오늘 나도 발자국 뭐냐? 거기서 가요, 거기서 가요. 여기서 이렇게 가고.
It takes only 6 inches of water to rock the
생각하면 어떻게 하면 어딜까? 이게 뭐야? 야, 너 보고 안 들어가? 이제 안녕. 왜 인간적으로 이렇게 뭐지? 이제 사람이 왔으면은 중간에 그만 없는 거예요. 그냥 확실하고 이거 아스팔. 엄마! 얘 왜 이렇게 아내를 청소해 달라는 뜻이겠지. 내가 아니, 저 안에 어떻게 청소해? 요새 내가 생각하기로 소독 젤이지. 그걸 가지고 다 닦을까 생각해. 미칠 것 같긴 해. 이거 너무 무섭고 있어.
You just gotta show them what really happened.
Sure, you have enough evidence. The allegation is called
여기 안 닦이는데? 안 닦인다고. 이거 그냥 다 닦을 때 닦았나? 지나가면 닦은 걸로 쳐. 다 닦는 게 더 의미가 없는 게 어차피 풀리면 다 뭐? 우리 검색되겠는데? 아우 대박. 진짜 피지들어. 미친놈 나왔어. 족같은 새끼들 나왔어요. 족같은 새끼, 족같은 새끼. 나 이거 설명해주면 안 돼. 오늘 이거 너무한 거 아니니? 너무 들어. 미칠 것 같아. 모르면 똥싸움이 많은데 이게 왜 진짜 나 너한테 똥을 맞은 거야. 왜 이래? 왜? 성대를 이렇게까지 하면 쳐보니까 이렇게 되지. 그럼. 아우 너무 좋아. 아우! You guys are insane. 그래서 좀 더 풍부해져. 그거 못 찾았다고 아직. 연락 줘봐야겠다. 가자. 이 샹년. You sit. 이게 막 억울하면 거기서 막 네가 앉는데 점수야. 나도 전에 내가 앉아있는데 좀 쌌잖아. 아니 이 여자 관리가 힘 안 들어가니? 아 싫어. 인성 비리는 나는데. 루치아에서 이거 안 해. 왜 이럴까? 나 놀았으니까 먹으러 가야지. 앉아. 그렇게 밥을 날리려고 그러네. 랄라 너 이거 시뻘게? 내일 병원 가봐야 돼. 그거 열받아서 눈을 자꾸 긁으려고 내일 병원 석달 갔다 갔어. 야, 이러는 거 아니야? 얘도 알러지가지고 그런 거 아니야? 지금 결석 때문에 무기놀이 사는 거 같아. 이 그거는 알러지 안 올라. 알러지 안 올라? 근데 알러지보다 그게 더 우선이지. 결석이 더 우선이지. 답답했어? 결석도 되면서 베지테리언인 그런 사람 있는 거야? 아니. 답답했어? 답답 어딨어? 아, 저래! 야, 소개! 애들 목소리 정도도 괜찮지? 애들 목소리 정도도 괜찮지? 아이고, 안 들고 싸우면 없는 거지. 애가 많이 사네. 근데 너 빨리 갈 수밖에 없니? 아니, 거기서 잠깐만 기다려. 그러면 밥 먹을 준비를 하는 거지. 나 집에 와서도 똑같아. 이렇게 중간청소를 하고 여기는 청소를 안 할 수가 없어. 하고 다시 이거를 이렇게 해주고 그 다음에 이제 밥 먹을 준비를 하지. 그 내 라이브 영상 이렇게 플레이백 해보면 똑같아. 읽어봐.
Growing in popularity over the last 18 months as gyms and formal fitness classes shut down. On the day before yeah, that's the real title. Taking us under her chisel plate. Show us the ropes.
They're gonna have to lose that second half, not the vibe.
All right, let's do this.
Let's go.
Oh, 냄새.
Happens before you ever even show up. It starts at the gym.
너 그거 그럴 줄 알아? 언제 처음 하고?
Even so, you gotta try. All on the table.
세제 내가 지금 들고 왔는데. 세제를 내가 들고 왔어.
Because in arm wrestling, it's all about brotherhood, sisterhood.
내가 들고 왔어. 내가 느꼈네. 성일인데 있었지? 성일인데. 성일인데 그건 안 들고 온 것 같은데? 뭐?
Abortion clinics see a surge in demand outside of Texas.
We are looking to make a private law, which is why after 6 weeks of the license.
What will take to maintain an abortion starting now? And if you want to shuttle people to space, safety is kind of important. It's a success case talking about respond. But what happens next? Authorities are grounded by the leaders in the space race. ABC News, this is Start Here. I'm Bradley. Shores, the most powerful storm in New Orleans has seen in over a century. 16 years a day since Katrina hit there.
largely prepared. See the folks that keep the form on out of New Orleans are one of the generators. And the money for Dr. Katrina
The one category, it did not happen.
the storm moves north from there to a lot of Americans who might not think of that. Well, on Wednesday night, Ida started swirling into New York City. And as the rain started pouring down, it was kind of like, ooh, this is crazy. I don't see this every day.
밥 먹으면 돼.
It wasn't fun.
할 일 없어?
The national weather
라자를 빨리 예뻐. 할 일은 많습니다. 라자가 하루 좀 혹한 스타일을 딱 내줘야 돼. 아, 오늘 하루 스타일을 입는 거. 그녀는 불러도 오지 않고. 야, 조금이 가 있었어? 이 새끼 뭐야, 너 안 내려가? 어떤 새끼? 이 새끼 노랭이 찌는 어떤 새끼? 노랭이 이 새끼는 어떤 새끼?
Throughout the day yesterday, Ida's death toll rose beyond anything expected. ABC's chief meteorologist Jim Josie is used to travel across the country to see this kind of devastation. Well, here it was in her own backyard. Josie right now, I can still hear the emergency vehicles. How bad was this?
Watching Wednesday night, a forecast that we have been emphasizing for 4 days, coming to fruition, was insane. Truly, I was watching my rain days go up 7 inches in 2.5 hours. That is really difficult to do in the Northeast.
Riders standing on the seas of flooded buses in Queens, flooding in New York airport, causing all flights to be canceled.
Newark, Wednesday on record. Central Park, one of the wettest on record.
The governor says the majority of deaths in New Jersey were people trapped in their cars.
한국 사람들이 쟤는 식탁보를 청량지로 청량지 세상에서 제일 좋아하는 이거는 3.5.
I believe that people who I know personally hurting, there are people who have been lost. The city of anyone on this block was determined simply by what floor they lived on.
I'm so shaken. I never seen something like this before. The water came up. Was it 5 minutes, like 4 feet?
I would see the impacts of any storm, especially on this magnitude.
That's the thing. The personal dangerous part of this also just will be that everyone are acting like life was normal in the hours and the minutes leading up to this. But I can almost sympathize because it started 1,000 miles away. You hear a storm, you hear Hurricane Ida. That was in Louisiana, right? You think storms weekend over land.
Yeah. So that's the thing is with this storm, and with any storm, they're all unique, right? This one met up with a cold front. It's as simple as that. It met up with a cold front, it squeezed out the moisture. If you go back to all of my hits for the last 4 days, those are the exact words I use. And why is this a big deal? Why is 6 inches of rain a big deal? And it looks like New York City, they've had the wettest summer on record. So many folks are so saturated. When you had a half a foot really quickly, we will see problems, guys, by Thursday. And that's what we kept saying, and this is what I keep asking myself. What do I do better next time? Because obviously, me and all the other scientists who are forecasting this did not communicate well. Apparently, because we knew it was coming. I was not going to be on the road. Certainly would have put my kids on the roads, but I need that to get to you.
I'm not sure if we're going to look at this. I'm not sure it's a difference of the alerts because the alerts did go out. I got them myself on my phone. So I think people hear flooding and they hear tornado. And I think perhaps they put them into a different category.
And communication, and is climate also the thing that like we're going to see people need to understand that the world communication and
이렇게 막 떠들었어요.
need to understand that the world looks different than how the fire temperatures go. That's the thing.
And by people, you mean even meteorologists, because again, if you're on the one forecasting it,
간장 쭈꾸미? 쭈꾸미 같은 게.
오늘의 출제입니다. 윤석열전 검찰총장 대행이죠. 대법원 간부가 여권 인사들에 대한 고발장을 야당의 검사니까 내부를 내서 법무부가
어머, 없어.
이노인
되는 게 없어. 되는 사람. 근데 누가 많이 들어? 나랑 검사였어야 돼. 내가 아까 이들하고 못 봤어. 시간이었어. 결국에 내일 갈 거야. 내가 열받으면 기억이 안 나나 봐. 내가 열받으면 기억이 안 난다고? 그럼 기억력 좋은 애들은 뭐야? 기억력 좋은 애들. 너무 추워도 내들 중에 여기 있어. 그건 가능해. 너 왜 갑자기 차가워서 먹는 왜 이거 먹고 그런 거 아니야? 아이스크림 갑자기 먹고 그런 거 이거 해. 저도 그러지 않던데요? 내려가. 호수에서 내들쭉거리는 거 있었어? 호수에서 내들쭉거리는 그런 거. 내가 이 나이에 내들쭉거리는 그건 정말 진짜 20도 되기 전에 죽어. 그러니까 셀프 진단은 내들쭉인 거야. 내가 고모한테 가서 내가 내들쭉이라고 얘기를 했거든. 근데 고모가 너 젊어서 안 걸려? 이렇게 얘기했어. 그 말이 돼요. 절대 걸릴 수 없어. 저거랑 똑같은 거야. 10대 100%야. 그렇지. 진짜 나 힘들어. 그렇지. 우리가 지금 못 찾아가지고. 여기다 잘 걸어야 돼. 가능할까? 안 가능한 거. 내려가. 보지 마.
여러분, 저희 유튜브를 시작합니다. 지난해 7월 대법 판례사무가 여권 인사들에 대한 고발장을 야당에 전달했다는 의혹이 정치권에 스키우죠. 고발장을 전달한 사람이 윤석열 전 검찰총장의 신문성 검사로 지목돼 판단됐습니다. 민주당은 윤석열 검찰총장하며 포스를 쏘고 윤 전 총장은 정치공백이라는 증거를 대하고 저도 선거가 법무부에 올리면서 전했습니다. 대법 판단이 어제 수상조사에 들어간 일이 법무부가 선거조사에 됐습니다. 이번 결과는
정보이 사라졌다. 어떡해요? 정보이 사라졌다. 첫째만 저기다 봐. 정보이 실명이었다. 이게야 이게. 초콜릿. 나도 살짝 나르셨는데. 방금 만든 진짜 정말 미치겠어. 그 차분한 톤에 발랄한 나레이션을 정말 그 대꾸가 전혀 안 맞는 거 아니? 청소년부를 관련한 나레이션도 진짜. 근데 그게 내 컬러가 무슨 뜻이냐면 나는 막 까불고 재미있는 컨셉이 잘 안 들고 맞지도 않고 해도 티도 안 나. 그러니까 흔히 말하는 너무 진지충 같은 거지. 또 별로 그렇게 까불거리는 느낌도 안 나. 그냥 괜찮아. 그냥 되게 잘 나가서 전력감이잖아. 내가 방송하면서 그 유튜브 하고 알았어. 내 캐릭터가 예전 캐릭터였어. 난 내가 되게 재밌는 캐릭터인 줄 알았어. 내가 머리컵이 4개나 있는데 사무실에서 그걸 들고 있는데 내가 집이 많으니까 저 오늘은 이쪽으로 하면서 오늘은 막 그릇에 먹고 있어. 얘는 막 그릇이 아니야. 그릇이 아니야.
인터넷 매체 뉴스버스가 공개한 사진입니다. 20대 총선 약 2주일 전인 지난해 4월 3일 당시 손준성 대검 수사정보정책관이 지금 미래통합당 국회의원 후보에게 전달한 HK의 한결문이라고 설명돼 있습니다. MBC 정보기사 보도 등의 제보자입니다. 사진 속 한결문의 HC의 실력이 그대로 들어가 있어 수사정보로 분류된다고 덧붙였습니다. 사진 상단에는 손준성 도면이라고 적혀 있습니다. 뉴스버스 측은 김 의원이 손준성 검사에게 받은 자료를 제3자에게 준다는 정황이라고 했습니다.
손준성 도면이나 손준성이나
맛도 가능.
전달 전달하면 SNS 메신저에 어디서 받아서 어디로 옮겨갔다는 게 나오기는 하거든요.
뉴스버스 측이 밝힌 소셜미디어는 텔레그램으로 추정됩니다. 도면이나 문구는 텔레그램 특유의 기능입니다.
그 장고학교에서 봤잖아.
전달에게 전달할 때 출처가 자동으로 적힙니다. 카카오톡의 경우 사진을 전달해도 출처가 남지 않습니다. 그러나 송 검사는 한결문 등을 김 의원에게 전달했다는 의혹에 대해 그런 사실이 없다고 뉴스버스 측에 답답한 걸로 전해졌습니다. 유튜브 측은 텔레그램 접속자가 송 검사와 본인 인물이 아닐 가능성이 제기했습니다.
발신자의 텔레그램 메신저상의 이름을 손준성으로 지정하기만 하면 그 사람의 실체가 누가 됐든지 간에 어쨌든 손준성이 마치 보낸 것처럼 전달한 것처럼 텔레그램상에서는 찍히게 되는 거거든요.
증거가 조작됐을 수 있다는 주장입니다.
현상을 다이어트하는 애들이 깜짝 먹고
자료를 누구한테 받았는지 모른다며 받은 자료가 부활장인지 한결문인지로 기억에 없다고 주장했습니다. JTBC는 구체적인 발언을 듣기 위해 성공사에게 수차례 연락했으나 연락이 되지 않았습니다. JTBC
짬뽕을 너무 먹고 싶고 어쩔 수 없이
네, 이에 대해 윤석열 전 검찰총장은 사주를 지시한 사실이 없다고 했고 그럴 이유도 전혀 없다고 강하게 반발했습니다. 하지만 여당은 국회의원들의 폭도 사퇴를 요구했습니다. 사퇴를 만나는 국민의힘은 뒤숭숭합니다. 장의영입니다.
윤석열 전 검찰총장은 야당의 고발을 사주하는 건 상식에 맞지 않는다고 주장했습니다.
피해자가 고소해도 수사를 했다 말다인데 야당이 고발하면 오히려 더 안 하죠.
이거가 아니라 이걸 조사해서 먹으려면 어떻게 먹을 줄 아느냐 그런 얘기 아니에요. 다 먹어요.
김호중 검찰총장이 대검의 진상조사를 지시할 것을 정치공작 조사는 최우선으로 하는 것은 안쓰럽다며 불편함을 내비쳤습니다.
이런 사실도 없고
저 송실가 너무
없습니다.
실력이 없는데 또
하나 알려주면 공적으로 저를 공격했던 분들은 이제 좀 국민들 보는 앞서서 흘러갈 주셨어야 하는 게 제 바람입니다.
국민의힘 소속 국회 법사위원들은 지원 사격에 나섰습니다.
여권의 성급한 정치 공작이 또다시 부활했습니다. 본 여권의 상은 광고를 배경이 정치 자작극이라고.
하지만 대선을 앞두고 당내에서 악재라는 우려의 목소리도 나옵니다. 일부 의원들은 위중한 상황으로 보고 있다거나 사실이라면 큰 문제가 될 수 있다고 했습니다. 당내 주자들도 압박 소리를 높였습니다. 패배를 예약한 부실한 플레이어, 몰랐다 하더라도 지휘 책임으로부터 자유로울 수 없다고 했습니다.
이준석 당대표는 정부감사를 진행하겠다며 당 차원의 지원 조건을 일단 선회주었습니다. 더불어민주당은 테러 의혹을 정치혼란으로 규정하고 공세를 이어갔습니다.
검찰의 정치계
네.
정치 공작의 논란 사건이나 전두환 씨의 신보고 사과회와 비교되는 사건이다 이렇게 생각합니다.
민주당 대선 기자들도 자세했습니다. 이낙연 전 대표와 정세균 전 국무총리는 윤 전 총장의 후보직 사퇴까지 언급했고 이재명 전진의사는 검찰의 힘든 사실이라며 당 대선 주자들이 연대한 공동 대응을 제안했습니다. 여야는 오늘 회의 법사위에서 관련 의혹에 대한 직접 현안 질의를 하기로 했습니다.
손준성 검사가 야당의 고발을 총판에서는 의혹이 제기된 지난해 4월에 윤 전 총장 가족은 각종 의혹에 중심에 있었습니다. 최강욱 당시 열린민주당 비례대표 후보 등이 윤 전 총장 가족을 고발한 것으로 비슷했습니다. 윤 전 총장의 측근은 JTBC에 당시 가족이 의혹 제기에 맞서 고소를 추진하려 했다가 윤 전 총장이 만류해 하지 않았다고 주장했습니다. 지난해 4월 당시 무슨 일이 있었는지는 앞으로 계속 쟁점이 될 전담입니다.
지난해 4월 최강욱 당시 열린민주당 비례대표 후보들은 윤석열 전 총장 등 김건희 씨와 관계를 자본시장과 중간선거등으로 고발했습니다. 손준성 검사가 이 시기에 신대표 등을 역으로 고발하도록 야당에 사주했다는 게 수건 지식이 제기한 의혹입니다. 하지만 윤 전 총장 측근은 JTBC에 윤 전 총장 가족이 지난해 4월 각종 의혹에 대한 대응 차원에서 고소를 추진하려다 말았다며 윤 전 총장이 막았기 때문이라고 밝혔습니다. 윤 전 총장 가족은 이후에도 지난해 9월과 올해 2월 두 차례더 고소를 검토했지만 그때마다 윤 전 총장이 만류했다고 측근을 전했습니다. 또 윤 전 총장이 현재 검찰총장의 가족이 고소하는 건 적절하지 못하다고 했다며 완강마다 가족들이 오히려 서운함을 느꼈을 정도라고 했습니다. 윤 전 총장 가족 역시 JTBC와의 통화에서 윤 전 총장의 만류로 고소를 못해 속상했었다며 절대 있을 수 없는 일이라고 말했습니다. 하지만 여당에선 윤 전 총장이 고발을 사주하고 직접 지시했을 가능성을 주장하고 있습니다. 정답입니다.
수도권 거리두기 4단계, 비수도권 3단계는 다음 달 3일까지 한 달 더 적용됩니다. 백신 접종을 모두 끝낸 경우에는 방역 조치를 조금씩 풀어주기로 했습니다. 추석을 포함해 이번 한 달을 코로나와 공존하는 이른바 위드 코로나의 시험대로 합니다.
10월의 거리두기 조정은 예방접종 진행 상황을 고려해 방역 전략을 재점검하고 좀 더 일상에 가까운 방향으로 조정을 검토할 것입니다.
오는 20일까지 확진자 수가 2,300여 명까지 늘어나는 서서히
저 이름이 있는데 약간 일본 스타일이요? 유턴제사인가? 전이
지난 8월 명절 이번 추석 때 가족 모임이 가능합니다. 8명까지 모일 수 있습니다. 백신을 안 맞았거나 신청을 맞은 사람은 최대 4명까지입니다. 여기에 백신을 2번 모두 맞은 사람이 4명까지 모일 수 있어 접종자 5명이 접종 기한료자 3명을 만날 수 있지만 다만 거기서 가단계 지역에
너 진짜 좋아하겠다.
지역할 수 있습니다.
그럼 전화기 맞췄어?
의식을 하는 것도 안 되고
진짜
인간을 수 없습니다. 나머지 지역에서 추석과 관계없이 모든 장소에서 8명이 모든 종류의 구입을
사상충이 안 먹고 있어.
이번 추석 연휴의 구입 제한 기준은 백신 접종 여부입니다. 따라서 직계가족뿐 아니라 먼 친척, 지인도 함께 모일 수 있습니다. 어린 아이들도 인원수에 포함됩니다.
여기서 사시면 한꺼번에 야, 왜 이러냐? 야, 너 동네방네 애들 다 괴롭힌다고 너까지 괴롭힐 거야?
그런데 애매한 경우가 생깁니다. 추석 연휴에 만 12세 미만 자식이 둘씩 있는 4식구 형제 모임에 부모님이 함께할 수 있을까요? 지금까지는 아이들을 돌봐하는 사람은 예외로 인정해줬지만 이번 추석 때는 원칙적으로는 안 됩니다. 백신 접종 말고 예외를 두지 않기로 했기 때문인데 정부 입장이 명확하지 않아 혼란이 생길 수 있습니다.
인간적으로 너무 끈질게 한 거 아니에요?
시골에서 대면 면접을 할 수 있습니다. 오는 13일부터 추석 연휴를 포함한 2주까지 백신 접종을 마친 사람들의 한해섭이 반드시 사전 예약을 해야 사람이 한 명이라도 되어 있으면 비대면으로 할 수 있습니다. KTX는 참가자비 좌석만 판매합니다. 고속버스나 비행기에 따로 제한이 없습니다. 휴게소 안에서 음식물을 먹을 수 없고 혼란만 가능합니다. 정부는 9월 말까지 전국 터미널과 휴게소 13곳에 임시선별 공사소를 운영하기로 했습니다. JTBC 윤영탁입니다. 네, 그러면 추석 연휴를 포함해서 다음 달 3일까지 사적 모임은 어떻게 해야 할까요? 이 부분은 유한글 기자가 알려드립니다.
식당과 카페는 오는 6일부터 밤 10시까지 문을 열 수 있습니다. 문을 아예 열 수 없는 유흥시설을 빼고는 다중이용시설 영업시간이 밤 10시로 7일 2차 접종을 마치고 2주가 지난 사람을 포함해 6명까지 모일 수 있습니다. 다만 저녁 6시 이전에는 접종 완료자가 2명, 이후에는 4명 이상이 꼭 포함되어 있습니다. 저녁 6시가 넘어서 접종을 안 하거나 1차 접종을 한 사람 3명에 접종 완료자 3명이 모이는 건 안 된다는 얘기입니다.
접종 완료자가 아닌 경우는 이전처럼 18시까지는 4일, 18시 이후에는 2일 사적 모임 제한이 적용됩니다.
식당과 카페, 가정차례는
4명이
4명이 저녁 6시 넘어 골프를 치는 것도 6명이 펜션이나 캠핑장에서 자는 것도 안 됩니다. 미스터번에선 계속해서 유흥시설까지 포함되는 다중이용시설이 밤 10시까지
소도 일어난다는 거잖아.
모든 시설에서 접종 혜택 꼭 받을 수 있습니다. 접종하려서 4명을 더해 8명까지 모임이 가능합니다. 덕수로 작성 일부 지역들도 기준에 맞췄습니다.
10월부터 방역조치를 완화하는 방향을 검토하게 예정입니다. 예방 접종 완료하게 되면 예외 조치를 단계적으로 준비할 필요가 있습니다.
3, 4단계 지역 모두 식사를 내놓지 않으면 99명까지 모일 수 있습니다. 친족이 아니어도 됩니다. 다만 3단계는 한 공간당 99명씩 모여 결혼식을 지켜볼 수 있습니다. 동선을 겹치지 않는 공간을 2곳 준비하면 298명, 3곳 마련하면 297명까지 모일 수 있습니다. 4단계에서 한 예식에 99명만 참석할 수 있습니다. JTBC 유원입니다.
백신 접종이 속도를 내면서 실수도 많아지고 있습니다. 유통기한이 지난 백신을 놔주는 경우가 많은데 부산과 울산에 이어 대구에서도 이런 사고가 있어서 하게 됐습니다. 다시 맞아야 하는지 초반에 이런 시작이 없는지 설명 기자가 기대했습니다.
유통기한 지난 백신.
대구에 사는 A씨는 지난 26일 8차 백신을 맞았습니다. 그런데 다음날 오후 병원에서 전화를 받았습니다. 유통기한이 지난 백신을 맞췄다는 겁니다.
많이
지난 거를 실수로
화이자는 아이를 해줘야 돼.
병원 측은 약점을
화이자가 그래도
살렸다고
힘들어.
해명했습니다.
그래도 저거 있잖아.
소리가 있으니까
온도를 맞춰야지. 안 그러면
이런 식으로 이야기를 했거든요. 했는데 그 상황을
그래 이거는 왜 백신
이렇게
양보했잖아. 쟤네가 어플 백신을 양보하냐 막 이런
다행히
문제가 있었어.
대도번호가 이상한 걸
그래서 그 백신을 준다고 맞을 수 있는 거야.
원소에서 오작동을 확인한 뒤에
그래서 그 백신을 가지면 배분을 해서 사람을 연락을 해서 마치고 이런 걸 할 수 있는 시스템이 없으면 백신 주면 얼마나
동안에 아는 거로 봅니다. 상세가 알수 없기 때문입니다. 유통기한이 지난 뒤에 하루같이 안
그런 거 아닐까 생각한다고.
결과되면
모르지. 걔네는 뭐 국경 아무리 그래도 뭐 왔다 갔다 하는 사람이 있지.
2차 접종은 일반 접종자와 같이 6주 간격으로 받습니다. 결국 주사를 3번 맞아야 접종을 완료할 수 있습니다. 구체적인 피해 사실이 있다면 공감을 받을 수 있습니다. 다만 잘못 접종받은 사람
양국 기준과 거기도 코로나 관련한 거니까 못 가는 데가 없는 거 같아.
자격자족을 병원에서 접종하기 전에 약병에 쓰여 있는 유통기한을 꼭 확인해야 한다고 강조했습니다. JTBC 최승호입니다.
지금 강원도가 애플칸 스와인이라고 해가지고 돼지열병? 이거 찾아서 난리인데 강원도 전역이 다 감염된 걸로 본다는 거야. 근데 거기가 돼지열이나 이런 거 공지하고 했을 거 아니야. 근데 소용이 없으니까 지형상 보면 이렇게 산이 있고 산이 이렇게 딱 모여있어 여기에 돼지의 축사가 있거든? 근데 비가 오고 그러면 토양이 식혀서 내려올 수 있거든. 토양이 이렇게 내려올 거 아니야. 그럼 내려온대.
정부가 전자발찌 관련해서 내색을 해놨습니다. 크게 4가지가 담겼는데 감독관의
쟤네 식당에서 저런 거 식당에 가면 저런 거 막 준다고 너무 막 기겁을 하고 그거를 얼마 잘 닦이는데
전자발찌를 회수하고 달아나면 곧바로 자택을 압수수색할 수 있는 제도를 도입하겠다는 겁니다. 또 전자발찌를 찬 범죄자가 외출을 하는 규정을 위반하면 바로 조사에 들어가게 됩니다. 가게법은 여성을 살해하고 실시한 시간에 외출했습니다. 하지만 법원 특사경은 장치가 집을 조합법을 확인하자 지방법원 법원통화 같다고 몰아갔습니다. 일대의 전자 단속 대상을 확대하고 검찰, 경찰과의 투쟁 관계도 구분하고 있습니다. 하지만 이런 대책을 시행하기 위해서는 전자단속 인력을 늘리는 게 필수적입니다. 현재는 그런 판명보다 17명이 넘는 범죄자들을 살피고 있어 밀착 정치가 어렵기 때문입니다. 하지만 인력을 얼마나 늘릴 것인지, 어떻게 늘릴 것인지는 대책에 담기지 않았습니다. 또 당시의 경우
랄라 불렀는데 그죠?
이후 생신세계의 적용을 받지 않았습니다.
라이브를 하고 나서 내가 집에 와서 얘를 대하는 태도가 달라. 너 너무 괴롭고 너 내한테 착한 거 같아. 나쁜 놈. 얘는 떡대 얘는 물을 먹잖아? 이거 거의 한 방에 흘렸어. 여기서 그래도 물을 먹을 때 이렇게 먹는 게 아니라 이렇게 턱을 다 담궈. 아 왜 이래!
검찰은 당연히 피해자 주변 외에 또 다른 여성을 대상으로 권행을 하려 했다는 정황을 포착했습니다. 지난달 26일 첫 번째 살인 전 해당 여성을 유인하려고 했으나 전화번호를 생각해 연락하지 못했습니다. 첫 번째 살인을 저지르고 불안하던 지난달 27일 오후 해당 여성을 또다시 유인하기 위해 대선에 걸었지만 장소가 엇갈리는 듯 의사소통 문제로 실제 범행까지는 잡히고 있습니다. 장현정의 피해자는 또 다른 여성이 될 수도 있었던 겁니다. 경찰은 당시로부터 이 여성에게 돈을 요구하고 살해할 생각도 했다는 진술을 확보한 것으로 파악했습니다. 증거를 확보해 살인 예비죄 등 다른 혐의를 추가적으로 적용할지 검토하겠다고 했습니다. 이런 가운데 장현정은 지난 5월 특수하게 전부터 돈을 버는 것에 집중했다고 합니다.
잠깐, 저렇게 턱을 다 담궈.
턱을 다 너무 그냥 뭐가 사실은
저 그냥 보면 난리야, 난리야. 내가 강제하고자 쫓아. 우리 대걸레를 치워야 돼. 나도 짬뽕을 내는 거 아니야?
운전자가 마스크를 벗지 않아도
내는 거 알게. 너 미워. 너 내가 라이브에서 다 봤어. 너 왜 또 랄라만 괴롭히지 저리가. 조금 좀 작작 괴롭혀. 내가 조져놓고 있어.
순간적으로 술을 마셨는지 알 수 있기 때문입니다.
내가 이래서 괴롭히나? 내가 와서.
운전자들이 많았습니다.
못했어. 아직.
차 안에 공기를 갖지 않은 이점속 방식의 학점을 노리고 있다.
너도 다 봤어. 너 얘 괴롭히는 거.
하지만 이런 꼼수가 어렵게 됐습니다.
너야말로 착한 척하지 마. 안 해봐. 어째가지고.
정확성이 높아서 비싸서이나 수소통에 떠다니는 알코올까지 잡아냅니다. 이렇게 감지기로 술을 마신 것을 알아보며 바로 이어 전통 시스템으로 정확하게 확인합니다. 결과는 감지기 됩니다. 마스크를 벗지 않아도 오토바이 운전자가 술 마신 것을
귀여운 척하지 마. 안 귀여워. 야, 네가 뭐 했는지 내가 다 봤어. 야! 그래!
시간 단축으로 첫 발표를 하는 건데 경찰은 전국에서 음주운전 4건을 적발했습니다. 경찰은 연말까지 집중 단속을 이어갈 계획입니다. JTBC
대답이 대낮에 하는 거 같네.
고위공직자 범죄 수사서 공수처의 1호 우편 서울시 교육감이 대책교사 5명을 부당하게 추가 채용한 의혹에 대해서 혐의가 인정된다며 검찰에 기소해달라고 요구했습니다. 조 교육감 측은 반발했습니다. 이지혜 기자입니다. 공수처가 감사원 감사 결과를 토대로 문희영 서울시 교육감을 입건하고 수사에 착수한 건 지난 4월입니다. 수사 착수 검찰관이 오늘 조 교육감을 직권남용과 국가공무원법 위반 혐의로 재판에 넘겨달라고 검찰에 요구했습니다. 공수처법상 공수처는
왜 그래?
우리 경찰관에 대한 기소권만 두고 교육감을 직접 기소할 것을 요구했습니다. 조 교육감은 지난 2018년 해직교사 5명을 부당하게 특별 채용으로 담당 공무원들의 결재권 행사를 방해한 혐의를 받습니다. 또 이들이 업무 권한이 없는 전 비서실장 한국 씨의 지시를 받아 특정인을 채용하도록 한 혐의도 있습니다. 한 씨에 대해선 고위공직자 직분이 아닌 점을 인정해 국가공무원법이 아닌 직권남용 혐의만 적용해달라고 했습니다. 조 교육감 측은 강하게 반발했습니다. 공수처의 내리라면 과거사 판단도 불가능하고 사회에 만연한 세무사 복지는 불가능할 것이라며 검찰이 공수처가 의견한 지시를 밝혀달라고 했습니다. 공수처의 수사 결론이 타당한지를 심의하는 공소심의위원회에서 자신의 참여권이 보장되지 못한다면 검찰 수사심의위원회의 조직을 요청하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 공수처로부터 공소제기 결정서 등을 넘겨받은 서울중앙지검은 사건을 형사 1부에 배당했습니다. 하지만 공수처와 검찰 사이의 협력 규정은 명확하지 않아 당분간 진도를 예상합니다. 검찰이 공수처의 공무원 사건에서는 보안 수사 요구를 하면 공수처가 동의해야 한다는 입장이지만 공수처는 오늘 경찰과 검찰의 관계처럼 보안 수사를 요구하는 것 때문에 응할 생각이
매운 거 먹지, 제일. 이제 안 힘들었어.
공수처와 후보의 인질펀드를 운용한 자리를 놓고 낙하산 논란이 퍼지고 있습니다. 후보로 거론되는 청와대 행정관 출신이 전문성이 없다는 지적이 나오는 겁니다. 금융권에선 이번 정부 들어서는 금융공기업 임원 가운데 절반가량이 친정으로
가? 이번 주는 안 가. 다음 주에 가요.
유진 펀드는 한국형 외계 사업에 투자할 자는 10%가 불리게 됩니다. 이 펀드 운용을 맡는 한국성장금융 투자운용 공공부장 자리에 청와대에서 근무했던 한국성장금융이 유력으로
갑자기 너무 귀여워.
한국성장금융은 오늘 신규 주주총회를 열고 새로운 임원 자리에 황정장관을 소환하기로 했습니다. 투자운용 공공부장은 이러자 금융권에서 전문성이 떨어지는 낙하산인가 아니냐는 지적이 나옵니다. 성장관은 더불어민주당 기획조정 시점을 거쳐 2017년 대선에서
내가 예뻐하는 스타일이 좀 독특해가지고 내가 대단하는 내가 예뻐하는
청와대 민정수석비서관실 수석관을 포함했습니다. 투자운용과 관련된 경력은 없는 걸로 전해집니다.
예전에 가는 거 제가 이런 데
어떤 자리를 맡지
싫어가지고 막 진정을 치고
관련 경력이 없다는 지적에 대해서 황정혜정관이 주조적 대사인 유한수에서 상임이사 수주했던 경력이 선임하려고 한다고 전했습니다. 하지만 낙하산이 국제 상황들이 안될 것을 보입니다. 중국경제 연구소에 따르면 국제경제법이 지난해 11월까지 금융공기관에 선임된 임원 134명 얼마나 강력
너도 마찬가지야.
지난달에도 한경근 전 청와대 행정관이 금융결제원 상임관사로 선임됐습니다. 지난 3월에 예비보건공사 상임이사에 박상진 전 국회 수석전문위원이 임명되면서 노조에서 낙하산 인사를 거부한다는 입장을 내놓기도 했습니다. JTBC 서유덕입니다.
미국 의회가 5개 나라 정부의 동맹체에 한국을 비롯한 4개 나라를 더 넣는 법안을 추진합니다. 사실상 중국을 견제하는 부분입니다. 워싱턴 임종주 특파원입니다.
미국 하원
Board being present, the motion is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
이 법안은 현재 당사자 정보 동맹체인 5ID를 확대하자는 내용이 담겼습니다. 대상은 4개국, 그중 한국을 가장 먼저 뽑았습니다.
It directs a briefing on progress towards the institution of the regular warfare as a core competence of the force. Encourages expanding intelligence sharing with South Korea, Japan, India, and Germany.
중국과 러시아의 위협에 맞서 정보 능력을 강화하겠다는 취지입니다. 사실상 중국을 겨냥한 반쪽 동맹 확대 구상입니다. 한국으로선 미국이 주도하는 결의체인 쿼드 참여에 또다시 또한 미국을 이란 탈취한
우리 집 엘리지 나오지. 우리 엘리지?
대신 주둔해야 할 필요성을 강조하는 내용이 들어갔습니다. 또한 미국은
엘리제를 제목 자체를 일본에서
확대할 수 있기를 열어둔 것으로
원래 제목이 엘리제를 위한 아닐 것으로
현재 내용이 충격적으로 통과될지는 단정하기 어렵습니다.
엘리제를 위한 엘리제.
다만 의회가 군사적 측면에서 중국 견제에 본격 나섰다는 신호에서 중국이 한층 예민하게 받아들일 가능성이 있습니다.
내가 그랬잖아. 일본에서
워싱턴에서 JTBC 김종국입니다.
그 주고 만나는 게 파비안인가? 그게 원래 제목이
정책자금 대출을 신청했다가 단체로 거부당하는 일이 생겼습니다.
그냥 파비안?
그러니까 다시 회계비를
너 되게 간단해. 원래 제목은
금리가 더 비싼
잠자는 숲속의 미녀도 숲속에는 없어. 슬리핑인데 숲속에가 들어가면서 뭔가 되게
다음 달 중순 인천 효성동의 새 아파트에 입주하는 이모 씨. 잔금을 치르기 위해 지난달 30일 오전 하나은행에 보금자리론을 신청했습니다. 보금자리론은 주택금융공사가 시중은행을 통해 낮은 금리에 대출해주는 정책 자금입니다. 그런데 같은 날 오후 하나은행으로부터 대출이 거부됐다는 통보를 받았습니다. 최근 정부의 대출 한도 규제 때문에 대출을 해줄 수 없다는 이유였습니다. 이 아파트는 하나은행에서만 보금자리론을 신청할 수 있습니다.
기존밖에 안 남았거든요. 정부에서 하나의 그걸 저택을 아예 막아버린다는 거는 지금 그냥 길거리에 나앉으라는 얘기거든요.
20분 아니라 하나은행에서 보금자리론을
생각보다
신청한 이
엘리제가
아파트의
누구인가에 대한 얘기가
대출이
진짜
모두 취소됐습니다. 1600세대 가운데 수백 세대가 보금자리론을 못 받고
명확치도는 아는데
보금자리론을 거절한 하나은행은 이달 중순쯤 은행 자체 상품인 집단대출을 받을 수 있다고 안내했습니다.
아무래도 금리를 자기들이 먹었으니까
저의 예쁜 이빨을 만천하 사람들이 다 보게 해주세요. 그래. 지금 한국말 알고 있어? 너 이렇게 착한 척해.
취재가
나가좀
시작된 뒤
먹어볼까?
하나은행은 정정 공지를
네가 그래서 마시면
다시
되지.
보금자리론 대출을 진행하겠다고.
너도 니네 둘이 문제야.
취소된 이유에 대해서는 신청 건수가 예상보다 많아 전산 오류가 있었기 때문이라고 해명했습니다. 또 애초 정부
정말 렐리제인지는 알 수가 없고.
공지한 건 대출 모집인이 자의적 판단으로 잘못 올린 것이라고.
근데 이런 거 중요해. 그 반공어 있잖아. 반공어가 왜 이렇게 성공하냐. 아니 그 사람공어도 있는데 진짜 거의 가장 사랑받는 화가 중에 소라야 되잖아. 그 이유가 김영하다가 그래서 소리가 많지. 썰고. 그리고 동생이 주고받은 시험 편지를 하나도 다 모아가지고 그걸 가지고 있었기 때문에 스토리가 그대로 있어가지고 스토리가 그대로 있다는 거야.
수가 총리의 총재 선거 출마 공개서
그러니까 그 의미를 구현해야지 그게 살아있게 된다니까. 그 고고 그림에 보면은 그 밖에 이렇게 테라스에 그 프랑스 가면은 약간 그 나무 엮은 거 같은 거가 이렇게 쿠션이고 그런 의자 같은 거 있는데 지금 그 의자를 많이 쓰는데 그 의자에는 카페 안에 그 기라노가 그대로 있어. 그 그림에. 나 그리고 아래를 갔다니까 그거 보겠다고. 진짜 그거 아니면 아무것도 아니야. 거기 갈 이유도 없어. 근데 이제 거기에 사연이 다 남아있는 거야. 여기서 뭐 했고, 뭐 앉아서 내고 산책을 했고, 여기 들러서 뭘 했고, 여기 몰라야지 의미가 없는데 그게 사연이 다 남아가지고. 저도 사연을 남길 거예요. 너하고.
속으로 자살해.
그러고 내가 그런 말, 야 걷어줬으면 나한테 성의를 보여. 응?
자동차에서조차 시가시대로는 올 10월 총선에서 가수당이 필요 없다는 얘기가 공개적으로 나왔습니다.
그러니까 매력이 있다 얘.
시가 총리가 당의 반발을 펼치면서 대선이 어려운 것도 판단한 것이라고 전했습니다. 시가 총리의 임기는 오는 30일까지입니다. 가수당은 중심 9일 핵심제를 뽑을 예정입니다. JTBC
나랑 맛있어.
미국이 철수한 아프가니스탄에서
맛있어.
탈레반의 새 정부가 곧 출범합니다.
핥아봐. 핥아먹어. 맛있어. 맛있어.
제한하는 것으로 알려져 있는데
살살 녹아.
일을 할 권리, 교육을 받을 권리를 요구하며 어린 시위를 벌였습니다. 김대중
여성들이 구호를 외칩니다. 목소리는 결연합니다. 일을 할
탈레반?
교육을 받을 권리는 탈레반 정권의 내포함입니다.
저 괜찮은 거. 저렇게서
아프가니스탄 서부도시 헤라트에서 50여 명의
원래
여성들이
가만히 앉아서
나섰습니다.
가만히 기다리는데 떡주듯이 누가 내 손을 보고 딱 집어넣는 일은 절대로 생기지 않아. 희생은
탈레반이
없구나.
아프가를 장악하면서 많은 여성들이 직장을 잃었습니다. 경찰 고위직에 지낸 여성이 집단 폭발을 당하는데
어제 공주에서 우리나라에서 저 여자들 최초로 막 남편도 찍고 이런 여자 스케치 있거든? 그 유명하시게 나도 막 얘기하고 있는데 탈레반하고 인터뷰에서 말려가지고 진짜 정신 똑같아졌어요. 그러면
앞서 탈레반은 여성은
말린다는 거야.
고위직에 오를 수 없다고
그러니까 예를
밝혔습니다.
들어 너네는 왜 여자를
시위에 나선
우리는
여성들은
여자를
탈레반
보호하기
여성들에게
위해서
이런 요구사항을 당당히
그러니까 외부로부터 위협을부터
탈레반을
노출되지
지키며
않고 보호를 해줘야
현지시간
되는
새 정부 구성안을 협의합니다.
그리고 이렇게 얼굴을 다 까고 있으면 남자는 욕망의 대상이 되기를 원하지 않는다. 나의 누이와 나의 어머니와 나의 딸을. 뭔가 그럴 듯하잖아 항상. 안 돼. 그렇게 말고는. 그러다가 내가 어제 이제 자면서 그걸 듣다가 아침에 이제 일어났어. 막 일어나다 생각이 났어. 내가 보호를 원하지 않아. 야 그럼 니네가 다 남자애를 병했고 여자애가 나가면 되지. 그 니네가 안 돌아다니면 될 거 아니야. 내가 혼자 그 말을 생각해내고 너무 좋아했어. 니네가 다 집안에 있으면 되잖아.
그냥 알리기에 집중했습니다.
국민들의 집단에서
말도 안 되는 소리야.
우리 진인사 대통령인데 제가 결과에 연연을 한다고 이런 결과가 어떻게 됐나요? 제가 할 수 있는
이낙연 전 대표는 네 번째
촬영을 해야 되는데 자기도 이제 북한에서 촬영을 하니까 근데 이렇게 돼 있잖아 남자처럼. 자꾸 옆에 안 보이는데 찍을 수가 없대. 그래서 자기 그걸 촬영을 했다. 그러니까 눈을 풀어달라고 했대. 그랬더니
정세균 전 총리는
그래서 자기가 눈을 풀었대. 그랬더니 거기 무슨 마더에서 요즘 지금 신학교 같은 거 그런 데를 이 피해 다들
충청권의 대의원과 권리당원
그리고
전체
공부하다가 차트 놓치고 충격받아.
앞으로의 표심에 영향을
그걸 무안해서 어쩔 줄을 몰라.
앞서 실시한 온라인 투표 참여율은
정상의 삶이라고 봐주지.
27.3%.
그러니까 그거에 대해서 이 편 말고 다른 외국인이 말하는 걸 들었는데 우리는 21세기를 사는데 거기만 중세래. 그러니까 아니 어떻게 그럴 수가 있지? 이해를 할 수가 없대 당연히. 그러니까 타임슬립이 현실에 있는 거고.
후반대로 투표한다면 추가 시기를 잡고 대세론을 이어갈 수 있을 것으로 기대합니다. 이낙연 캠프는 이지사와 5% 포인트대로 적정 승부를 벌인다면 추경에
요새 그 문제 때문에 엄청 불려서 나오는 박현조 교수라고 있다?
다른 교수들도 사회자리를
내가 라디오인가?
치열한 경쟁을
아니 텐지 뭐
JTBC 이희정.
네 아빠가 브리스킷이 로고 막아들여가지고 떠나도 하나도 안 보였다고. 봤는데 원래 그 청춘병 다른 데는 안 그러는데 뭐 우리나라는 친척에서 입사할 때 여자들 이렇게 내일 쓰잖아 아직도. 그 자기 어머니가 손주시는데 그거 왜 쓰냐고 여자만 쓰게 하는 거라고 그거 쓰면 그 쓰는 거 부당한 거라고 그랬더니 아 싫어 막 그랬다는 거야. 근데 나는 이유를 알지. 예쁘니까. 응. 만약에 그 저 사람들 쓰는 것처럼 이런 거 쓰라고 하면 절대 안 쓸걸. 근데 그거 레이스로 예쁘게 그 웨딩드레스 면사포 갖고 그러니까 쓰는 거지. 아무 다른 의미는 없어.
제 뒤로 보이는 곳처럼
예쁘다.
하는 곳에는 어디에도 보이지 않습니다. 그리고 학생들이 학교를 가려면 이렇게 길을 건너가야 합니다. 하지만 도로를 보면 횡단보도가 없기 때문에 학생들이 무단횡단을 할 수밖에 없는 상황입니다. 일부 학부모는 차로 데려다줍니다.
내리면 정말 위험하니까. 뭐 아무런 표시가 되어 있지 않잖아요.
봐요. 겁나거리 생각나가지고 이거는 바뀌어야 된다고 봐요.
수업이 끝난 학생들이 요리 지역 길을 건너고 인도가 없어 찾길에서 버스를 기다립니다.
우리 역할을 많이 잘 먹었네.
신호등만 있으면은 무단횡단 정도 줄일 수 있다 생각해요. 그리고 좀 민감을 이런 식으로. 이런 상황이 학생과 버스 기사 모두 불안합니다.
시간이 됐죠. 근데 지갑 빼먹고 줄을 하다가
저는 학교 주변에 좋은 게 없어. 안 되는 거는 많아.
학부모와 학교 측은 군청에 인도를 만들어달라고 부탁했습니다.
편한 거는 많아.
나 식당도 중이고 하니까.
하지만 원래 있던 농로를 이용하라는 답을 받았다고 설명합니다.
저 너무 웃긴다. 농로를 이용했어요. 농로에 빠졌어.
농사지으려고 했다는데 이걸 아이들 들으면서 이거는 너무 한 그렇지 않나.
주위에 벌레나 먹고 너무 많아서 싫어요.
군청은 도로를 옮기는 게 쉽지 않다고 설명합니다.
도로 옮기기 힘들어. 도로 다른 데 있네.
이번엔 경기도 용인의 한 버스 정류소 앞에 와봤습니다. 제 뒤로 보이는 곳이 버스 정류소인데요. 지금 차가 많이 다니고 있는데 공장 주변에 횡단보도나 보행자 역시 등이 없기 때문에 차 신호가 바뀌어야만 건널 수 있는 상황입니다.
횡단보도 이제 시골이라고 부르는 거 아니에요.
정류소가 있어서는 안 될 것 같은 도로 가운데 정류소가 있습니다. 버스에서 내린 승객은 차길 옆을 비스럽게 걸어갑니다.
여기는 택시를 불러도 잘 안 온단 말이에요. 그래서 버스를 이용할 수밖에 없는데 정류장조차 이렇게 잘 구비가 안 돼 있으니까 7번 것도 많고.
이곳은 후촌 버스 정류소입니다. 그런데
띵하니까 라라 갑자기 헤드셋을 했어.
뒤에 설치가 되어 있고요. 버스를 기다릴 수 있는 공간은 사람 한 명 서 있을 수 있는 도로입니다. 그리고 제 뒤로도 계속해서 차가 빠르게 달리고 있어서 부딪힐 것 같이 위험합니다. 버스 노선을 따라가 보니 안전한 공간 없이 표지판만 세워진 곳이 적지 않았습니다. 버스 기사도 답답합니다. 이렇게 대기하면 지자체는 과거에 정류소를 세울 때 주민들 요구를 먼저 고려했다고 설명합니다. 하지만 안전 문제가 계속 제기되자 곧 조사에 나서겠다고 밝혔습니다.
아이고야. 그렇지. 이게 내가 이렇게 할까? 집 가서 청소하고 밥 먹으면 자동으로 눕게 돼요. 뻗어가지고.
안전하게 살 수 있어야 하지만 현실은 조금 달랐습니다. 버스를 마음 편히 기다릴 수 있는 철도 안의 공간을 마련하는 것 그렇게 어려운 일일까요? 밀착카메라 이민호입니다.
뉴스 이야기 백브리핑 시작합니다. 첫 번째 브리핑, 손느린 연느님을입니다. 우리 축구대표팀과 월드컵 최종 예선을 치른 이라크 축구 팬들의 선 넘은 인권이 논란입니다. 이라크 축구 관련 소식을 전하는 한 매체가 소셜미디어에 올린 사진인데요. 이라크 대표팀 주장이 서 있는데 우리 대표팀 주장 손흥민 선수의 얼굴을 달고 있습니다. 또 손에는 상복을 했다는 백기도 지어놨고요. 자, 이뿐만이 아닙니다. 이라크 출신의 한 디자이너가 올린 사진입니다. 이라크 선수 2명이 거대한 모습으로 서 있고 그 사이에 가리긴 했는데 콘텐츠를 묶인
그 블랑카 엄마 스토리 어때?
그렇게 손흥민뿐만이
골프 카트도 잘 타고. 야, 걔가 이렇게 촌스럽게 못하는 게 말이야. 골프 카트도 이렇게 버튼처럼 이렇게 아무렇지도 않게 타고 시크해야지. 럭셔리한 걸 하나도 못해. 이렇게.
팬입니다. 응원이라기에도
왜 못해?
응원하기에도 이런 모습들 선을 넘어도 한 상관 없죠. 그런데 이렇게 선을 넘은 이 스포츠스타 깎아내리기 일본에서도 있었습니다. 일본의 한 매체가 전한 피겨 여왕 김연아 선수의 인상인데요. 현역 시절 라이벌이었던 일본의 아사자가와의 축구 모습을 비교했는데
때 사용한 단어들이 논란입니다. 우선 기사의 제목을 보면요. 이렇게 써놨고요. 또 기사 내용에서는 최근 촬영한 불안한 사고에 대한 소셜미디어상의 감염세를 소개했는데 이처럼 이런 것들이 없다고 합니다. 그런데 보신 것처럼 일본에서는 이런 표현들이 칭찬될지 몰라도 한국에서 이런 표현들 사실 성희롱이 될 수 있습니다. 은퇴 후에도 우리 연예인한테 관심 가져주는 건 좋은데 그건 없는 표현들 우랑거리는 제발 안 만들어주면 합니다. 다음 브리핑은요. 대만한 배꼽입니다. 중국은 뭘 해도 소위 대륙의 스케일을 강조하느라 바쁘죠. 그러니까 뭘 하나 만든다고 치면 세계에서 가장 크다, 세계에서 가장 빠르다라는 정의를 바람처럼 강조합니다.
높이가 108m고 멀리서 보면 약간 바다에 뜯고 있는 느낌이 있어요. 미국의 자유여신사라고 봐요. 자기가 아는 것도 1% 자유여신사보다 훨씬 높게 나왔어. 세계 뭐 1위 나고 소개했어.
맞아. 우리 아예 모르고 있어요.
이런 초대형 시리즈 가운데 하나인데요. 중국 후베이성 진저우시에서 가진 관음상입니다. 무려 높이 57m, 두께는 1200톤에 달하는데요. 그리고 관우가 들고 있는 청룡 어멸구의 길이 이걸 가져간지 70m에 달합니다. 삼국지의 무대 가운데 한 곳인 진저우시가 지난 2016년 관광객을 유치하기 위해서 온 건데요. 하지만 관광 수입은 기대에 크게 미치지 못하고 오히려 고대 도시의 아름다운 풍경마저 해친다는 비판이 나왔습니다. 게다가 공상의 높이가 규정을 위반한 불법인 것으로 드러났습니다.
야, 너 거기 뒤지고 있어라 아주.
결국 이 공상 시외곽으로 이전되고 있습니다. 이틀 전부터 이렇게 탈퇴 작업이 시작이 되었고요. 지금은 뚜꾸와 얼굴이 사라져 마치 풍물처럼 보이는데 밤에 보면
야, 너 너무 징그러워. 너 문제인 거 아니야?
있어도 지금 고구마 수도처럼 해결 못해. 사상충이나 해결하고 그 다음에 네 그 립스틱을 해결해.
아니 고추 저렇게 생겼는데 처음 봐. 고추가 이렇게 생겨야지. 얘가 이렇게 생겼어.
그래서 내가 중견이 아니었나.
중견은 고추가 저렇게 돼?
응. 쟤네 주사 맞잖아. 끌어올리게 해서 끌어올리게 해서. 헐크는 뭐 맞은 거야? 야, 너 뒤에 그거 뭐야? 되게 웃긴다. 그 스티커들. 너 QR코드는 네 QR코드야?
아니 이거 그냥 케이스에 원래 붙어있어. 어머, 난 볼래? 영아 알았어.
아, 이게 전체구나. 난 네가 하나하나 튀겨놨어. 역시 QR코드 새우깡 나온 거 아니야?
결혼하는 사람은 계속 줄지만 혼자 사는 사람은 해마다 늘고 있습니다.
아, 왜 이러세요?
결혼하지 않냐는 질문에 그냥 하고 싶지 않다는 말이 여성들이 남성을 상해로 나갔는데요. 더 자세한 이야기는 스트레스 인터뷰입니다. 들어갔습니다. 결혼 왜 하고 싶지 않은지 한 300명에게 물었습니다. 경제적으로 부담이 된다. 마음에 드는 배우자를 아직 못 만났다. 혹은 부속의 싫다는 답변도 나왔습니다. 그런데 조금 아리송한 답변도 눈에 띕니다. 그냥 결혼이 하고 싶지 않아서요. 여성은 30%로 가장 많았고 남성은 17%로 세 번째 많은 대답입니다. 이 대답 도대체 무슨 의미일까요? 거리로 나가 물어봤습니다. 딱 한 개의 요인을 꼽자기보단 사회적인 시선, 정서보다 커리어를 이걸 다 잡는 게 그냥이라는 단어입니다. 말할 수 없는 결혼의 부담은 무엇일까?
내 생각을 하는 것 때문에 결혼을 미루고 생각 안 할 수가 많은 것 같고.
이게 아무래도 포기하기 어려운 게 육아가 아직은 여자들의 입으로 많이 남아있기 때문에
며느리가 더 희생하는데 이런 뭔가 그런 이미지들이 많이 많아지고
혼자만의 여가 활동이 많은데 취미생활 같은 거는 주로 함께 보내는 환경이 되는 것 같고
결혼의 긍정적인 안정하고
뭐라고?
야, 여기 올라왔다가 내려가면서
따뜻한 콜라를 안 먹는 게 이럴 때 정말 다행이네. 아, 이거 진짜 콜라 없지 마. 나도 콜라 없으면 좀 빠진다고. 이거 참 구체적이네.
조사에서 남성과 여성 부부, 가정과 자녀를 우선적으로 생각하기보다 내 생활이 더 중요하다고 생각했습니다. 스스로의 정체성을 미래의 엄마, 아빠가 아니라 노동자, 혹은 나 자신을 의식하는 경향이 자동차가 되었습니다. 영국과 실사는 개인의 정체성을 위협하는 위험한 사건을 일으키는 것에 각종 조언이 특별히 와닿지 않습니다. 개인의 자아 실현과 국가가 함께 갈 수 있도록 사회적 차원에서 노력하지 않는다면
아빠가 안 빠졌잖아.
합리적 선택이라고 생각하는 사람이 더 늘어날 수 있다.
빠진 콜라는 내가
인천의 한 고통의 어린이집에서 아이들을 학대한 사건 관련해서 원장을 비롯한 교사 전원이 재판을 받고 있습니다. 저희 시대들은 그동안 공개되지 않았던 어린이집 CCTV 영상 수사를 받고 있습니다.
야, 너네 이렇게 흥분하지 마. 무서워.
교사가 아이의 두 다리를 잡아 끌고가 억지로 눕니다. 아이의 머리가 바닥에 끌려도 아랑곳하지 않습니다. 누웠던 아이가 일어나자 한쪽 다리를 잡고 끌고 갑니다. 휴대전화 무전전으로 아이의 눈을 비추는 교사도 있습니다. 아이의 귀를 잡아당기고 번쩍 들어올려 마구 흔들기도 합니다. 검찰이 복구 작업을 통해 추가로 확보한 2,000제곱미터 거리의 실비 였습니다. 검찰은 지난해
때릴 수 없으니까 저렇게 하는 거잖아. 유치원을 나온 거야? 때릴 생각 못하다 그 얘기야. 내 얘기. 진짜 정성스럽게 없다는 거. 약간 미운데 어떻게 못하니까 저런 게 나오는 며칠 전에는 장애인 보호시설에서 애 떡볶이랑 김밥 억지로 그렇게 집어
원장 측은 학대를 알지 못했다며
이거 그렇게 보면 저희가 왜 해? 그게 말이야. 아 내려와!
미국 남부를 휩쓸어서 허리케인 아이다가 미국 동북부
저희랑 하면은 그만하니까 그걸 해야지.
그리고 많은 여성들이 있습니다. 통일성 특허를
이거 뺄게 안 된다. 진짜.
마을은 오래 잠겼습니다. 집안 끝이 물이 타올랐습니다. 가구도 모두 젖었습니다. 허리케인 아이다가 휩쓸고 간 미국시민들을 물건하고 있습니다.
내려가. 안 줄 거거든? 안 주네. 한 개도 안 줄 거거든? 한 개도 안 줘.
미국시 지하철역이 홍수로 무너지며 폭포처럼 물이 흐르습니다. 미국시 지하철 46곳이 침수됐습니다. 미처 대피하지 못한 승객들은 여기서 밤을 보냈습니다. The hazard was literally opened up and brings Niagara Falls level water to the streets of New York. 뉴저지 일부 지역에서 수면수까지 발생했습니다. 뉴욕과 뉴저지 등 미국 동부 4개 주에서 최소 46명이 사망했습니다.
내려가.
대피하지 못했거나 물이 차서 사냥문을 열 때까지 사망을 당할 수 있습니다. We lost the sun, we lost the sister. I cannot comprehend. 미국시 퀸즈에선 불법 개조한 지하 건물에 달려있는 저소득층 주민들이 희생됐습니다. 2살 아이와 부모, 80대 할머니 등 10명 이상이 숨졌습니다.
They had no water to meet and there's a basement. The family lost their way just all the
약 20만 가구에 전기가 끊겼습니다. 뉴욕과 뉴저지주는 비상사태를 선포했습니다. 로스앤젤레스에서 제9시 풍경입니다. 이준석 동맹 대표의 부친이 2004년부터 제주도 농지에서 그동안 농사를 직접 짓지 않은 농지에서 농지법 위반 의혹이 제기됐습니다. 은퇴 후 전원주택
내려가. 안 내려가. 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 날라.
부친이 농지를 매입할
해외 무도식으로 공연도 열렸다고 했습니다. 인성만 기자입니다. 1970년대를 주름잡고 3년 만에 활동을 중단했습니다. 그러나 그게 끝이 아니었습니다. 영화로 뮤직비디오 그리고 가수들과 사랑받는 가사 이들이 돌아왔습니다. 1982년 마지막 곡 더비스에 이어지는 신곡을 20년 만에 노래
저게 참 쉽지 않은 건데. 멤버가 둘이 결혼했다 이유라고.
멤버 개인들과
근데 다시 모여가지고 노래하고 이런다는 게.
활동 중에 각각 기부가 됐지만 모두 이혼하면서 분리되는데
No imagination to dream of. To nieces who have and still be the best of friends and still be enjoying each other's company.
다시 만난 아바는 내년 봄 공연을 엽니다. 영화의 특수효과처럼 모션 캡처 기술로 만든 아바타로 전성기인 1979년 모습으로 등장할 예정입니다.
It is not a version of or a copy of what we will pretend it to be ABBA. It is actually them.
그 노래는 공개 반나절 만에 360만 원을 내면서 잊지 않은 인기를 기록했습니다. 멤버 모두 1년을 넘겼지만 많은 목소리와 화음으로 세대를 아우르며 팬들을 함께 모았습니다. JTBC 이선덕입니다. 아무리 두드려도 골문이 열리지 않자 손흥민 선수가 한마디를 건넸습니다.
경기 결과를 현장에 받아들이기 좀 힘들고 뭐라고 말씀드려야 될지 모르겠어요.
월드컵 최종 예선 이라크전이 왜 그토록 힘겨웠는지 오범춘 기자가 분석했습니다.
우리 축구는 골을 넣어야 할 때 넣지 못하면서 경기를 어렵게 풀어갔습니다. 전반 26분 이재성의 결정적인 슛은 골대를 슬쩍 넘어갔습니다. 운도 따르지 않았습니다. 앞서 전반 21분엔 손흥민이 페널티 지역을 돌파하다 상대 수비에 걸려 넘어졌는데 심판이 슛을 불지 않았습니다. 후반전 들어선 황희찬의 헤딩슛이 골키퍼 정면으로 향하며 막히고 말았습니다. 우리가 공을 점유한 비율은 68%, 슛은 15번이나 때렸는데 골문을 열지 못했습니다. 토트넘에서 골을 쉽게 터뜨리던 손흥민은 이라크 선수가 졸졸 따라다니면서 수비를 해 공간을 열어젖히기 어려웠습니다. 2번의 슛을 때렸지만 한 번도 골문 안으로 향하지 못했습니다. 우리 축구를 잘 아는 아드로카트 감독은 거의 모든 선수를 수비하도록 하면서 우리 축구의 공격을 무리게 만들었습니다. 경기가 끝나고선 손흥민이 안타까운 한마디를 던졌습니다.
제가 이렇게 된다면 축구에 솔직히 저는 발전이 없다라고 생각을 해요. 계속 시간을 끌고
이라크 문지기가 시간을 끌다 경고를 받았지만 아드로카트 감독은 그런 전술도 축구의 일부분이라고 맞받아쳤습니다.
Based on nothing. I know I like very much together. He's a very great player. But what he's saying that was not correct.
아시아 축구연맹은 이라크 수비는 산사바퀴 충분하다고 평가했습니다. 언제나 힘겨운 수비가 펼쳐졌던 월드컵 최종에서는 예상대로 혼돈으로 시작했습니다. 일본도 홈에서 경기 종료 2분을 남기고 실점하면서 5만에 결기를 잡았습니다. 우리 축구는 나흘 뒤 다시 레바논과 만납니다. 벤투 감독은 더 과감하고 더 움직이는 축구를 하겠다고 말했습니다. JTBC 고광식.
함께 뛰는 주자에서 같이 사는 동반자가 되고 함께 경쟁하는 자이지만 서로 응원을 잊지 않습니다. 도쿄 패럴림픽의 빛나는 장면들 오상혁 기자가 모았습니다.
균형을 잡는 데 어려움이 있는 선수를 나서는 사이클 경주. 성별에 따라 기록을 따로 겨루지만 차례로 26.4km의 도로를 함께 달리는데 마지막 바퀴가 남은 코스의
언제나 너무 아름다운
And this was a special moment with the Australians giving some encouragement
to the South African ragtime world.
열성마비가 있는 나노복 토미볼들은 다른 선수들보다 한 바퀴 뒤쳐져 있었는데 존스가 뒤에서 잘하고 있다. 이제 한 바퀴 남았다고 응원했습니다.
And that ship scored you know, put a smile on that face in the rain.
서로 다른 목적으로 서로 다른 경기를 치르고 있지만 존중을 잊지 않는 선수들. 두 팔이 없어도 입으로 탁구를 하고 온몸으로 수영하는 이 모습만으로 빛나는데 함께 뛰는 종목에선 또 다른 뭉클한 장면들이 나옵니다. 시각장애 선수들이 나서는 6,200m 경기. 선수와 눈이 되어주는 가이드러너는 10cm의 짧은 끈을 묶고 한 몸처럼 달립니다. 경기가 끝나자 가장 먼저 들어온 선수가 아닌 가장 늦게 결승선을 넘은 선수에게 시선이 쏠렸는데 바로 이 장면 때문입니다.
I've said a lot of things in my time. I've never commentated on a wedding proposal.
가이드러너는 선수보다 먼저 앞서서 달리면 안 돼서 작은 움직임마저 같아야 하는데 그렇게 11년을 함께 보낸 선수를 향한 고백에 경쟁한 다른 선수들도 응원을 보냈고 국제 패럴림픽위원회는 인생에서도 둘이 함께 달리기를 이라며 축하했습니다. JTBC 문상혁입니다.
테니스 네트 건너편에서 상대 선수가 나동들어지자 주저없이 네트를 넘고 손을 내민 선수가 있습니다.
Shot from Johnson. Morphis was on her play back behind him. This. He landed on his wrist.
A lot of weight on his wrist there, so maybe that's what we're taking a look at is see some of the tape that Morphis has.
그녀는 못 드립니다. 발효시켜 드립니다.
발효의 힘이 홍삼의 힘. 발효 홍삼 발효.
내일도 선선할 거란 예보입니다. 낮 최고 기온은 서울과 대전 28도, 대구 27도로 예상되는 가운데 낮과 밤의 기온차가 10도 이상으로 크겠습니다. 강원 영동과 경북 북부 동해안에는 밤부터 비가 오는 곳이 있습니다. 오늘 뉴스로는 여기까지입니다.
네, 저희는 주말에도 다시 새롭게 뵙겠습니다. 좋아.
여기 정말 조용하지.
오늘 그래서 지난 시간까지 우리 경제했는데 이거 과학 생각나지? 그러니까 전혀
매미가 울어서 시끄럽다 그럴 때 매미 안 울어서 매미는 정말 쫓겨날 것 같습니다.
과학에 대해서 좀 해보려고.
매미가
과학에 대한 얘기 하기 전에 각자 자기 소개부터 조금 해보면 저는 이제 최사장이나 최대리 그리고 오픈이나 이런 걸 관심하는 호춘현입니다. 그다음에 이제 강 선생.
네, 세상을 정복하기 위해서는 차량대장 깜선생입니다.
고객님 기본적으로 얘기하겠습니다.
사회 불평등만이 많은데 옛날에는 종교와 철학 등을 공부하다가 지금은 다시 먹고 사는 문제에 집중하고 있는 깜선생 인사드립니다.
독실이.
예, 이독실입니다. 과학에도 독실하게 좋아하고 또 기독교, 독실한 기독교인으로서 두 가지가 참 조화롭게 이루어지고 있는 이독실입니다.
네, 여기도 미친 사람인데. 네, 예.
내가 제일 무서운 거야.
너도 마찬가지야.
오늘 그래서 이제 이렇게 이거 죄송해요. 이걸 까먹겠어. 이거 이제.
내일 몇 시간? 9시 반까지 가야 돼.
옷 사는 거에 관심이
이거
있고.
몇 시에 나가는 거야? 9시에?
이거 딱 그렇고 소식적에
왜 8시에서 10시 사이에 공복이가 얼마나 비싸.
라디오 시간
모르면 넘어가서 알면 넘어가지.
독실이도
나이가 좋아요.
일단 오늘 그 과학이 됐는데 우리 과학이 아니라 사실 뭐냐고 하면 우주의 탄생이죠. 그 보원 오브 유니버스
진짜
아니요.
시간이 영어가 야 뭐냐고
본 아니고 아니 거기에 오더라고.
내가 유니버스
우리가 살아봤던 유니버스더라고. 어쨌든 오늘 그래서 우주의 탄생에 대한 얘기를 할 건데 과학 중심으로 나갈 것 같이 보이지만 실제로는 이제 첫 번째 주제가 뭐냐면은 우주의 탄생에 대한 건데 짧게 가상세계에 또 도착했어요. 네, 가상세계 같이
누가 보내?
가상은 되게 유명하신 분들이 많이 보이잖아요. 알면서 이렇게 한 분의 말을 테스트로 그렇죠. 여기 와서 보내주고 일단 오늘 제대로 가상세계 안녕하세요. 저는 올해 대학에 입학한 14학번 대학생입니다. 요즘 천문학 교양 수업을 듣고 있는데요. 내용이 너무 지루합니다. 왜냐하면 최신 기술의 발전을 배우는 건 줄 알았는데 그게 아니라 자연철학이라니 아리스토텔레스니 갈릴레이니 어처구니 없이 옛날 사람들의 이야기가 나오더라고요. 아니 인공위성을 쏘고 우주의 망원경을 설치하는 현대과학 시대에 아리스토텔레스가 웬 말입니다. 정말 이런 비과학적인 소설을 공부해야 하는 건가요? 기대 너비아저씨 알려주세요. 아이작 뉴턴이 보여줬어. 이거 안 터지네. 나 터질 줄 아는데 안 터졌어. 서연이 왔는데 뭐에 대한 얘기냐면 예전 과학들에 대해서 우리가 알아야 되느냐 이런 얘기했었는데 사실 저는 이제 예전 과학들, 예전 우주론이죠. 이런 거에 대해서 굳이 우리가 알 필요가 있는가 사실 저는 동의합니다. 옛날 거고 그러니까 최신의 과학 기술에 대해서 이해해도 불가시가 않습니다. 근데 옛날 거 과학도 아니야. 그런 것들에 대해서
야! 아유, 야, 네가 더 난리를 쳐놨네. 응? 이리 와. 아이고, 그 작은 데다가 목을 넣을 거야?
이것이 교환을 안 돼. 팀을 생각하는 게 이거 그냥이다. 여기까지 해야 된다. 이런 거는 아직은 알아야 돼. 이런 것은 알아야 된다. 우주의 시작을 못 알아야 된다. 그래서 지원하는 건데 사실 지금 학생들이 아닌 경우에 지금 대학생들 거의 그렇게 보거든요. 그래서 저희가 한번 그런 내용들을 유럽에 인정한 소득이 생각하실 테스트를 진행했습니다. 바로 제가 하겠습니다. 재밌게 다루고 재밌어요.
두 번에 걸쳐가지고 진행을 했는데
우리 이제 팀이 수요일에 검사받으면 중경 걸렸다고 안 나와야 할 텐데
우주의 시작에 대해서
사람들이 방송에서 듣는데 목소리가 다 소리 지르는 것 같아.
개인적으로
사실 한국어는 5개로 이루어졌을 있던데. 야, 종류만 더 어디서.
이런 생각을 저는 고등학교 때 사춘기 때 잠깐 했었거든요.
저는 초등학교 때
초등학교 때 그래서 이제 저도 뭐 과학책 같은 것도 찾아보고 저도 사회생활을 정말 3번 정도
그러거든?
근데 이해가 하나도 안 되는 거야. 그걸 포기했어요. 그래서 내가 못 따라가겠어. 이해가 안 되겠다. 그래서 두 가지로 잘 모르겠다. 지금 우리 교육 탄생이라든가 이런 문제에 대해서 인간이 알 수 없는 것 같다.
내가 알 수 없을 것 같아. 지금도 이제 현생은 그런 현생은 알 수 없다. 예. 우주의 시작 알 수 없다. 김도희는 우주의 시작이 없다.
우주의 시작에 대해서 관심을 가져본 적이 한 번도 없어요. 태어나서. 네네.
왜요?
모르겠어요. 이상하게 보통 철학하면 죽음과 그 태어난 거에 대해서 궁금해하고 우주의 연원에 대해서 궁금해하는 게 보통 일반적인 특성인데
그렇죠.
단 한 번도 이 세상이 어떻게 생겼는지 사람이 어떻게 태어나고 죽으면 어디 가는지
그러니까 이미 다 통일한 거야. 생각이 그런 문제가 아닌데 이 앞으로 삶을 살아야 되는 그런 문제. 지금 피해가지 말고 어떻게 하는 거죠?
궁금하지 않았어요.
아, 궁금하지 않아.
이렇게 생각해보고
보통 어떤
네네.
표정이야. 우주인은 어떻게 생각해요? 우주의 시작은 지난 과학이에요. 여러 가지 증거들이 빅뱅이 우주의 시작이.
근데 콜라가 쓰러졌는데 네가 쓰러졌어?
빅뱅이 우주의 시작이야.
그럴 리가 없지.
시작이 빅뱅이기 때문에 그거를 이제 빅뱅도 좀 자세히 할게요. 저는 이제 너희들이 잘 모르는데 우주의 시작을 알고 있어요.
그냥 먹을 거야. 나쁜 놈들이야.
우주에서 우주의 시작이 무엇인가에 대해서 그렇게 생각했는데 너무 과하게 근데 항상 우리가 하면서도 지금은 좀 허합니다. 이 정도는
일단 이 문제는 인류가 아주 오래전부터 고민해왔던 문제죠. 그래서 우리 우주가 어디서
잘 걸려.
아주 우리가 종교적인 텍스트를 신화나 이런 걸 살펴보면 다 그런 얘기들이
우리는 지금까지 개인적 신화에 대해서 자세히 알아봤는데 실제로 그거에 대해서 자세히 나오는 거는 제가 시내에서 달리고 있고
5층에 살아서 좋은 점을 하나 찾았어.
종교적인가
밖에서 우리를 못 봐.
제시에서 우주의 시작이 알아보면
엄청 좋은 점이
태양은 뭐 기독교
밖에서 보면은
기독교에서 기독교의 성경에 있는
그래. 내가 이거 예뻐해주면 보답을 하면 안 돼? 착한 마음씨, 고운 마음씨 이런 거 있잖아. 그런 거 없어? 헐크 몸에서 야쿠르트 가져왔는 생각인데? 해보는 사과야. 너네 출구지 우주자인데 저리가 너 때려줄 거야. 너 왜 이렇게 괴롭혀? 너도 단청해. 너 얘 괴롭히는 거 내가 다 봤어. 그럼 너도 왜 이렇게 맨날 당하고 있어? 너도 덤벼. 응? 이게 나이가 한참 도시래. 어우, 내 땀이 났다. 안 된다 했지. 내가 있을 땐 하지 말아야지. 적어도.
하루 씻고 했는데
껍데기 좀
땅이 운동 속에
일단 문제는 아직 태어나고
첫째 날 물고기와 새, 그리고 둘째 날 쌈싸 과 사람이 나는 그리고 넷째
라이브를 종료해야 돼. 라이브를 종료하려면 우리가 인사를 해봤죠. 인사를 하려면
첫째 날에 소식을 약속을 설명을 해주고 이런 일이 있었다. 미안하게 정신이라는 것을 기다리는데 마지막 내용이 어떤 것이 알겠는데 일단 기본적으로 소득 경험을 사용하는데 신자유주의라는 신나는 자유주의자, 자유주의라는 그쪽에서 시작된 것들이 뭐가 있냐면 이제 이야기합니다. 시절 모세가
좀 수상한데 얘들이 막 건드리고 발로 밟은 거 아니야? 열심히 하는
성경을 모세에
너무 마음으로써
성경에서 상대기 출애굽기 내용이 신명기까지 모세 오경
그거를 이제 모세가 쓴 거로 원래는 정설인데
그게 유대인들이 되게
신학자들은 그게 알 수 있겠다.
하루니까
물체 연구하고 이런 거 하고 그 스타일 이런 것들을 조사하는 사람들이 있어요. 공연자 덕후들이 있어요. 얘네들이 그것을 조사를 해서 인근에 다른 문서를 해봤을 때 자기들이 보니까 모세 오경에 적어도 한 4가지 정도의 서로 다른 식의 쓰여진 문서들이 쳐져 있는 것 같다 이런 얘기가 그 얘기를 이제 모세가 너무 오랫동안 이거를 하다 보니까 여기가 여기서 진짜가 달라진다 이랬는데 어쨌든 지금 이 성경의 입장하면서 얘기하는 사례 중에 하나는 사실 두 가지에서 결합된 문제가 있다는
쓰시는 분이 그게 뭐가 중요한가라고 생각할 수도 있을 것 같아가지고 그러니까 일반인들이 이렇게 받을 수 있거든요. 이거 그냥 비거 상징인데 이걸 타봤자 뭐하냐 라고 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요. 그런데 지금의 기독교랑 로마 카톨릭에서는
엔딩 요정 누가 할래? 엔딩 요정 있어야 되는데 오늘은 누가 할까? 엔딩 요정 헐크가 또 할 거야? 맨날 헐크가 해 우리 엔딩 요정 나쁜 헐크 엔딩 요정 나쁜 헐크 안녕